here from our digital studio. I'm Shannon Murray. It is 11 a.m. Saturday, January 24th. Meteorologist Berkeley Taylor joining us. You've been here, 3 weeks now on the job, and just thrown right in. A lot to talk about, of course. When we woke up today in downtown Dallas, I looked outside and I thought, well, it's just wet.
Right.
It was cold and it was wet, but then the temperatures have continued to go down.
Yes, for sure. We saw a rapid drop, actually, from between about 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. It was nearly 10 degrees difference. So it's a rapid drop off, rapid cooling. So we saw a lot of liquid fall yesterday and through most of the early morning hours. Then we quickly saw the changeover. So it was kind of like all at once as far as the Metroplex is concerned. Mm-hmm. But we saw a lot of precipitation fall across our northwestern counties in the Red River a little bit earlier. Now most of us are sitting well below freezing. Temperatures right now, again, top 11 o'clock hour, sitting in the teens. The further to the west you go, it's obviously a little bit cooler. The front moved in from northwest, now moving down to the south and east. Right now 22 out of DFW. Only a couple spots still at or above freezing. Corsicana, Athens, Palestine, all those still sitting in the 30s, but all of us working our way down quickly. I do want to take a look at some of our Fox 4 views because one of these cameras actually frozen over. If you look out of Richardson,
wow,
yeah, completely frozen over. It looks like a winter wonderland out of Ray Roberts. Temperatures sitting at 19 degrees. Obviously, we've seen, like Shannon mentioned, some accumulations across North Texas, and we've gotten some reports of those from weather watchers, from the National Weather Service. Even called in my dad to ask Mansfield totals if he could take a ruler outside and send in measurements. So these are unofficial reports for the most part, but gives us a good idea of kind of how things have been spread out across the region. Mm-hmm. DFW out of the airport, so far we've gotten just over 1/10 of an inch. Same kind of story in Mansfield. So Collin County, Tarrant County, Dallas County, it's been lower than what we've seen along the Red River, obviously, because we had actually some heavy sleet and snow totals. So these are mixed precipitation. It's not nice, white, fluffy snow like what we've saw. A lot of our reporters, I know Paige, Peyton, have been picking it up and showing you it's sleet pellets. It's not pretty snowflakes.
We asked them to make a snowman, and they're like, I can't.
It doesn't
work
stick.
With this.
It's not the fun kind of snow, which is another reason that we're like, just stay inside, because really this is not like fun winter day where you go outside and play in the snow. It's slick or it's gravelly, and it's accumulations along the Red River over 3 inches already, and we're adding to that as we speak. But we are seeing it lighten up a little bit. This is radar starting from late last night, running through this morning. So kind of the start of the event through where we sat at sunrise. You could see the temperatures falling again from northwest to southeast there. We hit 32 right around 5 a.m. out of Dallas, and this is where we have seen accumulations again. This is a radar estimated accumulations. The darker blues are obviously the thicker bands of sleet and snow. So places like Young, Jackson County, and then along Cook County, Grayson County, a little bit heavier, and then the lighter blues as you work closer to the Metroplex. Radar right now looks pretty quiet in terms, or at least in compared to what we have seen today. So we are expecting lulls in this. It's not all day, all weekend for everyone. And today we saw some heavier bands move in this morning, starting to lighten up a little bit. I know Evan was talking about if you have to go outside, you need to take the pets out or anything during these lulls, that's going to be the time to do it, because once we get to tonight, we expect it's really going to start to pick up, and temperatures will continue to fall through the day. So anything that has already fallen, if it's still in liquid, like when I was walking to work this morning, there were still puddles from yesterday's rainfall, that's going to freeze over pretty quickly. So things just deteriorate from here, unfortunately. And radar area-wide shows you, we've got, again, little breaks. This is statewide right now. You work further toward the coastline, further toward the south and east. We've got liquid rain, even some thunderstorms developing across parts of Louisiana. For us, it's all light sleet, light snow, some freezing rain as well. So we talk about future cast here. I just want to walk through this kind of hour by hour through the rest of today and into tomorrow, because once we get to tomorrow morning, things really let up pretty much. So here's the lull. Temperature-wise, we'll be still sitting in the 20s. And then things start to pick up again closer to about 5, 6 o'clock tonight. Becomes widespread by the time we get to sunset, 7, 8 o'clock. Look at those temperatures also. Frigid cold, teens, 20s, all across the Metroplex and North Texas. I expect wind chills to be in the single digits, if not even upwards of -5, -10 degrees tonight. And then we head to Sunday, you start to see the changeover try to happen from the sleet to the snow. Most of these accumulations are going to be from sleet. So if we get a few flurries, I'll consider it lucky. Around lakes, I do think we could see lake effect snow, and the Red River's got a better chance, but in terms of the Metroplex and then certainly down to the south and east, it's mostly ice. Then we head to tomorrow, mid-morning. Most of that should clear out by that point. So,
well, and as we're looking ahead, a lot of school districts already are making plans to cancel classes on Monday. Dallas ISD actually just announced at 11 o'clock that they will be canceling school for Monday because these temperatures not expected to go above freezing.
No.
And so it's going to just be icy. It's going to be dangerous for that morning commute already. We're looking at that.
Yeah, even if we didn't add any more precipitation and we just sat where we are now, we continue to cool. Again, anything that somehow is still liquid is going to freeze over, and travel is going to continue to be treacherous. Road conditions will continue to deteriorate, especially on the more rural back roads that aren't treated. So that includes, anyone that has to commute from there or get to school. That's a big concern, obviously. So I think that that's probably a good call to already be canceling for Monday, because we're not going to climb above freezing.
Yeah. Yeah, and we'll talk more about those school cancellations a little later in our show. We're also going to bring in some experts from TxDOT. We'll have Chip Wagner joining us too in just a bit. But, a lot of the first responders have also been out on these roads responding to incidents. We want to check in with Lieutenant Pedro Barano over with Garland Police. Pedro, are you there with us this morning?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you now. All right, Pedro, thanks for talking to us today. How are things looking in Garland?
We've had a steady day already. We've had numerous calls regarding vehicles losing control, as well as sliding into walls, some minor crashes. Nothing major at this time, but we're ready. We have our dispatch center ready to go. Our officers, firefighters are fully staffed. Each department within the city is ready to respond. Sand trucks are already out there, but the roads are slick.
Yeah, definitely slick and can get icy as the temperatures continue dropping. And any specific incidents or trouble spots you want to let our viewers know about?
Well, the highways right now are definitely slick. LBJ and 30, we've had several accidents along both those highways. Anywhere where there's bridges, those are definitely areas to always look out for, because they become slick faster than the regular roadways. But at the same time, though, we just want people to be aware that of the conditions outside. At the same time, though, if you don't need to go outside, don't go outside. But if you do, plan ahead. Leave them plenty of time. Allow for plenty of space. Don't slam on your brakes. We want people to be safe.
Yeah, absolutely. And you kind of mentioned this. You guys really prepare for these kinds of weather events as you look into the weekend, planning for the week ahead. What's that like for you guys? These first responders, you guys have a tough job. It's going to be a busy weekend. How do you prepare?
Well, unfortunately, we're no stranger to major events. And so we have lots of meetings with a lot of departments. And we make sure that we notify the public with all the things to be aware of, preparing for the houses, freeze lines, how to keep your pets safe and things to that effect. But at the same time, though, we want people to know that we're out here. But we're also, we are aware that there's going to be so many different types of emergencies, police, medical, fire, but also emergencies within your home. We want to make sure that people call the correct number, depending on the emergency that they actually have. And so we have those resources on our website as well as on social media.
All right, Pedro, we really appreciate you guys. I know it's tough being out there. Do you have any advice for drivers who have to be on the roads today? Any driving tips you would give them?
Yeah, slow down. Don't drive distracted. Put your cell phone down. It's not worth the risk. Give yourself plenty of space between you and the other vehicles around you. Begin slowing down a long ways. Don't be in a rush, because that's when things get crazy and accidents happen.
All right, Pedro, thank you so much. You guys stay safe out there. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
All right, I want to bring in Chip Wagner, who was just talking about how dangerous it is. So the first responders have to be out there working. So do us all a favor, stay home if you can, and if you have to be out, then drive slow, put your phone down.
Right, no question about it. And
you've been busy this morning.
It has been busy. You heard Pedro talking about bridges, overpasses, and things of that nature. There have been concerns on the Lake Ray Hubbard Bridge recently. So going out of the Garland area, ironically, and over towards Rowlett and Rockwall. Hopefully that we can use the map, and maybe TxDOT cameras will kind of loop through here. And currently you're just looking at some of the conditions in some of the bridges and overpasses. The incident marker that you see now on the map is where we have the new incident, and it's on that eastbound side of I-30, passing the George Bush Turnpike and approaching the Dow Rock Road interchange. And we've seen this on a regular basis where you have these pockets where the roadways seem to be more slushy and more wet because the treatment of the roads have definitely done its thing to some degree, but it's still this icy, slushy mess. And then when you get onto areas like that Lake Ray Hubbard Bridge, you could end up on an icy patch. And unfortunately, there has been a recent incident in that area. And eventually the cameras will cycle through and we'll be able to show you the crash. It's in the two right lanes as one moves over through this location. That's a camera shot on I-45 around the Lamar interchange in Dallas. And I would say these are the areas where we have the biggest concerns. You go from being on ground level and then you end up on an overpass like that. And it's going to be more icy. Here over in Louisville on I-35E around the Garden Ridge interchange, two things that I wanted to show with this camera shot. Overpasses, side streets, extremely treacherous. But even in the lower levels in this area of Denton County, you can see how everything is completely iced over on the roadways, and the treatments haven't necessarily done its thing there. That's the shot of I-30 that I wanted to show you around Bass Pro, and actually some good news there. It looks like that incident that we were keeping tabs on has cleared from the right side of the roadway, so that's a real big positive as you move through that location. But
and you can tell how slow all the vehicles are going that are out there. I mean, it looks like a lot of trucks, and you see 18-wheelers, maybe some first responders, people who have to be out.
Right, that have to be out. And we have seen some people make some poor driving decisions at times. Earlier here on I-20 around the Green Oaks interchange is a great example. I understand having to be out and about, but then driving a pickup truck with a trailer attached, you're not going to be able to control something like that. So if you have something that you need to transport, this is not the time to be doing it in any way, shape, or form.
It's really interesting, too, when you cycle through these cameras, it really just shows you how different it is depending where you are. I mean, some people may have woken up this morning and said, oh, it's not that bad, there's nothing here. And then you go to the west of the Metroplex and you really see all of that accumulation and ice and even some snow in some places, too.
Up to the north, I was looking at cameras a little while ago before coming into this studio, and up in the Sanger area, it is an ice skating rink, and you're going through a construction zone to boot. So with only one lane open, that's not much fun. Up north of our viewing area, as one moves up into Grayson County, continuing up past Van Alstyne, continuing up towards Sherman, Denison, there have been a lot of crashes and incidents on the roadways up through there, and it is much more concerning as far as people having to get out and about in those areas than it is here. It seems like in some of the areas, like Roof Snow here, you can see the main lanes. It's like the treatment in some cases has done a really good job of breaking up the ice.
Right.
In other areas, it hasn't worked as well, I think, as they would have hoped.
Right.
And when we bring Kenna Mitchell on, that's one of the things I kind of wanted to talk about is
what's next.
What's next?
Well, and let's bring her in. We have Kenna Mitchell with TxDOT joining us this morning. Chip, you work with TxDOT a lot, all morning, every day, on a normal day. But, you know, today, so busy for all of those crews. They've had crews out patrolling and plowing roads all morning long. Kenna, thank you for joining us today. Hey, Kenna, can you unmute your mic for us? I don't know that we can hear you there.
Oh, sorry.
There we go.
Hey.
Okay.
All right. Hey, Kenna, thanks for joining us.
Yes, good morning, everyone.
I know I've got Chip Wagner here with me as well, who you probably know pretty well, and he's been following quite a few incidents this morning.
Right. There have been quite a few, Kenna, and we've seen that here and there. But first and foremost, thank you so much for all of the folks at TxDOT and your service for the last few days, treating the roadways ahead of time, and then going out and trying to help those motorists that have found themselves stranded in this inclement weather.
Yeah, certainly crews have really been active the past few days, not just putting some of that early brine down, but also making sure the equipment is ready to run 24/7 in some really harsh conditions out there, and making sure all the materials are ready to go. So it's been a lot of preparation work, and you know, we're not out of the woods yet. We know we've got that second round of precipitation that's coming in this afternoon with the freezing temperature. So it's going to be even more of the travel challenge across the metro in North Texas.
Yeah, what are your crews doing right now? I mean, you guys just have to continuously treat these roads and monitor the conditions.
Yes, we've got several different things going on right now. We actually have some plowing operations going where we're starting to see some of those larger accumulations on the roadway. And in other parts, we're hitting it with a lot of the brine, the salt, and other materials. Now, on some of these areas, you might only see one lane that's really drivable, and that's okay, because first, we don't want you to be out in these conditions if you don't have to be. But second, if you are going to be out there, it's going to be a slow operation out there. That means you need to be driving slow. You need to be very alert to the conditions out there. And you're going to have to set aside those phones and other distractions to give that full attention to the drive.
There's so many roadways here across North Texas that the pre-treatment of the roadways had to start on Wednesday. And one of the things that I was wondering about was this transition where the cold front, it didn't take quite as long, or it took longer than expected for that cold front to kind of come through the area. And as a result, we had a rainy night last night. And I was just thinking about that coming over to work this morning. Did that extended rainfall end up washing that first round of pre-treatment off the roadways?
Well, the brine itself can withstand some rain. And I did ask our crews this morning about the effectiveness of it, what they were seeing. And the good news in a lot of areas was that, yes, we were seeing that accumulation start to slush up instead of sticking directly to the roadway. So it was effective there. But as this keeps moving through, it's not a one and done, put one layer of brine down and hope for the best. We're going to keep at it. We're going to keep applying more brine, more materials, and plowing to help keep these roads as clear as possible.
All right. Kenna Mitchell with TxDOT. We really appreciate you guys. I know it's going to be a busy next couple of days. Anything you want drivers to be aware of for your crews who will be out working, not just today, but tomorrow and the next day and maybe even the day after that?
Well, certainly our crews do need room to work. Our trucks are big, the plows are big, and sometimes they're working in tandem. So they'll be stacked in different lanes, one behind the other. So when you see these operations, just give yourself several car lengths to stay behind them and know that they're going to be going slow. These are slow operations because we want to make sure the materials are being put down. So again, just give us space to do that work. And if you are considering going out, we do urge you to check not just the weather forecast, because again, we've got that second round coming in, but also making sure that you check drivetexas.org. You can view our network of more than 700 traffic cameras across the metro and also see those travel conditions out there. And that may help you decide, no, I need to stay home today and not be out on the road.
I'm a big fan of hibernating right now.
Yes.
I'm with you. Kenna, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for talking to us. We appreciate your time.
And she's exactly right. The whole idea of these crews out and about tirelessly working to try to keep the roadways passable, giving them a wide berth, and any other vehicles.
Multiple car lengths.
Yeah, I mean, you need to be like, if you see them up ahead, a quarter mile ahead, my suggestion is you just go the speed they're going. That would actually be the best thing to do, because then you're going to be on freshly treated roadway. It's not about a sprint. It's not about getting from point A to point B in a hurry. It's trying to get from point A to point B safely.
Right.
And so that would be what I would suggest. And in any situation right now, if you absolutely have to get out on the roadway, it is so important that you make sure and watch out for the other person that might not be treating these conditions with the respect that one should. And we've seen a lot of vehicles go way too fast on the roadways, end up hitting a slick patch, go into walls, and bounce all over the roadway when they do that. Yeah. And so what I want to make sure that I just reiterate, if you have a lot of extra space between you and the vehicles around you, you're going to be in a better place to react in a way where you don't hit your brakes, but you can let your foot off the gas, downshift, whatever it takes to slow you down in a safe way. And then the other thing that I just want to be able to reiterate, when you get to any kind of overpass, so you're on a roadway like you're seeing right here on this shot, you're at ground level, it's going to be a little bit better because you're on the ground. But when you get on an overpass, once you approach the overpass, go ahead and take your foot off the accelerator and just coast along. Just coast along.
Just coast.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, and just stay off of the roads if you can. And like they said, several people this morning already have said, put your phone down. So I think that's huge too. Chip, we're going to keep checking in with you. I know it's been such a busy morning for you and for all these first responders and for TxDOT here this morning. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with more coverage of this winter storm in just a couple of minutes. We are continuing our coverage here of this Arctic blast on our digital platform here today, streaming. This is a live look at DFW International Airport. Yeah, probably not any flights getting out of there today. You can see how overcast it is there. There's TMS right there, just completely snowed over and icy and slick conditions. I want to talk a little bit about the airport. DFW is leading the nation in cancellations right now. More than 1,300 flights canceled out of DFW, and that's a lot. I mean, that's more than anywhere else in the country by a long shot. The total cancellations across the country right now, nearly 4,000. American Airlines seeing the most with 934 canceled flights. Southwest Airlines in second, which of course hubbed out of Love Field with 577 cancellations. Of course, the good news is for a lot of travelers that many of these major airlines already offered to waive any change fees. They've already rearranged travel well in advance, but you can bet that those flights Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday into next week are going to be full as people are rebooking. We also want to take a look at some viewer photos from across North Texas. People have been sending us their pictures in today of whether they got, snow or sleet or ice or something. We've got Brandon Smith here in Prosper. You see the footsteps in the snow there. We've got Whitesboro right here, just a dusting, a covering of snow, what appears to be snow. This is also in Whitesboro. Another look here in Prosper. Many people don't want to walk past the front steps, maybe just a peek out the window or out of their front door just to see what's outside, or maybe you have to step out there to let the dog out and then go back in. So these are this is the QR code here. You can also go online, fox4news.com/pics, and send us your pictures, send us your videos. You might see that photo on our air or online on fox4news.com. We will be streaming here until 6 o'clock tonight, and then we'll continue with our coverage on TV with our evening newscasts. All right, take a look at this. This is really an interesting video posted to TikTok out of Wisconsin, where we know it is very cold, even colder, much colder than what we're dealing with here in North Texas. The caption here, it said, "Only in Wisconsin do you attempt a cheese pull at negative 27 degrees, and it actually works." Take a look at that. It just froze. The cheese froze, the pizza there hanging in the air. It's made with Patria mozzarella. So, yeah, pretty interesting. We're going to bring Chip Wagner back in with us. So we think about how cold it is here, how cold we think it is, and then you see video out of Wisconsin. They're able to just freeze a whole piece of pizza in the air with the
I've seen
there.
some
So
other
that gives you some perspective.
Yeah, I've seen one that was spaghetti.
Yeah, I saw that one too. They had
with
the fork.
fork suspended in midair. So I thought
See, that's
that
like,
was pretty wild.
in Texas, as a reporter, I remember one time I was doing a story, and this is like, classic news reporter antics in the field. We like baked cookies on a dashboard or something one time. I think that's their version up in Wisconsin in the Midwest. But, for us here in North Texas, it's cold for us.
It certainly is, and dangerous out there. We have found another incident that has happened in the last few minutes. It's in a transition area going from Dallas up into Richardson on northbound 75 Central Expressway. And it's something that we've seen on a regular basis, vehicles spinning out, losing control, and I think it's available on the TxDOT Remote 13. We'll hopefully have that up for you in just a second. And I will say that when we take this shot, there is a possibility that the camera shot can spontaneously literally flip to where everything is upside down, and I'm glad that it's not right now. But you can see the pickup truck, I'm going to presume it was going a little too fast, lose control, and has ended up facing almost the wrong direction, about a 270-degree turn there. And the right side of the roadway is blocked coming out of the High-5 interchange and then continuing toward that Richardson city limit line. So there's a couple things that I would want to note here just looking at this crash. Number one, if you have to get out and you drive a pickup truck, if it's not properly weighted, then when you get on ice, the back end is going to fishtail on you really quick. And I'm not saying that this is what happened in this situation, but I am saying that it sure has the markings of
that's
something
what it
along
appears.
those lines.
Right.
And we've seen this happen a lot. We saw a pickup truck hauling a trailer over in Arlington earlier, jackknife. We've seen other vehicles going at a high rate of speed earlier on 75 Central around the Mockingbird interchange by the SMU campus, where a vehicle took that curve too fast. And in those turns, you can end up losing control crashing really quick. There was an ex-trucker that wanted me to send along some pieces of advice if you're getting out on the roadways, and I really liked it. So big thanks to a loyal Fox viewer, David, for sending this in. When you're talking about the icy conditions, right now temperatures are right around 22, 23 degrees. When you start to see it drop down to about 18, 17 degrees, that briny solution is not going to be effective on the ice. It's going to actually still form anyway, and we're going to be seeing temperatures get way below that number. So that's definitely something to just be aware of. If you're driving and you see on the back side of your mirror that ice is forming, then it's going to be something that's going to be an icy situation absolutely everywhere. So I love that idea. He also reiterates what we were talking about just a few minutes ago. When you come up over an overpass or something along those lines, and then you see, oh, it's really icy. If you were to strike your brakes at that point, you're going to spin out and crash. When you see the ice, just take your foot off the gas. Coast. Really love that. Something else that he mentions, four-wheel drive, it's only useful if you end up off the road. And another thing, obviously, and this I would love to say goes without saying, but I've seen people actually do this.
Yeah, you need to say it.
Don't drive with your cruise control on.
Oh, yeah. Right.
In an icy patch, you got the cruise control on. The speed's going to stay the same.
It's going to stay the same.
But now you're going at a different angle.
Right, right. Not a smart idea.
Yard sale city. So that's really good stuff.
Yeah, well, and you know, the fact that this storm really hit on a weekend, in some ways, it's a good thing because not too many people were going to be out anyway, and then even fewer people went out because we all told them not to because we knew this winter storm was coming in. But still, you were seeing so many incidents this morning, so that should just show you how bad it is.
Yeah, and really, it was the transitions from the overpasses from being on street level that we've seen the most amount of crashes. And you can see on the overall general map. I haven't been able to install that crash marker in the Dallas to Richardson transition on northbound 75, just north of the High 5, which would be in the upper right-hand part of your screen. I'll do that here in a few minutes. But you can see that basically every roadway, what the sensors are reflecting are the maximum speeds that you could absolutely go on. And some of these cases, I really think condition yellow, which would be in this case around 30 miles an hour, is not even advisable. I would say trying to keep it around that 20 mile an hour mark is going to be the best that you could possibly do and keep control of your vehicles. Here is one of our
drive cams.
Yep, drive cameras there, and you can see there are some sections of the roadway where you could get lulled into a false sense of security. You see the roadway there, it's on ground level, and wow, it's not that bad.
Right.
I'm going to go 50.
Right.
Then all of a sudden you end up in the ice
kind of a false
situation like
confidence.
right there. Yeah, and then you don't have the ability to slow down in a safe way and can end up in big trouble in a hurry, especially if there was an 18-wheeler up ahead, like in this case. Let's say it starts to jackknife. You won't be able to slow down, and then you're wedged underneath the 18-wheeler. That sounds like something I would never want to be a part of. Yeah,
and I will say, just looking at these drive cameras, it does appear that from what our crews are seeing, most people are following the advice, following the guidelines, giving space with other vehicles on the road.
And notice how that briny solution that they put down earlier, and we were talking to Ken and Mitchell earlier about this, that even though it rained a lot yesterday, it still had enough of the chemicals on the roadway to keep everything at least in a slushy state. Then when you add vehicles, it's making it more watery at this point. Now, will that change tonight? Absolutely, and it's going to be an ice skating rink on a lot of roadways. But hopefully as they continue to constantly pre-treat these roadways and now not just pre-treat, but now treat the roadways and keep putting that salt solution on, it'll hopefully keep everything at least to something that's somewhat passable.
Yeah,
I wouldn't get out.
We're really looking ahead too into already, Monday and Tuesday and just anticipating that it's still going to be icy. It's still going to be cold. So these roads aren't going to really get much better in the coming days.
Right. Yeah. You heard Berkeley talking about we're going into, and we've just now entered an 80-hour stretch where we will not get above the freezing level. So it is going to be really hard when you don't have much travel. So in these overnight hours, all the stuff you see that is maybe slushy will definitely get icy and ice up hard. If this next round of precipitation that we're expecting once it gets to be dark today, 5:36, is a sleet-based storm that is best case for obviously our power lines and things like that, but it is not the best case scenario when it comes to the roadways because that sleet will sit up on the roadway, and then you will end up, when vehicles get back out on it, creating what we call cobblestone ice. And that's where it's all chunky and in parts, and you bounce along, and it's really hard to gain traction when that kind of condition starts to become prevalent.
Right. Yeah, and I know a lot of school districts are already canceling school for Monday, which should tell you that they're also anticipating that it's not going to be better for Monday morning for the commute or for kids going to school. And when you hear that Dallas ISD, Fort Worth ISD have already canceled, that usually means the other districts' businesses will be following suit and won't be in operation on Monday morning. Once you hear the two major districts in our area, Dallas and Fort Worth, already canceling ahead of Monday, 2 days ahead. So they've already been looking at that, and we have a long list on our website of all of the districts that have canceled things. And of course, a lot of events were canceled this weekend, but Fort Worth Stock Show and Rodeo still went on, and they were still out there, and they're going to be out there today.
We had a cheerleading
competition
still going on.
Yes.
If you can go back to Remote 13, I think we've had a change in the last couple of minutes regarding that northbound 75 crash we were looking at a few minutes ago. And huge thanks to all of the wrecker operators that are out and about doing this dangerous
So they've
work,
got the truck.
getting out on the roadway, and then getting to these incidents in a timely manner. In this case, they've already loaded up that pickup truck that we were looking at that ended up spinning out, and it looks like they've got that safely secured. And I would say in the next couple of minutes, you'll see that wrecker operator get into his rig and get out of here, and then reopen the roadway again. That took only about 20 to 25 minutes from the inception point to now, and pretty impressive when you consider the way the conditions are. But also points out that in these areas where you know that you're going to have more incidents, interchanges, overpasses, they've actually staged some wreckers and courtesy patrol units so they can get to things in a timely manner so that they can protect those that are involved in these kind of things.
I know Paige Ellenberger was out in Denton County this morning and talked to a tow truck driver who had stopped just to check on them because he saw a crew, he saw our team parked on the side. He didn't know who they were. He just went to check and see how they were doing, which is, so nice of him to do, but that's part of the job for him today is checking on any vehicles that may be stopped along these roads if they need help, if they need a tow. So it's going to be busy for those crews out there as well.
Yeah, most certainly will.
All right, a lot of people are inside right now with their families, hopefully cozy and warm, and we want to check in on our megaphone poll. Chip Wagner, thank you so much for your time here today.
You are so welcome. Berkeley's going to be checking back in here.
Yeah, we're going to check in with Berkeley here in a second, but we also want to know, what is your favorite food to have when the weather is cold? A soup or stew? Coming in with a strong number one spot there, 100% so far. Maybe we only have a few votes. I'm not sure. Voting on the poll. You can scan that QR code there in the corner. I made a chili before I came downtown to hunker down for the weekend. I made a chili for my husband, Chris, and our daughter, Stella, to have for the weekend. And I know that a lot of people who went to the grocery stores were saying they're out of onions. They're out of some of those things because people want to stay in and make a soup or make a chili, and you need those things. So we've got Berkeley Taylor joining us again with a update on the forecast outside. How are things looking since we last talked to you?
So things have lightened up, which is good news, but we know that it is going to increase through the evening hours. But radar right now, we see very light sleet, very light snow, and this is all, of course, radar indicated. But I did talk to my brother a second ago who lives in Dallas, and he's like, it's very light sleet, and he said there's even some liquid rain seems to be falling still. Still pretty warm aloft, so above our heads in the atmosphere, we still got a warm layer, which is why we're not seeing fluffy snow, and we're still seeing some liquid drops, but it is obviously well below freezing here. It's 22 right now out of DFW, and you move further to the west, we've got teens. Graham, it's 13, Bridgeport 16, Mineral Wells, same story. Wind chill's also very cold. So the cold's not going anywhere. Even when the precip lets up, the cold sets in further. And so when we look at kind of what we expect over the coming 24, 36 hours, we get this little lull through the afternoon, calling it about 50% coverage, but I think that's maybe even generous. And then it will pick right back up where all of us will see widespread heavy sleet and ice accumulation. So that's when travel is especially dangerous. Everything starts to deteriorate, and that's also when the concern for potentially power outages, if we get accumulations on tree limbs, power lines, that starts to become an issue, which, obviously once the sun set, it just gets colder from there. So keeping close eyes on the radar all day long, and then we'll see that lighten up as we head towards sunrise tomorrow. Maybe we get some snow on top of all of that, but anything that falls now is just going to stick and accumulate. So that's kind of what we're watching. In terms of temperatures, we're looking to spend about 80 hours below freezing, which far from a record. The record is from 1983. It's over 250 hours.
Wow.
Yeah. So we're not touching that, which I am thankful for. I know also a lot of people, every time we get winter weather now, think about 2021.
That's our threshold, really.
That's the threshold,
right?
yeah.
Of what we compare to. Yeah.
Understandably so, because that was obviously a very prolonged event. It was a dangerous.
And it shows us how bad it can get if your power goes out for an extended period of time.
Absolutely. And that was 139 hours. But before that, we had already dropped below zero, or below freezing rather. We climbed above it. Then we saw a second event roll in. So this is not 2021, thankfully, but it is still.
Well, and hopefully our power grid will be holding up.
Power grid will hold.
So we've made some updates.
Right, exactly, which we've been talking about. ERCOT says the grid looks stable, looks good to go, and so we'll hope that it will hold. But also the time period that we will spend below freezing is significantly shorter, which is great news. By about 1 o'clock on Tuesday, expect most of us will come to 33 degrees, and then we should warm to the 40s by Tuesday afternoon. So we've just got to get to Tuesday, but Monday's going to be frigid, which is why, of course, you've been talking about school closures. I think that's a good call, because anything that sits on the ground now is not going anywhere until maybe Tuesday.
Right, because you mentioned how it's lightening up outside as far as the precipitation right now goes, but the temperatures are still
they're not
cold.
letting up.
So anything that has come down or will come down is going to freeze or be slick on the roads. And this is a huge system, this storm, going across the country. I mean, we were showing video earlier from different states. I know Arkansas was hit pretty hard, and we were checking in with different crews as they were reporting on all of the weather across, the eastern portion of the country.
And we've got the weather alerts now that are across the country. You can see just how many states are under some sort of winter weather alert, whether that's a winter storm warning, extreme cold warning, ice warnings. We've got the entire state of Texas covered in some sort of advisory today, and really for most of the weekend. For North Texas, we've got a couple different things going on. The winter storm warning is now in effect. It's set to expire 12 o'clock tomorrow, which is when we think the precip will start to lighten up. But the extreme cold warning, that goes through noon on Monday, which I could even see that getting extended to Tuesday, because we will drop down to the teens again into Tuesday morning. Ice storm warning in effect through parts of East Texas. That's where we expect that the ice will be a little bit worse, especially as we head into the evening tonight. So we have all kinds of winter weather alerts, just signifying, again, the intensity of this system and how cold it's going to be for a very, again, prolonged period of time, 80 plus hours across North Texas. This is a look at our afternoon highs, and the average is 57. So we are obviously well below average today. 24 is about as warm as we got, and we're tumbling through the day. Tomorrow, 19 degrees. If that verifies, that will be a new record for January 25th, 28 on Monday, and then we slowly climb out of the freezer by Tuesday. Most of us will be above freezing, certainly by Wednesday. Till then, though, it's going to be very, very cold, to say the least.
Yeah, to say the least.
Yeah.
All right, Berkeley, I know it's been a busy day for you already here today. We appreciate you checking in with us for a look at everything. We also want to check in with Allison Prater with the National Weather Service. Allison, if you could unmute for us here on your microphone. We want to just check in with you. This is a huge storm for people across the country, a really widespread system. What are you guys seeing right now?
Yes, so right now, I mean, at least for North Texas, we're having a lull in precipitation through mid-afternoon. Then we'll have another round of precipitation with freezing rain, drizzle, and even some snow moving through overnight into Sunday. Then we'll have that extreme cold through early next week.
You know, a lot of kids were hoping they would get to play in the snow today. So far, though, not the case for a lot of people. You know, very small amounts of snow for us here in North Texas. So far, most people dealing with, sleet or ice or just something kind of wet. You guys gave a good explanation on Facebook today, I saw, of why that happens, why it kind of, the science behind how it turns into sleet instead of snow. Can you explain that for us?
Yeah, so it really depends on the temperature across the board throughout the atmosphere. And so out front of the atmosphere, above the surface, we'll have what's called a warm layer, which is just, we call it a warm nose. It's just a layer of warm air above freezing. So any of that freezing precipitation that's falling throughout the sky, it's going to hit that warm layer and melt into liquid. And then as it falls through that warm layer, there's a layer that we call the refreezing layer closer towards the surface. And that's going to be where it refreezes towards sleet. And so that's where we get that sleet. If it's a
Right.
little bit less of a refreezing layer, we'll get freezing rain. And if everywhere is below freezing, then that's when we'll get snow.
Yeah, I know a lot of people describe it as like the pellets. Yeah, because our reporters, we said, hey, can you guys make a snowman out there, on air? They said, no, it doesn't work like that because they're more just like these little
Mhm.
pellets.
Yeah, it looks like we'll get some snow a little bit later tonight. So we'll have to watch and see how much snow we get overnight to see if we'll get any snowmen be able to made early this week.
So many people reference the winter storm in 2021 anytime we talk about weather like this. I was just talking to our meteorologist, Berkeley Taylor, about this, because 2021 is, the most recent memory for most of us. It's really the threshold of this is how bad it can get when we lose power and freezing temperatures for such a long duration. How does this system compare when you look at the two?
So meteorologically, the system is similar. However, we do take that similarity very seriously because it does bring a lot of emotions towards people.
Mm-hmm.
However, we aren't going to be as cold for as long. Back in 2021, we were below freezing for about 139 hours. We're only going to be below freezing for around between 80 and 90 hours. And our lowest temperature in the Metroplex was -2. We're only going to still get to that single digits, maybe like 5-10 degrees. So we're still going to be above zero, even though our wind chills are going to make us below zero. So we're not going to be as cold for as long. However, it's still dangerously cold. So we do recommend people staying inside for as long as they can, making sure if they do have to go outside, and this is if they have to go outside, to make sure that they're bundled up properly, to make sure there's no really exposed skin and to avoid getting that frostbite.
What are you expecting to see over the next couple of days? I know so many school districts in our area have already canceled classes for Monday, just anticipating that it's not going to get much better.
Yeah, so we're going to be below freezing until Tuesday. So we're not going to see much improvement on the roads through this weekend and into Tuesday. Tuesday's when we'll start to really pump up into the 40s and we'll be a little bit warmer throughout the rest of the week. So not really any improvement until Tuesday is what we're looking at.
All right. Allison Prater with the National Weather Service. We really appreciate your time today. I know it's a very busy time for you right now, so thanks for checking in with us.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
All right, let's take a look in northern Colorado. The National Weather Service, they're forecasting up to 3 inches of snow for the plains, up to 4 inches of snow in the foothills, and up to a foot of snow in the mountains. So you can just see that snowfall there coming down. Of course, they're much more used to that kind of weather in Colorado than we are here in North Texas, but still quite a system that is moving through Colorado right now. I believe we can check in with Tisia Muzinga, one of our reporters who's been out in Collin County for us all morning. Tisia, I know you are on the road right now driving. Tell us where you are and what you're seeing.
In Allensville, I want to say, right, Ricardo? Or
Plano.
maybe in Plano now. And here's how road conditions look like right now. It's not too bad. I've seen way worse, but you can definitely see the slush out there on the roads. It's a Saturday morning too, by the way, so roads are obviously not as busy as you typically would see on a weekday, but for the most part, you can see the cars in front of me. They're taking it pretty slow, which is one like the semi. We're gonna, and that's, I'm not, this happened, and honestly, I would say, like, do not do that. Obviously, do not drive fast at all. Do not do what you just saw on my camera. But this is what we're seeing right now. People are for the most part, taking it pretty slow, except for that semi and some other cars. But we're not seeing anything too crazy right now. Just mostly that, people that we talked to when we were in Buc-ee's in Melissa, they did say that they did stay home, but then if they went to places like Buc-ee's, it's really just to get breakfast and stuff. But they also wanted to see how the road conditions are at that point. And I will tell you that a lot of people did mention that they did see the sand trucks out there, and we've seen them too on Highway 75, and that is just playing a huge impact on how the road conditions are right now. So it could be way worse, but so far this is how things are looking right now. And but obviously we're seeing the road conditions, but keep in mind too, it is very cold out there as well. So if you can, stay home, and if you have to be out there, obviously on the roadways, take your time. But another thing too is to bundle up, because it is cold and it's just going to keep getting colder, and we're not done with this storm yet. But this is how things are looking so far in the Plano area. We just drove from downtown earlier this morning all the way to Melissa, and it wasn't that bad this morning, but then as you kept going north, that's when things were getting a little slick out there. And then now that we're driving down 75 south, heading back to downtown Dallas, this is how road conditions are looking right now. So here again, another look at the road right now. Nothing too crazy. On the other side, I think you can see one of the sand trucks right there. So that's what we're seeing. A lot of them out and about, just making sure the people who have to travel on the roads are safe. But again, this is how things looking right now on this Saturday morning. Shannon, back to you.
Yeah, it's nice to see that the roads have been cleared where you are right now. But what were the side streets looking like when you exited to go to Buckley? I feel like that's normally where there's like.
Yeah, that's where it kind of gets pretty slick. I mean, I did see a couple of people mentioning that it was pretty tricky in those areas as well. And we did see some people throw out some salt and some brine and some sand out there too, just to make sure, you know, people have to be in that area that they're careful. But yeah, those areas I would say are pretty slick out there too. But for the most part, the major roadways, they are looking pretty good. And residential areas, though, I would say for people out there that be mindful, because I don't think that a lot of the sand trucks, I really don't think that they have gotten to those areas quite yet. So those areas that you just mentioned, residential areas, probably a little slick right now, but as for the most part, places like, or roadways like Highway 75, looking pretty good. But again, things will change in the next few hours. So again, if you can, just stay home if you have the option to do that. Shannon?
All right, you and Ricardo, stay safe out there, and hopefully get warm, get some lunch soon. Thanks for talking to us.
Of course.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, and we will continue with our coverage of this winter weather when we come back. A couple minutes. Welcome back. It is 11:52. We're continuing our coverage of this Arctic blast. Lots of people sending us their videos and pictures. This is in Melissa, the McCoy family, making the most of it, enjoying the weather, making some sleds out of pull toys. I guess you can really just kind of slip and slide around, whether it's snow or sleet or ice or a combination of the few. Glad they're having fun with it, and hopefully then get back inside and get warm. All right, let's turn to Tarrant County. Want to check in with Craig Trojacek with the Fort Worth Fire Department joining us now. First responders, of course, very busy today. Craig, we appreciate your time. Thanks for talking to us. I know you'd said that you guys would be working out of an emergency operations center. Is that where you are right now? Is that kind of the behind the scenes there of all those crews coming together kind of in one central command area to cover this storm?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, that's where we're at today. It's kind of the brains, I guess you could say, of the logistics of everything that's going on with the city, with all the different departments and everybody that's out there trying to make the city safe for everybody that's inside of it.
So how are things looking right now in Tarrant County? You said, when I talked to you during the commercial break, you said you were pleasantly surprised, actually, that people really were heeding the warnings to go slow.
Well, and I think the good thing is, it fell on a Saturday. People got out of school. Everybody's got stuff to eat and drink over the course of the winter storm. So I think it worked out to where with the weekend coming in that the streets are pretty clear. We don't have a lot of traffic going. There is some accumulation of stuff on the roads like everybody else has, but thankfully it's been very slow from an emergency standpoint.
I know there have been some incidents in Tarrant County and over in Fort Worth today. Any specific trouble spots that you want to warn people about?
No, I think that not necessarily specific spots, but just in general, we just want everybody to be aware that no matter where you're at, the roadways can be treacherous. just kind of slow down and just make sure you're taking your time. We recommend not having anybody on the streets whatsoever if you don't have to be. And that's kind of really helping with the overall objective of everything that's going on here.
A lot of people are staying home, staying warm today. I know you guys will typically see an uptick too in fires during a cold snap because so many people use their space heaters. Maybe they're turning their fire on. Any advice there for people?
Yeah, like we said, we really like with the space heater standpoint to make sure you keep a 3-foot perimeter around any kind of space heater. Make sure it's on a hard surface to where it's not set up on carpet to where that heat can turn into a fire and cause damage and possible loss of life in your home. But like I said, the biggest thing is awareness. We want to make sure folks have carbon monoxide detectors within their home. People go to extremes to make sure that they're keeping themselves and their families warm. And in times like these, we do unfortunately see some upticks with those types of calls on that. Generators are being used. We want to make sure that you're keeping those, we recommend 20 feet away from any kind of door windows so that carbon monoxide is not going back into the home. If you are experiencing type of symptoms that really kind of mirror the symptoms of the flu, headaches, dizziness, fatigue, shortness of breath, nausea. If you've got some of those fireplaces, and make sure that they're being ventilated correctly, and we're trying to keep that all to a standstill to where we're not having to deal with additional emergencies and medical emergencies that they're getting out on the roads to the hospitals.
Yeah, and what about the carbon monoxide detectors? I saw you guys posting on social media, kind of, again, sending out warnings about, not only just the space heaters and the fireplace, but looking out for any of those kind of symptoms too when you see this kind of weather.
Yeah, like I said, we're trying to do a really good job of just putting information out there. There's this type of year, especially here in Texas, it gets very overwhelming with all the information overloads. We're trying to put out very strategic things to share out on social media that's just kind of easy to digest. The carbon monoxide stuff is one of those that we can dive deeper into in some of our posts. But I think the majority or the main thing that we're trying to let everybody know is, make sure you check the batteries and those things. Make sure you've got those in every level of your home if you're in a 2-story home, and really kind of use them like smoke detectors. If you've got them, numerous ones that you can use, have them outside different sleeping areas of your home to make sure everybody stays safe. If those things do start beeping, something's going on. It may be just a battery needs to be changed out, but heed those warnings. And if you feel like you're having some of those symptoms, absolutely call 911 so we can come out there and make sure that you're not going to have any kind of major sicknesses from it. Carbon dioxide poisoning is known as a silent killer, and we're just trying to make sure that that's not happening here in Fort Worth.
I don't know if you've been out, driving too much on the roads, but I'm curious just what your crews have told you or what your teams have told you who are out and about responding to things, what they're experiencing with the road conditions right now in Fort Worth.
Yeah, so like I said, there are some travel impacts here. There's some accumulations on the streets. We have been running to a couple of different fires and stuff, other medical emergencies. We kind of practice what we tell everybody else. Make sure you slow down. You've got to get to where you're going. But those streets, like I said, we do have things in place if need to be. We've got tire chains and street socks and stuff for our ambulances and things as well. But yeah, everybody takes a deep breath and kind of just slows down to make sure that we stay in control. And it's really good to have a plan on where you're going. Some of those locations that you're used to in the areas that you live may have some low spots or some bridges and things like that. It may be better to take maybe a little bit longer approach and a longer route to where you need to go, so you kind of bypass some of those places that may be posing a higher risk.
All right. Craig Trojasak with Fort Worth Fire Department. Appreciate your time today. Thanks for what you guys do, and stay safe out there.
Yes, ma'am. We're glad to do it. Thank you.
All right, I want to bring in Chip Wagner once again. You just heard Craig talking about the road conditions out there. He said that, he was actually pleasantly surprised, he said, that so many drivers were listening to the warnings and going pretty slow from what they've seen over in Fort Worth.
Right. But even when you're doing that, there's always that possibility that you could end up spinning out and crashing, and that's actually what's happened in the last few minutes in one of our areas, and that's going to be as one moves over in the Mesquite area. So there is a shot of the newly built interchange of 635 LBJ, and it's specifically the northbound LBJ ramp to go to eastbound I-30 that is blocked off. So you see about a half dozen 18-wheelers that are on that incline.
Yeah.
But then you can also see from this shot how the fire department has gotten to the area and immediately blocked it off so that no one else is going to get up on this incline. So all we know at this point is that it's an incident involving several vehicles. And the thing that's really hard about this, and we saw it earlier this morning in the southern part of Dallas County on the eastbound and westbound I-20 ramps to go to southbound I-35E, when you have an incident happen, even when the incident clears, these 18-wheelers are sitting on an incline, and for them to gather traction is extremely difficult.
Right.
And so what they have to do is either A, get courtesy patrol to come up the wrong direction on the transition ramp, which is going to cause some closures on I-30, and then also then you have to take your time as far as patience is concerned to get the roadway retreated to allow those vehicles to get traction to get out of here. So this has the makings of being something that could be around for an extended period of time. So again, this is right by the town East Mall on northbound 635 LBJ as you approach that I-30 interchange. So that transition ramp is unavailable. And really, if I absolutely had to go out on roadways right now, I think one of the things that I would completely avoid at all costs are any of these overpasses. And I understand these 18-wheelers, they're going to wait because for them to get off early, let's say at Town Center, and then work your way over on the east side of the mall by side streets to get up to I-30 by going over to Northwest Drive, that's just not going to be palatable for them. But for somebody in a sedan, that would be something where I know it's out of your way and an inconvenience, but at least you're staying on ground level and can then avoid some of these.
Yeah, because like to your point, if something happens when you're on an overpass,
you're not going anywhere.
You're stuck.
You're a sitting duck.
Yeah.
Another vehicle comes up, hits you.
Right.
It could just be a really, really bad situation.
Yeah,
So.
and you've seen quite a few incidents as expected this morning.
Right,
too, so.
But I would reiterate, not as many as I would have thought.
Right.
So as you look at the map right now, the big triangle is that Mesquite crash on northbound LBJ, again, to go to eastbound I-30. That's the ramp that's blocked. One going on northbound LBJ up towards Garland, one can do so through that construction zones. The other two markers that you see are incidents along I-20, one of them on a huge overhead. As one moves over from 175 to CF Hahn Freeway in the west and eastbound direction, it's just a mile plus of what can become an ice sheet. And in that area, there is a crash at Doughty Ferry at the start of the Trinity River Bridge. So just be aware of that activity. It's on the right shoulder. I guess that's the positive there. Then the other marker is denoting an incident on eastbound I-20 and the ramp to go to southbound I-45. And in that case, the incident turned out to be right on the shoulder of the beginning of that transition. So the ramp is actually usable and is one of the lower ramps in that interchange. So it's not necessarily a big deal. You can see that over in Fort Worth, we don't have any incident markers on the maps, but obviously everything is running along really slowly. Up in Denton County right now, it's remarkable. We don't have any significant incidents on the roadways. Now, there are disabled vehicles, abandoned vehicles here and there, but in all those cases, they aren't vehicles that are sitting in the middle of the roadway to make it for a hazardous driving condition in that sense.
What worries you going into, overnight tonight into tomorrow morning when we know it's going to be really cold and icy on a lot of those spots?
Yeah, so the next round of moisture that we're going to get as we go into the nighttime hours, 5 to 6:30 and beyond, if it's all sleet, my biggest fear is going to be that sleet mixing with what's on the roadways becoming what is known as cobblestone ice. No question that if that becomes thick, and we've seen that happen from time to time, it can be unbelievably difficult not only for people traveling, but then when the crews come in to try to get that off, it almost becomes like cement on the roadways, hard packed on.
So it's hard even for those tech stop crews and big trucks to get in there.
We don't have
and take
those
care of it.
big time plows. Now you have seen some plows come through that are attached to the pickup trucks. They're smaller. They're not going to have as much bite as something like a big machine that you will see up north, where they're just literally plowing the roads.
Right.
And so from that perspective, that would be the one concern more than anything else, is how this next round comes in and how it impacts the road conditions.
All right. Well, we're taking some live pictures right now. There's a look in Denton. You see all of the snow there and then the white sky too.
Yeah.
So it's a winter wonderland there in Denton. This is a live look in Dallas right now where you can't see can't see anything
I think that's one of our tower cam shots in downtown Dallas, where you just it's just fused
we had
ice.
some earlier that they're
we're not
iced over.
Yeah, exactly. We're not going to send anybody up to do any maintenance on that right now.
To clean that off.
That's not happening.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. Chip, thank you for the update. I know you'll go check your cameras again and see if anything else is going on. We'll check with you a little bit later, but we'll continue our coverage of this Arctic blast here in just a few minutes. Welcome back as we continue our coverage of this winter weather. This Saturday morning, a lot of schools already canceling classes for Monday. The list continues to grow. We know Dallas ISD, Fort Worth, Allen, Denton, Keller, Northwest ISD, Birdville, Carroll, Grapevine, Colleyville have all called off classes for Monday, along with some other major ones like Fort Worth, Arlington, Mansfield, Duncanville also canceling school, TCU, UNT closing this weekend. Just stay with our website, fox4news.com. We expect that this list will just continue growing. Any closures or delays, cancellations, we are sharing on our website, so just make sure and check there. Because we're expecting Berkeley, it is going to be cold through Monday, so probably smart for people to go ahead and cancel.
Yes, and actually we did get an extension in our extreme cold warning from the National Weather Service. So now that actually runs through 9 a.m. Tuesday morning.
Oh, wow.
So we'll have to keep close tabs with the school districts to see what happens as we move toward Tuesday as well, because I mean, maybe a few of us get right at 32, maybe 33 by Monday afternoon. We do get sunshine, so that should help a little bit, but anything that does melt looks like it's going to refreeze again Tuesday night.
Okay.
So this could be something that is an ongoing problem as we head for the start of next week. Something obviously we're going to keep watching because precipitation comes to an end tomorrow midday. But the cold is then the real problem there. So we've got the winter storm warning through noon tomorrow, extreme cold warning through 9 a.m. Tuesday, and then the further to the east you go, ice storm warnings through 12 o'clock tomorrow. So all the warnings all across, lots of colors, and we've been talking about the fact that this is a multi-state event. It covers at least half the country right now because this Arctic air is just settling in. If we look at current temperatures, let me pull that up because it is cold obviously here. So let's look at local temperatures first. This is current readings now. We're at 12:10, still cooling through the day. So we actually hit our high of the day this morning, which for many of us was in the 20s. So
right.
Your high of the day, it's cold. And then the teens, I could see us dropping into the single digits here pretty quickly across our far north and western counties. Right now out of DFW, we're at 21, so we'll drop into the teens most likely overnight. Still seeing a few of us in the 30s, but now all of us at least at or below freezing now. So everybody's reached that point where if you had liquid precipitation falling, it is now changing over, which radar is relatively quiet in comparison to what we saw to start the day. So this is a look right now at our Doppler radar. The purple you see, that's a mix of sleet, some freezing rain even potentially, so liquid rain that falls and then sticks to anything that's sub-freezing, which means especially overpasses, bridges, potentially power lines, tree limbs, and then some snow trying to filter in, but I think that this even is a little bit of a generous look at potential for some flurries, but we expected a lull, and it's here now, which is good. We'll take a little bit of a break, but then it's going to ramp right back up as we head into the evening hours tonight, which I'll walk you through Futurecast. I always like to say this is not perfect. This is not exactly how it's going to play out, but it gives you a good idea of how we plan as this event unfolds. And again, the lull really through, I'd say the mid-afternoon, 3, 4 o'clock. Then once we get to about 5, that's when things start to filter back in. And because all the moisture is moving in from west to east, that's how the precipitation is going to play out. So again, across our western counties, we'll see that move in first. And then we get to about 7 o'clock, I expect it's going to be widespread across pretty much the entire area. And then temperatures just continue to fall from there. And it sticks with us overnight. Maybe we get some snow as we head for tomorrow morning. Maybe.
That was going to be my next question. I know that's what all the kiddos out there are hoping for. If they don't have school, they're going to want to play in the snow. But maybe not.
Yeah, it's just kind of the profiles, what we call it, the column of air all the way through we love to say the atmosphere is like an onion or like an ogre. It has layers. So the one at the surface is obviously very cold. That's the temperatures we see right now, teens, 20s. That's good enough for all types of winter precip. But what happens when you go aloft above our heads in the atmosphere, we've got what we call a warm nose. So that precip may fall as snow, it melts, and then it refreezes, which is when we get sleet. And if it stays liquid all the way to the ground, then we get freezing rain. But cold enough maybe through the entire atmosphere by tomorrow morning that we could see snow. Definitely a better chance than what we've got right now on hand. So I do think Red River's got a better chance for sure to see snow tomorrow. So, you know, Montague, Cook, Grayson County, maybe
The further north
the further north you go, the
you're
better
more
your
likely.
chances are. Here in the Metroplex, I do think we'll see some flurries. So yay for that, I
Yes,
guess.
yeah.
But mostly sleet is what I'm expecting.
Yeah, and what are we seeing now, you know, as you go further north, you know, I know we were showing again earlier, I mentioned Arkansas and then into
Right.
Missouri and some of those states, they're just
Yeah.
really blanketed right now
Yes,
as well.
let's look. We can look across the region now at radar here. Sorry, let me zoom out. There we go.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've got some pretty impressive snow bands now moving across parts of the Midwest, parts of the Southern Plains as well. Arkansas, like you mentioned, getting a decent amount of freezing rain and sleet. So ice definitely a problem. Northern Louisiana, same kind of story there. But yeah, the snow is expected to continue to move to the east. So the Northeast already bracing for some potentially very aggressive winter weather, which I know they're more used to seeing the winter weather than we are here, but this looks like it's going to be a pretty substantial snowstorm all up for, again, a half, 2/3 of the country as this moisture continues to pull from southwest to northeast. So once it clears out of our area, the system keeps going. It's just, we'll be in the clear, and then friends to the north and east starting to get the brunt of it.
Yeah, and even further north, we have some video we can show in Ontario, Canada, where of course it's
Yeah,
very
wow.
cold there. Charity Matheson posted on X saying, just my 5'2" mom disappearing behind a snow mountain.
Oh my
There's
gosh.
a
There's
woman back there
I see it. Top of her
shoveling
head. Yeah.
snow. Yep, there she is. At first I was like, wait, we're seeing a dog.
Yeah.
Nope, there's mom back there shoveling the snow. The dog's just, you know, keeping watch over
Yeah.
there, making sure everything's good there. So yeah, hard to even fathom that
Yeah,
mountain of snow
seriously.
there that they're seeing up there in Canada. So, all right, Berkeley Taylor, appreciate your
thank you.
updates here today as we continue to follow this. We've had crews all out across the Metroplex covering different areas of North Texas. Peyton Yeager was in Tarrant County for us all morning long. I believe we can check in with her now. Peyton, you've been on the
I'm
move
here.
this morning. You're in the car now. Where are you, and how are things looking?
Right, we've been in Tarrant County all morning, and we finally made it back to Dallas County. We are on 35E headed south. Downtown is about to be on our left-hand side. Talking about that comparison right now with you, Shannon, from Tarrant County to even Dallas County, that ice accumulation, that frozen precipitation, we've got some more over there in Tarrant County than here in Dallas, but don't let that fool you. Here's a live look at the road right now, 35E, because we are below freezing, so there is still ice on the road, even though you're not seeing that white layer of sleet like maybe we saw in Tarrant County, a little bit, more wet out here in Dallas County, but everything is below freezing, so you just never know what you are going to hit when you are driving through. There is Reunion Tower right in front of us, downtown Dallas. To the left of us, we are taking it slow here on 35E, and even talking to Fort Worth Police over in Tarrant County. I know you spoke with Fort Worth Fire. We asked them, what accidents are you working? And they said the majority had to do with people driving too fast, people speeding, and then going into the guardrail or jackknifing. So that is what we're seeing right now. This is a live look at 35E in Dallas. The roads here clear, but possibility of ice still below freezing. Shannon?
All right, Peyton, we appreciate your reporting today. I know you had a late night last night on the news and then up for good day this morning, still with us here today. So appreciate your coverage from Dallas to Tarrant County and
Thank you.
back. So stay safe and go warm up now. We appreciate you.
Thanks so much.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back to check in with the weather and with Chip on the road conditions here in just a couple of minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back as we continue our coverage of the Arctic blast here on Fox Local. We want to check in with Chip again. You said there have been some more problems on the roads.
Right. So when we take a look at the map now versus about 15, 20 minutes ago, we have quite a few concerns out on the roadway. You can see one new incident in Tarrant County over in the Arlington area, another crash on 75 Central. The other two markers that you see are exclamation points are actually, when I made the maps, areas where we've had closures. So when we take a look at the TxDOT cameras, we'll just kind of pick it up in a round-robin rotation. That's the problem that we were talking about for a while in Mesquite, where you have a wreck involving several 18-wheelers on northbound 635 LBJ on the ramp to go to eastbound I-30. The 18-wheelers you see there are basically going to sit until that incident is cleared out. Then they'll start to move through that area.
They're just waiting.
Yeah, they're just going to wait because they really can't
go anywhere.
Go on any side
There's no other
streets.
choice.
Right, exactly. The TxDOT shot you saw there briefly, and here it is back up again. This is in Arlington, so northbound on Highway 360 heading up from I-20 is about equidistant between I-20 and I-30 at Abram. Have a crash here. Two left lanes are blocked with the vehicle that spun out, and they're waiting for wreckers to arrive on that scene, so that's not fun. This is northbound 75 Central Expressway where I had that wreck marker, and it looks like that crash is cleared. But here's something I want to note. I have seen 3 crashes in this area in the last hour, right around where you have that pedestrian bridge. And I wonder if for some reason there's something just like an extraordinary situation where there's a really, really slick spot that's developed there. So that's definitely something to note.
Good warning for people.
Right. This is LBJ, and in the eastbound direction, moving from the Dallas North Tollway to the High-5 interchange, we've had a bad crash happen. You can see a sedan there with bad front-end damage. There are other vehicles involved. They had the highway shut down for about 5 or 6 minutes. It looks like they are now allowing the left lane to get through, so they've gotten through that first part of a response, which is they close the roadway, make sure everybody's okay, and while the paramedics are out there doing their thing as well as the fire department, for safety's sake, obviously, especially in these icy conditions, they shut everything down. Better be safe than sorry, right? And so that's what's been going on there. There's another look at, again, in this round-robin circuit that we have going of that LBJ issue, northbound ramp to go to eastbound 30 in the Mesquite area. Again, it's closed down. I feel like that's going to be, of all the incidents that we're looking at, the one that's going to linger for the longest, just because of the complexity of trying to clear a crash off of an interchange in a construction zone.
Yeah, because you were saying they'll have to send a crew up from the opposite end going the wrong direction.
More than
get
likely.
To the trouble spot.
Yep, more than likely, because it was just simply impassable. That's why you have the fire truck just sitting there and not going any further from that position. It's just not going to be something that they can magically get past all the other 18-wheelers.
Hours to
It
clear
could.
that, and then slowly let those other 18-wheelers start making their way up that interchange.
Yep, exactly right.
Because there's no other way around for them. They can't take the side streets.
Absolute
like
nightmare.
the
Right.
rest of us.
Exactly. So side streets, the better route to go, especially right now, obviously in that part of Mesquite.
What do you hear? I know we cover so many of these the highways and overpasses and those interchanges. What are you hearing about any of those, side streets and some of the neighborhood roads, residential roads? I mean, I'm thinking about that with them. I'm like, my Chris and Stella right now, they're just, staying home. They're not going anywhere. But yeah, I'm like, the neighborhood's probably not great. So don't even try to pull out of the house.
Yeah, and hunkering down, definitely the way to go if you do absolutely have to get out. If you can think about the roads that are around your area side street wise, and you know that there are going to be some spots where there are some slight, some significant inclines, declines, all that kind of stuff. Those are the ones where you could easily lose traction. We have seen in the Arlington area, for example, FM 157, as one moves down from the Euless area down towards and through Arlington down towards the area where you have steep declines and inclines, closures happen. So that is something that is occurring and occurring more frequently. So just be aware of those areas, because those are spots where you will likely start to see more and more detours away from those spots where it would be extremely easy to lose control and crash.
Yeah, we see some precipitation coming down right here on this drive camera here. Do we know where this crew is? This is
So this is up in Collin County?
Well, she
on the way back.
She was on her way back from Collin County when we checked in with her earlier.
She
Not
was
sure
up on
where she is right now, but we were just talking about the side streets, the residential roads. It looks like she's going by some homes and some apartment complexes there. I think going through West Dallas maybe. in that area. So, you know, you can tell obviously the precipitation is coming down. So, and that's going to make it slick and make it tough out there for any drivers. And I know we talked to TxDOT and they are treating the roads as best they can continuously, monitoring everything. And there's only so much they can do because a lot of times they won't respond to any of those side streets or residential areas unless called to do so. If the police or first responders say, hey, we need something over here at this intersection or a certain area.
Yeah, right. And generally that is going to be something where you have an incident where, let's say, a vehicle lost control and hit a power line.
Yeah.
Power line gets knocked down. That's going to be something that would create such a big problem that you would need more response and closure help.
They don't necessarily, you know, go out there proactively and check on those roads unless they need to. So
no, that is true.
All right, Chip, I appreciate your time. We'll check in just a bit. I know every time you go back to your
it's
spot
a new wave,
in the newsroom,
right?
there's something new to talk about. So we'll talk to you again soon. You know, our team behind the scenes has been hard at work getting information out there and sending out different crews to cover those different trouble spots, listening to scanners. And we've had a lot of incidents across the Metroplex. We want to check in with Megan Boyd, who typically works on our assignments desk, just for a look at what is going on. Megan, how are you doing this morning? Or this afternoon
Shannon.
now? Hey, I know you're nice and cozy at home today, but still working for us, so we appreciate you. What are you guys seeing?
I say yes, this is the Oak Cliff Bureau of the assignment desk for today. So much has been going on, like you've mentioned, like everyone's seen. Our crews are all over the Metroplex. We've got people out driving right now, but we've been in touch with local officials across the area. Some numbers for you. From the Dallas Fire Department alone, they have responded to about 33 vehicle accidents, 4 structure fires, and Shannon, 12 fall victims. So I think that maybe is something people are not thinking about, that, okay, I'm staying home, I'm not going out, but then they maybe just go onto their porch or step right outside their front door, and they are falling on that ice. It is very slippery out there, so something people should remember to be careful of.
Yeah, you take one step onto your front porch or out back to let the dog out, and there you go. I know that when we talk to first responders, they say that's something they see a lot, or in the ERs, and a lot of the doctors, nurses, they're working today because they're going to see a lot of those incidents.
Right. I want to try to share my screen quickly to look at some of the Encore outages.
We may not be able to see that on our end, but you can read that off for us.
I can just kind of talk through it for you. So
let's see, Adam, we've got it. Adam got it pulled up for us here, so we are seeing it.
Awesome.
Yes.
Yeah. So kind of breaks it down by county here with the different colors. You see Tarrant County is in red. That's where the most outages are. The next level is green, and then blue is the least amount of outages. So Tarrant County, as I click on it, 3,600 customers without power right now. But luckily, that's the only county in the immediate DFW area that's in the red. Looking at Dallas County, it says only 131 Encore customers without power right now. So obviously we know there are different providers across the area, but just for Encore, it looks like things aren't too bad. This Tarrant County outage, though, earlier, maybe an hour ago, it said the estimated restoration time was 9:30 tonight. Now it says under review. So they don't even have a time that they're giving people right now. I know there were also some outages. I'll stop sharing the screen now, but some outages in Burleson area from a different provider that have been going on since last night. We've gotten some statements from them and some different numbers, but people in the Burleson area have been dealing with an outage, more than looks like 10,000 customers. So something else that we're following there, Shannon?
Yeah, something we have to really keep an eye on, because, you know, throughout the morning we talked about just how so many people compare this storm to 2021 and what we might experience. And I think power outages were the big issue then with the grid. So a lot of people just hoping, you know, we won't see that again. So we got to keep an eye on that. I mean, anything else you would mention as far as just kind of what our reporters are working on today? I know, of course, we're going to have crews all day long, all night into tomorrow. I'll be in early tomorrow morning out reporting on wherever you guys send me. So it's kind of just one of those things where we're going to have people stationed all throughout the Metroplex covering different areas.
Yeah, exactly. And I will touch on quickly. I know we, like you said, are comparing a lot to 2021. And people may remember at that time, going into that storm, ERCOT was telling people to reserve power. Maybe don't wash your clothes this weekend. Take some of those steps to not put extra pressure on the grid. And they haven't even put out that kind of notice for people this time around. I checked the grid maybe 30 minutes ago, and it was fully in the green. Everything was looking good. Adam has it pulled up for us here. We can see that things are okay with ERCOT. And then let me just pull up our day file for you, Shannon, to give a little bit of a picture of where our crews are. We've got, everyone knows that Paige was in Denton throughout the morning, in Tesia and Collin County, but right about 1 o'clock is when everybody is going to transition. Peyton May is coming in. She's going to kind of look over the Tarrant County area. Stephen Dial coming in to take over Denton, and Dan Godwin will be in Dallas County for us. And then we also have several crews just driving around in our weather vehicles, continuing throughout the night. So people can expect coverage from us into the rest of today. And like you said, tomorrow as well. We're keeping a close tab on things.
Yeah, it's a Saturday, but it's a all hands on deck weather coverage day. So appreciate you, Megan. Stay safe, stay warm in there. I know you've got the baby at home today, so I hope you guys are able to stay warm inside.
Thanks, Shannon.
Talk to you later. All right, we're going to take a quick break here, and we will. All right, let's bring Cassie behind the scenes. You're one of our producers here, and of course, today is a unique day for you guys as producers because you're not necessarily going in and making a show rundown, a newscast like you normally would. It's kind of just go with the flow. We have a lot of guests coming in. You guys are planning for some other segments here today on our coverage.
Yeah, so it's a lot of on the fly. We're seeing which guests are available when, depending on what we need next. I've been reaching out to a lot of people who are stuck at home, seeing if they can Zoom in with us to show us, what they're up to, what they're seeing, and just trying to get people from all over to really see what's going on top of everything that we're learning with Berkeley and Chip on the road.
Right, yeah, because we can of course check in with our crews in-house and out in the field, but you guys also work with a lot of the public information officers, the spokespeople for different the different agencies across our area and say, hey, you know, what time are you guys available? And they might give us a window, and then, you know, that could change too. So you guys have to be pretty flexible. All of us have to be pretty flexible with these newscasts.
Yeah, we're constantly moving people around. And when we're reaching out to these people, we're like, hey, so here's the time, but it may change. We'll keep you updated on that. But it's really just trying to find a wide variety of people to talk to.
Yeah, Steve Noviello's been coming in and out of here getting his stuff set up, because here in a bit we're going to transition. I'll move off the desk, finish our coverage, and then he'll take over. And you guys have some more guests planned. Who else can people expect to see to hear from here?
Yeah, so we're going to have Tara Ward from 99.5 The Wolf. She's going to be zooming in from her home. We have a Fox 4 viewer zooming in. She just found out school's canceled Monday, and so
the live reaction.
We're going to talk to her about that and what she plans to do with the more free time.
Yeah.
We have some more radio guests coming on to see what they're seeing.
Yeah, because they all live in different parts of the Metroplex, and everyone can do Zoom now, so that's what makes it nice. And of course, a lot to talk about with Berkeley and Chip. Every time Chip goes back to his little area in the newsroom, he comes back and says, "Oh, there's more accidents, more to talk about." So we'll keep checking in with him. Thankfully, a lot of people staying off the road today. Although, you know, it's interesting when we talked to Megan Boyd, and she said, you know, some of the reports they're hearing are, you know, about a dozen people fall victims, like people who slipped and fell on the ice. So just another thing to think about. Even if you're not leaving your home, be careful just stepping outside on the front porch, especially if you didn't put down any.
Even on the walk over here, you know, it was just across the street, and a couple spots felt a little slippery, but it didn't even look like there was ice there yet. So
and as we've seen, that precipitation still coming down. Sort of just depends where you are as far as what you're seeing. But all right, Cassie, appreciate you giving us that behind the scenes look. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll check back in on our winter weather coverage in just a couple of minutes. Welcome back. Hey, at least some kids are out there having fun in the snow. Steve Noviello joining me now as we continue our winter weather coverage here on Fox Local. We've got this great video here. Nicole Nolan posted this today. Do we know where this is?
You know what? She didn't mention. She said it's her yard, her kids, and really a reminder for folks watching us from anywhere in the world here on Fox Local why Texas kids need a little bit more practice when it comes to the snowy weather.
We're doing our best, okay?
I mean, we've got our pool floats out. We can go. We can't quite stop. It's similar to how people drive in Texas.
Yeah.
We can go. It's the stopping that's the problem.
Yeah, which of course. We've seen some of that today. A lot of trouble spots on the roads. We'll bring in Chip in just a little bit. On your drive in today, you saw some beautiful shots of the snow. Looked like some flurries over in Dallas.
Yeah, so I headed to work at probably a little before 7 this morning, maybe somewhere in the 6:30 to 7 o'clock half hour, and stopped to get some stuff, coffee and whatever else. And noticed it was actually quite nice. I don't know if we have the video. This is in the Oaklawn area of Dallas. You can see it on my socials if you want to check it out. But big, white, fluffy snow coming down.
Yeah.
So I stopped to shoot some video. That didn't last too long.
Right.
It was pretty quick. In fact, I ran into the Kroger there on Cedar Springs, got some coffees, and came back out. And by the time I was out, it was already starting.
Yeah.
To turn. It was very deceptive this morning. I went outside. It was of course very wet, not too slick. I saw snow coating on my car. And thought, okay, we're still good. And then I went to go open the door, and it was frozen shut.
Yeah. Well, and of course, when I stepped out this morning, it was just wet, and then we knew the temperature continued dropping. We're going to bring in Berkeley Taylor as well with us here at the desk. I mean, because we've seen how even though it started out just wet, with the temperature dropping so quickly, it's going to get slick, it's going to get icy, and it's not getting any better. It's just hovering around those freezing or well below freezing temperatures.
Yeah. Now, pretty much everybody across North Texas, the entire region, sitting at 32 or below, and most of us are significantly below. In the teens for a lot of us. Now we're at 21 at a DFW, and the temperatures, like you said, they tumbled really quickly over the past 12 hours. We were just above freezing after midnight. Well, once we hit between 4:30 and 6:30, we dropped 10 degrees. So 2 hours, and you see that kind of drop. That's pretty significant. It just tells you the kind of strength of this front and the Arctic air that's settled in. We've been sitting in the low 20s now for the past 4 hours or so. Once we get the sun to set tonight, obviously temperatures are going to fall even more steeply from there. So even when we don't have active precipitation, anything that is left that's liquid, because we still see some puddles from yesterday's rainfall, that's going to freeze over pretty quickly, and then just make matters worse. On the sidewalk, on the street, more rural areas, especially untreated roads, that's going to become a problem pretty quickly.
I know there were some kids who may have woken up this morning, peeked outside, and probably got a little excited. We've got that video that I want to show you. I mean, it really did look like it was just going to be a nice, light, snowy day today, but that was pretty short-lived.
It was pretty short-lived. If you saw those nice, pretty flurries, like the video you shot, you were one of the lucky ones, because a lot of us just saw the sleet pellets. I think Paige earlier this morning was saying it was pelleting. Yeah, accurate. That was a pretty
That's
accurate.
actually the correct term,
I mean,
because
sure.
the National Weather Service.
It is now.
It is
yeah,
now.
The National Weather Service described it that way too.
Yeah.
They said, it turns into pellets.
It is
Like, you
pellets.
can't make a snowman with that.
Yeah, they don't stick together. And a lot of time we call it cobblestone ice, where you still very much slide over that. It's not nice and fluffy. You also don't have any traction, whereas when you walk in snow, you've got a little bit more grip. This is just, you just slide on it.
I will say there's a huge difference. So I was also elected to go get breakfast this morning once I got in. I took orders and went across the street. And I'll say,
I didn't ask you to pick up everything. You came over and offered.
I did. I felt everyone was probably, it was a choice between the Mountain Dew and the vending machine.
We appreciate you. We appreciate you.
But I will say, even in doing that, I mean, we're here in downtown Dallas. There's no grass. It's all concrete. But the difference between the surface parking lots, which were untreated, and then the space like around the National Building, for example, which you could see the salt on the ground, was night and day. I mean, we always talk about, salt the roads, salt your sidewalk. They're out there with the brine and the trucks and stuff.
Right. Really it does. It for sure does. Because if you have those untreated roadways, especially ones that are covered, you walk on a sidewalk that's over an awning, yet chills even faster, then you get just a mess way quicker. And when we talk about overpasses, bridges, the reason that those are so important to be treated and probably treated a little bit more heavily than normal roadways is because you get cooling from top and bottom. That's why those freeze first. You get the cold air running over the road and underneath it versus a road that's sitting on the ground, it's a little bit warmer. With our soil temperatures, they cool way slower than our air temperature. So that's why bridges, overpasses, we always focus on those. But like you said, if it's not treated, it is going to be way worse, way quicker.
Are we past any of the benefit that some of those warmer temperatures we had earlier in the week may have done to the ground temperature? I mean, at this point, is it just so cold?
Yeah.
That, hey, it's just going to freeze.
Right, it's just going to freeze from here. So anything that is falling, and most of this is not falling as liquid now. It is pretty much all sleet that we're seeing, but any rain that's falling will be freezing rain, meaning it could fall as liquid, it will freeze on contact because pretty much all of our surface is now dropping below 32. So we're kind of at that point where we're just going to get colder from here.
Yeah, and as we are looking ahead into, the weekdays, I know we've already talked about so many of the school closures in our area. Dallas announced just a couple hours ago that they are canceling, which then you'll see every other district pretty much cancel after that. Fort Worth already canceled school for Monday as well. And you're saying, yeah, probably a smart move.
Probably, yeah, because, I mean, although I think the precip will let up by tomorrow midday, everything that's accumulating, which we expect pretty significant accumulations, it's going to still be there because we'll be below 32 all day for most of us on Monday. And then if you do manage to crack into the mid 30s on Monday afternoon, you get a little sunshine, whatever melts, I expect to refreeze overnight too. So we'll be watching into Tuesday morning as well because it's back to the teens by sunrise Tuesday.
Yeah, the National Weather Service extended their extreme cold warning to what, 9
a.m. Tuesday morning now. Yeah. So previously it was set to expire Monday morning. Now they've extended another 24
which
hours.
Unfortunately for parents means, I know you're thinking, okay, maybe just Monday off, but if we get a hard refreeze overnight into Tuesday, you could see at least a delayed start to the day on Tuesday morning.
Absolutely.
Yeah, probably highly likely.
Yeah. And by the afternoon on Tuesday, that's when we really climb out of the freezer and the sunshine takes us to the 40s. So once we get to Tuesday afternoon, things are looking better. Until then, though, I'd say we are just going to keep seeing messy roadways. Hopefully we can limit the power outages, but that's something that honestly I am watching closely because precip is going to pick up tonight, overnight into tomorrow morning. So weighing down potentially power lines, tree limbs, everything that comes with the winter weather here in Texas. So
well, thankfully the grid holding up well so far, but the roads are definitely an issue. I know that TxDOT pre-treated so many of those roads well in advance, days in advance with that brine solution, but there's only so much they can do. We talked to them earlier here on Fox Local and did a live interview where they were saying, they're just continuously monitoring and trying to treat these roads, and they will continue to do so as things refreeze. Chip Wagner had been monitoring quite a few trouble spots today. We're going to bring him in here in just a few minutes for even more trouble spots that he's probably seeing. Every time he goes back to the newsroom, he's
hard at work.
He's something else.
Working feverishly.
Berkeley, thank you so much.
Thanks,
we appreciate you. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back to check in with Chip in just a couple of minutes. Welcome back. We have some viewer photos we want to show you. This one here in Decatur. So yeah, some people did see quite a bit of snow, got some nice photos around their house. I mean, just most people though, they don't want to leave the doorway. You know, they don't want to go too far out into
I don't
the
blame
yard.
them.
You know what? Let's just snap a pic from here and then go back inside and stay warm. But,
I know, looking at this picture of the pool outside, is this, you have moved since 2021. Is this your first big storm with the pool?
Yeah, and one of my first calls to my husband, I'm like, what do we do? What do we do with the pool? He,
Yeah.
you know, he's turned it on,
Kind of
got
let
it
it run, leave
running.
it alone.
Yes,
The big problem we had in 2021 is that because the power failed, all the pumps turned off, and then we really saw a lot of people had a lot of problems with their outdoor, pools and everything else. I know it's a big concern for a lot of folks, but really heed the advice today, right? Your best spot is in the doorway, if not inside, and on the other side of a window, because Chip Wagner, it is rough out there.
It certainly is, and it is not getting any better as far as the conditions are concerned. As Berkeley was just talking with us, it's only going to go down from here as far as the conditions are concerned. So when you take a look at the incidents that are out and about on the map, there are some things that are actually changing for the better, and there is one new marker that you see there. In general, really impressed that Fort Worth is trouble-free at the moment. We've seen some good things happen in the Arlington area site there in the middle of the screen on northbound 360 as one moves up past Abrams, so equidistant between I-20 and I-30. That earlier incident has actually cleared. So when we go through the rotation of the cameras, that'll be one of the shots you see. In fact, that's what we're going to start with, it looks like. So you can see that camera's been repositioned, but look at the road conditions. Yeah. These are roads that have already been treated, but are definitely, with this new layer of sleet that's come through, it's hard to make out any lanes other than about 2 of them now, and there's normally about 3 through there. Oh, disappointed about this shot.
It's kind of a bit of a double-edged sword, Chip, because you want people to stay off the roads, but by not being on the roads, there's no heat on the roads, there's no friction, there's nothing to melt
there's
and
nothing to
move
break it up.
Right,
Either,
and so it
just kind of sits there.
refreezes. Yes, and it's sleet. So we're talking about it being in a pebble type form, and so when all of that congeals and then gets thawed and recongeals, it causes big trouble as far as potentially what we call cobblestone ice. That shot that I was trying to show you on I-45 at Overton, that shot actually, the ice just glazed over it. There's actually a vehicle on northbound I-45 where the driver lost control on the incline. It's stuck. He can't get it off the roadway. And I literally watched him slowly but surely trudge away and abandoned the vehicle there on the right side. So it's a travel hazard.
Wow. Well, kind of a similar situation here, right?
Yeah.
Where the 18-wheeler got stuck on a incline on the overpass.
And we've actually seen a change in that area. They were able to, as we had discussed, get wreckers to go up the wrong way on the transition ramp, get into a position where they could clear that incident to some degree. But because they had closed that ramp down and they knew they had icy conditions, they're taking advantage of this opportunity to now send a crew into that area to retreat that roadway and get it to where it could potentially be passable once again. How long that will last before it ends up getting hard and frozen again is anyone's guess, but at least they are trying to do those kind of things. Yeah. They repositioned this I-45 Overton camera. You can kind of make out that. Well, that's kind of weird.
They're trying. They're trying to get a shot there, but yeah.
Well, it's an interesting perspective as well, because I think, listen, everybody tunes into Good Day every morning to watch traffic reports. And I know for me, when I'm watching, I see the yellow and I think, oh, that must mean there's a lot of people on the road because it's slow. It's really not about density. It's about speed. Because looking at these maps, one might tune in and say, well, gosh, it's yellow. Everyone's out on the roads. But that's not what that means.
Right. That means that the road conditions can only handle speeds up to about, in our case, the yellow category is, in the way that I have it programmed, is around 30 miles an hour. And you see that it's orange, that's going to be 20 to 30 miles an hour. Red's going to be under 20 miles an hour. When I look at that map, though, and then I look at the TechStock cameras in conjunction with that, I don't feel like I would feel safe at this point going much over that 30 number. There's no question about it. And I would actually feel more comfortable around that 20 to 25 number. Right now, I would say if you do absolutely have to get out, driving like we've seen people do with plenty of space between you and the vehicles around you, definitely one thing you need to keep in mind. It's the other person that's driving aggressively that thinks they have somehow this magic elixir that makes them immune to crashing, that are the ones that are the most dangerous, because they'll be going 45, 50 miles an hour and they end up wrecking and they cause real havoc.
And what do we know about these TxDOT crews that are going out? Because, we talked about they pre-treated the roads. They're continuously monitoring the conditions out there. What do they do now? They've already put the brine down. Now they're seeing these issues as the precipitation's coming down.
Right. So now they changed to a different granular type of defense. So instead of trying to put something liquid on the roadway that will then get to that base layer, if you will, to help break it up, now that we've gotten past that point, temperatures are way below freezing, it's more granule. So think about you go to the hardware store and you get some rock salt or something along those lines. That's the type of material they're now going to put out that will be that snow melt that will end up hopefully melting the roadway and keeping it clear. How long it lasts, that's the thing that's the trick, right? And you just have to constantly keep treating and retreating those roadways. And that's why we're really concerned about this next round of woes. I think it's going to be an overall positive if it's not freezing rain. Yeah. Freezing rain takes us into another category where you're going to see it collect immediately on power lines. Trees. Yep. And that extra weight's going to create havoc for Encore crews because they're going to be out having to take care of down power lines here, there, and the like.
We should also mention for folks, if your vehicle, which weighs however much it weighs, isn't heavy enough to create some sort of traction on a slippery road, your body isn't either. I mean, we're getting reports this morning of people walking around outside, slipping, falling, breaking bones.
Yeah.
Really, you don't have, I don't care what kind of shoes you have on.
Yeah.
I mean, you really should not go out at all, even for
a
walk if you don't need to.
Yeah, couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah, and when we talked to TxDOT earlier, they were saying another piece of advice they had for drivers was just, if you see one of those trucks out, one of the plows or the snow trucks or the sand trucks, give them multiple car lengths of distance between your car and theirs, because a lot of people think like, ooh, follow that, sand truck will be safe behind them as they're treating the roads, but you have to give them a lot of space. They have had some incidents of people, hitting one of their trucks or kind of getting in the way.
Yeah.
Well, and again, back up a little bit. On the plus side, you get to drive on a freshly treated road, right?
Exactly.
You're kind of the first customer.
If I had again, to me, it's not about how fast can you get from point A to point B. It's how can I get there safely. And if I saw one of those trucks, I'm like going gold, right? Just hang out behind them. Give them a wide berth, and just let them do their thing and just stay in their tracks.
Well, and frankly, because at this point they're trying to add traction to the road, you really don't want to be too close because whatever it is they're putting down is going to pop up on your car and pit your paint and everything else. So give it a second.
But utilizing what they're putting down.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
That'd be great. Just real quick, it looks like there's a new incident on westbound 20 in Arlington around Kelly Elliott, so it'll be around the Southeast Connector project, so just wanted to throw that out. And then something else just posted in the transition from Rowlett, Rockwall on westbound I-30 going across the Lake Ray Hubbard Bridge to the George Bush Turnpike. So just wanted to throw that out there. I do not have a camera that I could just bring up magically for us to look at here. But just want you to be aware that was just called out and emergency crews are heading that way.
I know that we always talk about bridges, overpasses, that kind of thing. Looking kind of ahead to the next 24 hours, what's your biggest concern?
The biggest concern for the roads, because again, I was mentioning just a minute ago, I think freezing rain would be the worst for our community. But that means the alternative is going to be the next round is going to be sleet. Sleet, great, because it isn't going to end up collecting on those trees and power lines, but what it will do on the roadway is that as this road, for example, that we're looking at right here in one of our drive cams, they'll get to a section where the roadway is kind of melted down, okay, and that's fine, but then all of a sudden you get more sleet put into it. That granular precipitation mixing with the ice will then, or the wet weather will then create these little pockets of what we call cobblestone ice is what it will ultimately become. So that is what I would say of all the things that we would be the most concerned about out on the roadways. How much precipitation will we get in this next round that Berkeley's been following? And then will this turn into a cobblestone ice situation in some of those busier overpasses where water can collect, low-lying areas, prime candidate, construction zones, and there are a ton of them around. Any area where you would have the potential for precipitation to fall, it leaks out of the construction zone, becomes more liquid and then you add the sleet, is going to have thicker layers of that cobblestone ice.
Right.
All right, Chip, thanks for the update. We're
Yep.
going to continue checking in with you and Berkeley, and I'm going to pass the baton over to
Are you
Steve
leaving?
Yellow. I'm out of here. You're going to be handling coverage for the next several hours.
All right, well, I appreciate
here
you.
on,
It's
on Fox Local.
time for you to get some rest. Well done.
All right,
Yes.
Well
appreciate
done.
you. Okay, we're going to take a quick
All right,
break,
we're back
and
in a
then
moment.
Steve's back.
All right, it is the top of the hour. You are watching extended live coverage of the massive winter storm passing through North Texas here on Fox Local, and of course at fox4news.com. We've got a bunch of different guests to bring to you today. We want to welcome you back to our coverage with a reminder to please stay safe, stay off the roads because it is getting worse out there. We're experiencing a bit of a lull right now in terms of precipitation, but that does not mean that this weather event is over by any stretch of the imagination. Nobody knows that better than the folks up in Denton. We're joined by Denton County Judge Andy Eads. We appreciate you taking time out. I know it's a busy day for you. First up, how are things going out there? How are the conditions?
Well, it is a busy day, and I want to thank Fox 4 for being a great communications partner with us and helping to get out the information to our public that's so important. I would tell you this is something that we've been preparing for years with our Denton County Emergency Management. We coordinate with our federal partners, our state partners, our municipal partners, our schools and nonprofits, and we've been having a series of calls this week to communicate the importance of preparedness for individuals and entities to all be prepared.
What's that process look like? I mean, we hear on the news, we're constantly telling people they're brining the roads, they're, they're cutting back trees and, limbs and stuff from power lines in anticipation of any ice, that we might get here. I mean, it's really a laundry list of you folks that I'm assuming starts with safety first.
Oh, absolutely. Well, administratively, we have these coordination calls throughout the incident with all of our partners, as I identified earlier. But we do training throughout the year to make sure that we're prepared not only for cold weather winter, weather, but for the wonderful storms that we seem to get in the springtime with water and floods and tornadoes and all kinds of things. But for this incident, we've done a lot of preparedness. Obviously, our dispatch at the sheriff's office has been prepared 24/7, answering those calls. Our Denton County Road and Bridge Department has been out treating the roads, and they've been working in shifts continuously throughout this incident, and will till it's over, responding to those calls for service. And the good news is we've had very few calls for as addressing accidents. I'm very pleased that the public has been staying home on this incident. I think we all learned a lot 5 years ago, and I think that made Texans more prepared as we've done a call to be prepared. I think Texans, because what we learned at Storm Uri was it takes individual responsibility, but also a government that's prepared. And we also work with our utility providers. We have multiple utility providers, and they are on our calls. We have direct contact with them, and we have about 450 residents without power. Right now, it's in a limited small area of the county on the east side of the county, and Encore is on site right now to address that. We think that'll be up and back in service by 8 p.m. tonight. So, I mean, it's really a good news to report here in Denton County.
You had mentioned the storm 5 years ago. Of course, it's something that's still really fresh on the mind of a lot of people here in North Texas,
Yeah.
especially as we now experience another storm. Have you had a chance to go outside today? How are conditions as compared to how they were then?
Well, it's cold like it was last time, and obviously a lot of precipitation on the ground. But we're not dealing with the power outage. I mean, and I think dealing with the power outage was something that was just really kind of unprecedented in Texas history. And so your local leaders were working to address statewide concerns that were brought down on the local level. And so your locals are having to work with utility providers and make sure that the rotations were addressing the local entities that were impacted. And back then we had a lot of group homes that were not on the registry list. And so their power was cut off. And so we had to scramble to help make sure that they were getting the life-saving electricity for their residents. And so there's a lot of lessons learned by those local providers and the nursing homes and the other utilities. And I think the state did a good job in responding to that with the STEER registry, which you can find on dentoncounty.gov, and other local jurisdictions. They have that to remind people that they can register for that registry down in Austin. So make sure that if they have a medical necessity as it relates to utilities, they can be addressed.
I want to kind of walk people through what's going on the screen here. We've got a bunch of different elements along with you in your interview. The video that you're looking at is video of our crews driving through Denton County. I mean, you can really see that the story there is the very same as everywhere else, right? Road conditions are tough. Luckily, what we're seeing is that there are just not very many people out on the roads. We're very fortunate in the respect that this is a weekend event. So those folks who may have felt compelled to try and get to their Monday through Friday job aren't necessarily doing that. They're kind of hunkered down at home with their families and trying to let this really pass. You mentioned utilities. I do want to talk about that for a quick moment.
Sure.
We've got a lot of viewers who I know are thinking to themselves, this is going to cost me, right? It's very cold. I need to crank the heat up, but I'm worried about that bill. For you folks in Denton, how do people best navigate that kind of thing? I mean, on the one hand, you say, you know what, use what you need to, and we'll deal with the paying for it part later.
Yeah, we're really not dealing with utility outages, which is important. And I really thought that with the projected freezing rain that they talked about, now we've had lots of sleet and snow en route. And it's important to remember that we're not out of this incident. Here it is 1 o'clock on Saturday afternoon, but we have more heading our way later today. And with the temperatures not expected to rise above freezing until Tuesday, this is going to be obviously a Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday impact. But as far as utilities, we're hoping that the utility grid will continue to function as it's been planned, and ERCOT is functioning as it's planned, and the local, again, I said we already have a few outages on the east side of the county, and the good news is Encore is on site and looks to have that remedied by 8 o'clock tonight. So I think everybody just needs to utilize their take care and caution on how they're utilizing the electric grid, but obviously stay warm.
Yeah, for sure. We're really fortunate to have a wonderful viewership base in Denton County. We've got a lot of folks out there that are tuning in, a lot of folks that are listening to you right now. If there's one message that you want to make sure that the residents up there are hearing, what would that be?
I think it's to continue to stay home. Continue to stay home. I think that's the most important message that I could publicly communicate. My brother-in-law is a fire captain, and my sister-in-law called us this morning and said, everybody needs to keep the first responders board, stay home. And and I think that's a pretty good. I think it's a pretty good line. And again, we're not having the difficulties with our transportation system because the public is responding, your public sector is responding. A few years ago, we had a massive wreck up on the northern part of the county on 35 up in Sanger, and it backed all the way up to Waco. We had people calling us from Waco, because of the traffic congestion. We were having to mobilize crews to get trucks out of the road and into the ditch so that we could get the freeway open. We're really not experiencing that this time. And so, but by people staying home, it's reducing the opportunity for collisions and accidents. And I'm pleased to report we've had no fatalities. And so things are working well. Our schools are across the county have declared they're going to be closing for Monday. The county will be making an announcement to that effect, what we're going to do in the next hour or so. So everybody stay tuned. So we're still in that decision-making process. So I will say that, the county runs the elections for the city of Frisco and for the city of Plano. And so those elections for a special called election for their city council was going to happen today, and their election day is actually next Tuesday, but those elections were canceled for today, not only in Denton County, but Collin County. And so we are going to, so that was an impact. And so anyway, the Denton County staff is working overtime, and we're working to make Denton County the best place to live, work, and play, although we have some bad weather right now.
I hear you. All right, Denton County Judge Andy Eads, we appreciate you. Stay tuned and stay warm. If we need to get back on the air with you, you let us know if there's anything you need to communicate. We appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Fox 4. You do a great job.
You got it. You got it. All right. Some wise advice from the Denton County Judge. Keep the first responders bored, but we are keeping the meteorologists very busy.
Yes.
I mean, what a way to start your first month of tenure here with us.
I know. 3 weeks in.
It's not always this busy, I promise.
Right.
But I guess, for you guys, this is what you love, right?
It is. It's been, you have to balance the, love of science and the cool weather versus the safety of your viewers and the people that you are forecasting for. But getting to talk about winter weather is not something I have gotten to do a lot in my illustrious career so far. So I am happy to be able to cover this and hopefully try to help people stay safe in this weather, just to kind of get them, again, the first alert to what is going on as it unfolds.
What are the big variables right now? So I know a lot of folks are, we saw the storm when it was in the early days of the forecast. This was all supposed to start 24 hours ago. Now it got pushed. Now we're seeing some of those extreme cold weather alerts and warnings being pushed out even farther into Tuesday. People are kind of already, you can hear the subtext of, oh gosh, are the kids going to be home Tuesday as well? But we've got quite a bit of weather to get through before we even get there. So where are we?
So basically, like you said, the variables are the fact that how long do we stay this cold, which I do think goes into Tuesday morning, where we will see sub-freezing temperatures. And it's just a matter of what we accumulate between now and then as to see how bad the roads are going to be and how bad the power outages will be as we go through this next 24 hours or so. I think that's going to be very telling. Right now, as we expected, the afternoon's a little bit lighter in terms of the coverage of sleet, freezing rain, and we've even got some more snow building in across our western counties. This is radar right now, 115, and you can see that we've got a little bit more coverage now starting to back build. The moisture source of this whole system is from the West Coast. Actually, it's a low pressure system that's kind of funneled in a lot of moisture. Now it's clashed with that Arctic cold air, and that's what's brought us all kinds of winter precipitation. And we expect mostly sleet to be falling over the next 12 hours or so. And the worst of it, the heaviest of precipitation, is expected to move in tonight. So if we look at Futurecast here, I just want to walk you through kind of hour by hour what we're watching. Again, still seeing a lull for the next couple of hours. It will start to build in from west to east as that moisture continues to pull in, and temperatures cool significantly overnight. So more widespread coverage is expected by 7, 8 o'clock tonight. So once we get the sun to set, it's kind of fair game for everyone to see sleet, maybe a few flurries. As we head for the morning, that's when temperatures will bottom out. So we'll see teens, maybe even single digits, wind chills as cold as -5. So you do not want to be out tomorrow morning because it is going to be frigid, to say the least. That's our best chance to find snow, though. So I know a lot of kids waiting to see the flurries fly. Tomorrow morning is our best chance. Even then, you can see it looks pretty spotty in terms of coverage.
Are we talking about, I was going to say, yes, it might be snowing, but accumulation?
We could see I mean, anything that falls will stick around because of how cold it is. So I think I'll show you our accumulation estimates that we have so far, what we've collected, which these certainly need to be updated. This is as of noon, so we've seen more fall. Along the Red River, you've gotten a good chunk, but this is a mix of sleet and snow. So, 3.5 inches of mixed with pellets, snowflakes, 3.5 out of Whitesboro, 2.25 out of Denison, 1 inch out of Bonham. So again, Red River counties, you've definitely gotten the bulk of it. Mansfield, this is a report from my father, so this is not an official report from Mansfield, but it's 1/4 inch according to his ruler in our backyard. DFW Airport National Weather Service sent their total out as of noon. That's 1/2 inch. So we've already seen some significant accumulations, and I expect that we will see anywhere from 4 to 6 inches along the Red River, and then it will taper off from there. In the Metroplex, I would say anywhere from 1 to 3. And then further to the south, freezing rain is a bigger concern to the south and east, but we could still see 1 to 2 inches.
So I know when people hop on the WAP and they're looking at the conditions for the day, and it'll say 90% chance of freezing rain all day.
Right.
But then you go out and experience it. There's a lot of stopping and starting with this storm. And I was out this morning, probably 9-ish maybe, walking around downtown, and it was cold, but there was nothing falling from the sky.
Right.
As folks kind of live through the next 48 hours, are we going to have that experience where you're thinking, oh, it must be over because it stopped?
Right.
Should we expect that there's going to be a restart?
Yes. So we will. The biggest gap in coverage of precipitation is right now.
Okay.
So for the next 4 or 5 hours, it's stop and go, stop and go. So it's not all day for everyone, but once we hit about 7, 8 o'clock, it will be pretty consistent for 10-ish hours until we get to tomorrow morning. Then it lets up again. So if you're thinking, oh, I'm out of the woods now, we've seen this stop. Unfortunately, no.
Yeah.
We've got more to come, and the heaviest of it that we've seen from start to finish of this whole event will be tonight.
Yeah, all the people, all the parents that are saying, but it's not even raining. Why are they canceling school?
Right.
This is intermission.
Yes,
so to
this
speak.
is intermission.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
And we don't know how many quarters there's going to be. So there may be a couple
this might be going to overtime.
Might be a couple more intermissions as well.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. You grew up in Mansfield?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have pets, dogs?
Yes, I had.
All right. We have some dog video. I have to say, our viewers love their pets and they love sharing them with us. This is from Leslie McVeigh Ferris. Look at that great day.
Oh my gosh, she's been waiting for this.
He is so excited to be running around. I don't know with the animals, is it that they're so excited or so confused?
It could be both. I think for sure some breeds probably favor the cold temperatures, obviously, but maybe it's just confusion, especially Texas dogs.
He's not the only great. Is the other dog video the Great Dane as well, or is that late? Okay. Oh no, here he is.
He's got little shoes.
This is a Great Dane mix.
Okay.
Denise Webb. I'm gonna butcher your last name, Denise. So I'm not even gonna try it here. First of all, the shoes.
The shoes are everything.
The shoes are great.
Which, good choice, because if it's cold for you, it's cold for them.
Exactly.
And he's sliding a little bit. You can see that. That's why schools are getting closed, because
she
it's
did
slippery.
mention, she said, I promise he has fresh water inside.
Oh, yeah.
But he's been licking our patio.
Yeah.
All morning. So,
That's too cute. Yeah, get a little drink, I guess, if you can, from the ice that's fallen.
Yeah. We do want to run people. We want to see what's outside your window. If you can capture it safely, please join us. You'll see a post on my Facebook page inviting you to share your viewer video and your pictures and whatnot. You can scan the QR code on your screen as well. Understand that if you do send them to us, we will be using them on the air on our digital platforms. I'd say goodbye, but I'm going to see you
I'll be
again
back.
in just a couple of
yes,
minutes.
I'll be back, in and out.
Go get something to drink and maybe a bite. Okay, I want to go over to my friend Paige Ellenberger, who has been out in this storm since the overnight hours, driving around, looking at road conditions. What's up, Fred? Oh, hey, Paige, I don't know if you can hear me, but for some reason we don't have your microphone. Go ahead and click. Okay, she's giving me the 1 second. There it
Hear me?
is.
Hello?
I mean, this is just
Okay,
like this
user
is just
error.
like working with you in person.
Listen, we just left the Cracker Barrel. We just had chicken fried chicken, so we're lagging a little bit
You're
right
ready to
now.
go.
I can't lie.
Good.
No, we were ready to go. We just got off of the interstate. We were tracking conditions all morning long along I-35, as you can imagine. Yeah, they're not great. We actually pulled over. We ended up talking to a tech stop crew, and they were like, yeah, it's just bad. We haven't seen any incidents right now, but again, the advice from them, we've been hearing it all morning long. We sound like a broken record, but that's all right on days like today. Just stay home if you can. I'm going to switch it over for you because now we're on residential streets. We're looking for any downed tree limbs, any downed power lines. We did see one limb that was leaning quite heavily on a power line. Not sure if that was a pre-existing issue or if that's something that the ice has caused, but that's surely an issue that you're going to want to look out for as the day rolls on, and especially into tomorrow. The city is actually treating downtown Denton right now. I know, Steve, you had the Denton County judge on who said not a lot of people are out, and that is definitely the case here. Cracker Barrel was open, but as far as any other restaurants or businesses, yeah, you're not really going to find any luck there. A lot of places are closed, keeping employees safe. But Steve, I will say that Cracker Barrel, the fire was roaring, and there was a lot of people in there. Everyone was bundled up.
Do they still have the
There was
peg
definitely
game
a
on the table? Do they still have that little game with the pegs on the table?
course
Who won?
they
I
have
know
the
you
peg
played.
game.
I know you played. Did you beat
Of course I
Noonie?
played. Are you serious? I may know the trick to the peg game, but
Listen,
I'm not willing to share my
okay.
secret.
Okay. All right. I do want to say on a
But
serious
you know
note
they have
here-
the checkered board next to the fireplace.
Oh, okay. All right. How long were you there? Okay. I do want to say on a serious note here, I know we've got a lot of folks that are tuning in as this really is the best place for coverage of this winter storm and the most up-to-date information. And you may be sitting at home thinking, guys, it's not raining. Yes, it's cold. Nobody seems to be getting into accidents, but that's really because people are heeding the warning here. I mean, I've been watching your reports all morning from Denton County, and the fact that people are not on the roads, that's good news. That means people are doing what they're supposed to be doing in this moment. We were talking earlier with Chip Wagner that luckily this is happening on a Saturday, right, where people might not feel compelled to, I've got to get to work because I'm worried about not showing up. People staying off the roads seems to have been the best first defense against real tragedy during this storm. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the only people you might find on the road, if you can squint really hard, I know we're using a camera on the roof of our news vehicle. We have some kids sledding down an ever so small hill, I guess, if you want to call it that. We're going to see if we can pull up next to them a little bit. They're having a good time. These are the only people on the road. We see the pink snowsuit. We have our friends in a yellow hat. Yeah, everybody's staying off the roads, and I think that is the first line of defense here, Steve. Somebody had commented on my Facebook page earlier today saying, it's really funny how news reporters all week long will say, hey, stay off the roads. You're not going to want to travel this weekend. If you can stay home, stay home. And then whenever we get out on the day and we say nobody's on the roads, I-35 is looking like a ghost town. It truly is funny, but yeah, it is the first line of defense, and it is keeping everybody safe. And if you can stay home, you need to stay home. And again, we've talked about this all morning long. It's almost a good thing that this happened on a weekend because people have the opportunity to shack up inside. They have that opportunity to be a little bit more cozy at home if they can, really cuddle up around those with you, and really just have a good day out of it. Make the most out of a snow day if we're going to have one like these folks, because they are few and far between here in North Texas.
I'm waiting for someone to come running outside and tell them, you're on the news, you're on the news. Hey, Paige Ellenberger.
I know, we're trying to communicate with these people, trying to get them to sled down, but
trust me, I have no doubt I'm going to see you on
Steve.
your Instagram with their sled in just a few minutes. All right, Paige Ellenberger, we appreciate you and all the
don't
work
tempt
that
me.
you and Noonie doing out there for us. We'll see you again in just a little bit. We do want you to stay tuned. Our continuing coverage of the snowstorm hitting North Texas continues right after this. Welcome back. You are following our live coverage of the massive storm heading across North Texas at this hour. We're coming to you live on Fox Local and at fox4news.com. We do want to remind you this special digital programming also available streaming for your smartphone or digital device, and of course on the Fox Local app as well. Our entire team is in this weekend, including of course Chip Wagner, the man who's always keeping us safe on the roads. And what a road it is today.
Yeah, it is very difficult out there, and I understand there are sometimes things that you have to do when getting out and about, even if the conditions aren't conducive to it. But it does bring up a question that I'm going to go ahead and just propose right here to you, Steve. If you had to get out right now, what would the elements be that you would look at to make sure your car is roadworthy?
I mean, if I waited to the last minute, I mean, first I would make sure the tires are inflated and all of that kind of stuff.
Huge.
Right.
And a lot of people think, oh, I need to have tires be less. That's not true. You need it to be at its normal level. Go ahead.
Yeah. And by the way, the line at Discount Tire on Tuesday for the free air is going to be epic. So let's just know that right now. So tires are inflated. I want to make sure that I've got plenty of gas. Also, and this was a mistake for me today, I think it's worth it to go out there, start the car, let it heat up for a bit.
Yes.
Either while you're in it or not. Not only to melt whatever is on the windshield, but also to melt whatever on the wiper so that you can make sure you get contact that's as good as possible.
And not only that, the engine won't perform at optimum levels until it's properly warmed up. So that is another great thing to take in consideration. When I look at some of the crashes that we're getting ready to look at right now on the TxDOT cameras, I just feel like in some of the cases, I wonder, did people make sure their vehicles were roadworthy?
Yeah.
And so here's what I mean. As we go to this shot, you can see Highway 635 LBJ. We'll just start there. You can see that there's a vehicle abandoned because it stalled out on the roadway. Did it not have enough antifreeze? Did it have some other issue? Those are the kind of the things that I would say are obvious things that I would start thinking about when I see something like that.
Well, and a real hazard. I mean, when you're talking about, because listen, while now is definitely not the time for distracted driving, people are still distracted, they're not comfortable, and to have something like an abandoned vehicle in a lane of traffic that you're really not expecting
extremely
could cause
dangerous, right?
Huge problem.
Absolutely. Yeah. We had an earlier problem on I-30 around Bobtown. We were talking about that about 20 minutes ago. You just saw the shot there on TxDOT. It's all clear. This is a brand new crash. Northbound 35E right before I-20. Pretty violent collision. So what's going wrong here? I would say that one of the things I would first look at is were people driving too fast and hit an ice pocket and then ended up taking out some other vehicles. Two things I want to note on this camera real quick. This is the middle section there. You can see on the northbound 45 ramp to westbound I-30, we have trouble. That ramp is not open. But in the lower levels, you saw a fire truck on I-20 westbound, and the right lane is blocked off. Separate incident, just happens to be in two separate spots. And this is over in Mesquite along northbound 635 LBJ. Earlier, I was talking to Shannon and Steve about this transition ramp, and we had an incident happen. It cleared out, but now they're taking the opportunity to utilize the time with that ramp being closed to resurface that roadway, put some salt on that road, and then they'll reopen that ramp eventually, but it's going to take a while for them to do that.
Are we controlling these cameras? Can we go
What
back,
I have
or
it's a round robin,
Okay.
so about every 18 to 20 seconds, this thing is going to rotate.
The reason why I ask is because the one shot of the 18-wheeler on the ramp, I mean, when you see an 18-wheeler slowly backing up on an overpass, that's a problem.
It most certainly is, and it's in an absolute worst spot. It's at the apex, and so think about an 18-wheeler having to slowly go back down off of that ramp. It means two things. Number one, the crash that is on the transition there is so severe that it's not going to be something that's going to be cleared easily, so he's trying to figure out a way to get off the road. But it also makes for a double dangerous situation because it'd be easy for that 18-wheeler to jackknife and cause problems. That shot's going to come up right now.
Oh, look at
and
you.
there's a look, and you can see that incident there. And yes, the 18-wheeler is making progress, but the incident itself on the roadway further along that transition is obviously something that he knows is going to be something that's going to be around for a while.
And of course, all of this despite the massive effort by TxDOT prior to all of this, treating all of these roads. We do want to bring in Val Lopez from TxDOT, who's standing by for us. This has been a huge project for you guys. How does the strategy change now that all of this liquid is on the ground?
Right. We've been preparing for this particular event all week, basically. And so, yes, at some point, we do transition from pre-treating with brine and letting that dry into using other materials. Brine is one tool in our toolbox. We have many different tools available to us, many products, Could be salt, sand, sand-based de-icers, chemical de-icers. These are things that we use to help get the ice off the roadway. And of course, we do have our plows that we use to push it off the roadway once we're able to get it off, stop it from binding onto the actual road surface. The idea here is that we're trying to prevent bonding of the ice onto the pavement because ice is our primary threat in North Texas here. Snow is a different animal altogether. It is easier to drive in. It's more manageable. Ice is heavier, it's denser, and when it bonds to the roadway, it's very hard to get off. And so our operations are geared up to prevent that. And once the actual event starts, to remove that ice. That's our primary goal.
Val, we know that the pre-treatment started on these roadways way before we actually got into the winter event. And initially, it was a rainy start to this winter event. And my question is kind of along those lines. Did the rain first end up compromising the brine solution that was put on initially for you guys? And if so, what was the next thing that you thought about as far as the toolbox is concerned to get the roadways to a point where they could be as passable as possible?
Right. Well, there is some dilution required for the brine to be effective. We do need it to be diluted by either by sleet, melting sleet, or rain, or what have you. Too much is not a good thing. Apparently, it looks like we applied enough of it this week that it did have some positive effects on the roadway. So we're glad that we did it. We do so, of course, out of abundance of caution. We use a great deal of it. We reapply it, especially on our elevated surfaces. And so yes, we will be transitioning into other products that could be already happening in specific maintenance sections. Our maintenance supervisors are the ones who determine what exact tool or product or procedure is needed for a given roadway to address that situation. So certainly as it gets colder, we rely more on those salt and chemical de-icers.
At this point, as we see people use the roads, how do you guys go about prioritizing what needs to be retreated? Is there a system of some sort that, okay, these things automatically will get a second, third, fourth pass, or are you looking for trouble spots independently of that?
Well, it's the interstate highways that, of course, carry enormous volumes of traffic. Those are our number one priorities. Smaller roadways get treated after we're able to address the main interstates. Specifically on any given roadway, the elevated surfaces are the things we really focus on. Elevated surfaces are not insulated by the ground. They get cold quicker, they're higher up, they accumulate that precipitation faster. So those are, on any given roadways, those are the elements that we're really focusing on. And motorists should be especially careful. If they have to travel, of course, our first best advice is that if you can delay your travel, you should do so. We are kind of fortunate that it happened during a weekend, which is typically a lower traffic volume segment of time anyway. So that was positive. And apparently people are heeding our advice that if you can delay your travels, you should. However, if you have to get out on the roadways, you need to drive to the conditions that are actually out there. That does not mean the speed limit. Speed limits are designed for when the roadway is dry and winds are down and there's abundant sunshine, there's good light. This is not that situation. Motorists, if they have to travel, are going to need to reduce their speed, give themselves plenty of time to get to their destination, and go online and go to drivetexas.org to know what the situation is for the path they want to go on. There's up-to-date information as to conditions on the roadway on that website.
Let me ask you this. At this point, when people are obviously out driving around and they say, okay, this is a spot that needs, retreating, is there a mechanism in place to hear from people, or quite frankly, does that just clog things up on your end? I'm assuming you folks have been doing this well enough, long enough that you've got your best practices in place.
Typically, what we rely on is our cameras. We have a vast network of traffic cameras that we use typically to monitor the highways and look for crashes and post them on our message boards. But during periods of winter weather, we actually look for areas that need to be treated and retreated. So we really use those a great deal. We have staff in our emergency operations center that are constantly monitoring that, and it proves pretty effective. I've been here a number of years, and that technology has gotten better, and our response times has gotten quicker because of it.
I want to ask you real quick, for folks that are out on the roads that, or maybe watching now, who will find themselves out on the roads later on and maybe encounter one of your crews, what are some things that the public can do to help those folks work more effectively? I'm assuming it starts with giving them the room that they require to get the job done.
More than anything is to give us space to work. Don't crowd the plow. That's something that is used in areas, that saying is used more in areas where there's lots of snow, but you'll see plows probably during this winter weather event. So give them space to work. Our briners, our sanders, please give them space to work. But you don't really want to be hit by that stuff anyway. So it's actually good common sense not to encroach on one of those vehicles when they're actively working.
Well, your crews are doing a great job out there, because when I take a look at all of the incidents, currently there are no major mishaps on any of the Tarrant County roadways, and it's just a testament to you and your crews that are out there doing this very difficult work and trying to keep the roadways passable. There's another look at the map of the incidents you see in Dallas County versus Tarrant County, the Fort Worth region, if you will. And I haven't even heard of any big issues so far out west. You guys have more than just the Fort Worth area you have to cover, right?
Right. The Fort Worth district actually encompasses 9 counties, going as far north and west as Jack County. And those folks typically get it earlier and sooner and more severe. The plows already came out last night to remove the slush off the roadway, the accumulating sleet. So yes, even though they experience lower traffic volumes out on the peripheral counties that's surrounding DFW, they tend to get hit harder. So they require just as much pre-treatment and 24/7 TxDOT operations as well.
All right, Val Lopez, we appreciate you again, all the hard work as well. And also we appreciate you making yourself so available to us so we can get the best information out to our viewers as well. Chip, we were talking about, even in the last hour, kind of the mixed messaging here, right? For folks,
Yeah.
They think, gosh, it's not raining. Yes, it's cold, but there's no active precipitation. This must be over. The same thing with the roads. Yes, we are on the air telling you, gosh, there's no major accidents, even in the middle of a winter storm. How great. That doesn't mean it's okay to drive. It means staying home is working.
Yes, staying home is most definitely what you want to do in this situation. Just hunker down with your loved ones and just ride this out. For those that, again, have to get out, we've already seen quite a few incidents happen. And at least at this point, we haven't heard of any incident being a worst case scenario. But we've also seen a couple of cases where you've had vehicles spin off of roadways where you can tell speed has been a factor. If there's one thing that I would want to get out more than anything else, if you absolutely have to get out, please go at a steady, slow speed. Slow and steady wins the race.
All right, slow and steady, good advice, especially on a day like today, Chip Wagner. I appreciate you. We're going to give you a quick break. I want to loop in one of our photojournalists. Paul Beam has been out on the roads. Paul, at this point, I've got to ask you, because I know we're fanned out across North Texas, where are you driving?
I'm in Bridgeport, and I'm on 114, kind of driving through the business district.
Interestingly, this kind of could be anywhere this morning. We're seeing a lot of very similar, looking pictures, a white road, icy conditions. I see you're going slow. How's the driving out there?
The driving's not bad. I drove from Decatur to Bridgeport on 380, and that's normally a pretty busy highway, and I saw maybe a handful of vehicles, which is very odd. The traffic is very slow here in town, but I have noticed just going 20-30 mile an hour, if I hit my brakes, I slide for at least 20 feet with the ice underneath this sleet. And we do have some flurries out here, so we're getting some coating on top of the ice, so people need to be careful.
That's kind of one of the dangerous things about the conditions right now, is that because we have this kind of blanket of white over everything, you really can't see what's waiting for you underneath until you hit the brakes, and then you can feel it.
Yeah, and you really don't need to be out because not much is open, especially up here. There's a couple fast food restaurants and the local Mexican restaurant, but other than that, everything is shut down. So if you don't need to get out, there's no use, risking it.
All right, Paul Beam, we appreciate you coming to us driving around Bridgeport at this hour. Again, you are watching our extended digital coverage of the winter storm hitting across North Texas. You can find us from anywhere in the world on Fox Local and, of course, on our app, as well as on streaming on our website, fox4news.com. Our live team coverage continues right after this.
Okay, cool. That gives me time to put on this little selfie stick.
You are watching Fox 4's live team coverage of the winter storm blanketing North Texas right here on Fox Local and across all digital television platforms. As the snow spreads out across our area, so do our crews. Davidson Tendry is in Collin County. How's it looking out there, man?
Hey, Steve. Well, I can tell you this morning I woke up around 6:30, 7 a.m. and what I'm seeing right now is precipitation coming down more than I saw at any point today. So just walking outside my neighborhood right now, we're off Independence Parkway, and we've seen some vehicle traffic out here, not nearly as much as obviously any typical day. So these roads are a sheet of ice, and this accumulation is really starting to pick up more so within the past 20, 30 minutes or so. I did speak with the city of Plano about 15 minutes ago just to get some sort of an update, seeing if they're seeing any sort of major issues, any major crashes. Right now, the city tells me nothing to report. So that's some good news right now. But you can see the vehicles that are out here just traveling at such a crawl. I mean, that vehicle right there can't be going. Well, they're about to say they're coming down to a stop right now, but they have a green light. That's just how slow they are going through that intersection as they make that right turn. Don't want to spin out or anything like that. Here you see a truck coming by. But it's really starting to pick up. So haven't seen a whole lot of walkers out here, even though it might feel a little good to get some cool air, but most people staying indoors. I did do a few walks around the block and check out a few things from stores in the area, different roads. Let you guys see how the afternoon's been going. Not really icy in the middle, just a little wet. Well, you can see one boot print right here. So I guess I'm the second person to walk along this sidewalk here. And obviously you see the accumulation on the ground. There is a bit of ice. I will say it's not too bad for me, however, because I did plan ahead and put these spikes on underneath my shoes. Never really get to use these because we live in Texas. I bought them in Utah a few years ago, but It's cold out here, some accumulation, some ice. It's doable if you want to walk around out here, get a little bit of fresh, cold air, but obviously people in this neighborhood are staying indoors right now. Here's just some of the accumulation on a vehicle out here in this Plano neighborhood, a bit of snow and ice, mild precipitation coming down right now, just past the 11 o'clock hour. But not everyone is staying in. You can see some fresh tire tracks right out here, leading to the main road up in front of me, which is going to be Legacy Drive. We're gonna check that out. This shopping center is bare. You got a grocery store that's open, a salon that's open, and a massage therapist, a barber, but out of maybe 2-3 dozen businesses, the rest are closed right now. This place, Lee's US Taekwondo, you can see it appears they put these tarps up against the glass just to keep it more insulated inside with these freezing temperatures rolling through. I did just run into some salt solution being thrown down here on this ice to make it easier for people to get into the shopping center if they need to. All right, we are at the intersection of Legacy and Independence, and what I'm going to do is put my timer on and see how many vehicles go through this intersection in a span of 5 minutes, starting now. So 25 vehicles and a dart bus that just drove by in just over 5 minutes. So obviously people are still getting out on these roads, not nearly as many as you would think for a Saturday afternoon, Saturday around lunchtime, but it's not completely bare, not vacant.
You got to be careful. It's a sticky slippery, not a slippery. So if you can understand what that means.
A sticky slippery,
yeah,
not a slippery.
Not a slippery where you're going to slide. It's you're going to have to kind of crawl your way through it, kind of, basically. It hadn't got to that point yet where it's like sliding slippery, but when you stop, you can tell that it's slick outside.
All right, so that's been the afternoon so far. But again, as I mentioned a few moments ago, it's starting to pick up right now. I'm going to pause for just a few seconds. Maybe you guys can hear it. Maybe, maybe not, but it is coming down. Some snow out here. We'll see what the afternoon looks like, but vehicles are moving out here on Independence Parkway. Not a whole lot going on at the stores around me, but hopefully everyone just stays safe because, again, I talked to City of Plano and they say no notable reports right now. Everything appears to be moving fine as far as no major accidents, no major calls that they've had. Just everyone staying indoors, keeping in with their families. Steve?
You know, and the takeaway here, David, I mean, obviously the conditions are important, but I think the true takeaway here for folks is if you've got a spouse who's bothering you about why you won't throw away that thing you bought in Utah 5 years ago and never use, this is why you save stuff. I mean, come on, you never know when it's going to come in handy.
There's a hilarious story behind that. So my fiance Natalie and I were going on a hike. It became too icy. We were hiking in Utah. This was a few years ago. So we're like, all right, we're going to come back tomorrow and finish this hike. We went and bought those spikes so we could finish that hike. But in the meantime, I went to a skate park and broke my back. Had a microfracture in a lower vertebrae from a trick that I did. We didn't get to finish the hike. And we were like saving these spikes saying, we're going to go back to Utah one day and finish that hike. We haven't done it, but we're making use of them out here in Plano right now.
There you go. See that, Natalie, he did use them. He proved it. He proved his point. He finally used the spikes. David, we appreciate you getting out there in the cold forest today. I'm sure we'll check in again with you as the day progresses. Please stay safe.
Thanks, Steve.
All right. Hey, we do want to get you involved in our programming today. You know, if you watch the Paige and I on the 10, we always like to ask you a question of the day. Here it is today. What's your favorite food to have when the weather is cold? 51% of you saying chili. 27%. I'm in the soup category. I like a nice barley soup, chicken barley, beef barley, mushroom barley, any of those. 18% of you saying, you know what, I don't care what it is, as long as it's warm, I am in. We've got some live pictures for you as we continue our coverage here of the winter storm. This is our downtown Dallas tower cam. I believe that was at the top of the Bank of America building. Head north up 75 to Richardson and you'll see, well, Not much, because the lens is so frozen, so high up in the air. This a familiar sight for us. We've been watching closely. That's the new Fox 4 News headquarters that we're building out in Las Colinas. Building coming along quite nicely. The first snow for that structure. Over to Denton we go, where you can see it's a blanket of white out there. Our Paige Ellenberger is stationed out in Denton. And again, we want to remind you, I know the roadways look like they're just smooth surfaces of white snow, but it's what's under that snow, the frozen surfaces, that's really going to surprise you when you tap those brakes. And back down here we go. This is our downtown Dallas tower cam from our tower up high above our building right here on Griffin Street. You are watching Fox 4's live team coverage of the winter storm blanketing North Texas right here on Fox Local and streaming across all digital television platforms. We're back live. We want to thank our viewers for safely getting out there as far as the front doorstep and capturing really the breadth of the storm that's blanketing through. It's interesting. What I don't see in these pictures is active precipitation, but do not be fooled. Our team of meteorologists tells us this is an intermission. This is certainly not the end. Nowhere probably are the conditions more treacherous than on the roadways. Chip Wagner has been out keeping folks safe all morning. And I have to say, we've got some new things to talk about.
It was one spot in particular out of all the incidents that we're going to show you on this map. So right now, our biggest concerns, we definitely have concerns in Mesquite because the northbound LBJ ramp to go to I-30 is still blocked off. And yes, there is an incident on northbound I-35E before I-20, but that triangle you see there coming out of the Wilmer-Hutchins area And for folks along I-20 going over from Balk Springs over to I-45 is where we are really concerned. So in the last report, we were showing you this interchange of I-20 and I-45, and it was actually zeroed in, and we were watching an 18-wheeler slowly but surely back up off of that transition ramp.
There he is.
And yes, there is an incident on that northbound 45 transition, but you can also see now on the lower levels, and I wish this camera was positioned in a better spot because earlier it was showing the incident better. But up ahead, this is at 310 the SM Wright Freeway, about a half mile before I-45, the highway is completely shut down. And this is looking straight down at that westbound side of I-20. So we've had, unfortunately, a series of incidents occur. So you had an initial crash, then some 18-wheelers ended up getting into a fracas. You can see one of the, you have a rig that's a short bed there with a cherry picker on top of it. It's facing the wrong direction. It's part of that crash. And so this incident has a lot of layers to it and will be, unfortunately, the catalyst to this closure that you see of, again, westbound I-20 for an extended period of time because of this incident. Right now, what they're trying to do is figure out some way to get drivers to use the 310 SM Wright exit, and that's where they're going to shut things down to not allow any traffic to come further into this area. And you can see a lot of 18-wheelers that are just simply stopped on the roadway. They'll be at the mercy of the emergency crews here responding to this incident and trying to clean it up, and those people will be stuck for several hours. So really rough turn of events in this transition area. Again, this is westbound I-20 as one moves over to the I-45 interchange. Also, the northbound 45 ramp to go to westbound I-20 has been sealed off and will be for an extended period of time.
You were talking about layers, and you can talk about the layers of road there. I mean, this is really kind of the worst case scenario. You've got the cold air under this roadway. You've got the cold air above it. You've got, I mean, this is, you know, it's one of those spots where you think, okay, this will be safe. And it's just not. I mean, there's really no spot on the road at this point where you can press a little harder on the accelerator.
No, absolutely not. And if there is any route where you have any kind of overpasses whatsoever, my advice is when you get over on those overpasses, make sure that you don't ever hit your brake. Just coast over those interchanges if you can. Obviously, when you're approaching this area, you're going to stop way before that. But those are the things that can really go wrong in a hurry. Is when you're on those overpasses and you realize you're on ice and you start to move, the initial reaction is, I want to hit the brakes.
Right.
You hit the brakes, that's going to actually do the opposite of what you want it to do. Instead of helping you, it hurts you. And it will just help propel that spin even more.
I'm going to ask you, because I remember my growing up in the Northeast, I remember being told this advice, and I can't remember the answer now. When you're in that situation, are you steering into the skid or away from it?
So you turn your vehicle, the wheels into the skid.
Okay.
So that you are actually then helping
Kind of
your
engaging
vehicle
it,
to straighten out. And then you'll actually be able to regain control faster.
All right, one of the things that we're trying to straighten out are school closures. It's no surprise. I mean, we saw them start to roll in yesterday. And now, of course, the biggest school districts in the area have all said we're going to be closed on Monday. Frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some delayed starts on Tuesday with the icy conditions.
Yeah, I at this point, because of the way that things are starting to pan out and the fact that we haven't gotten the second round of precipitation, I think once that second round comes in, we'll have a better feel. But my gut says, because we're going to stay under freezing for so long, they'll close everything down Tuesday as well.
All right, we do want to remind folks, I know generally we have a scroll at the bottom of the screen with school closures, but you can go directly to our website, fox4news.com. We have a list of all the school closures. I was talking with the producers in the break. Frankly, at this point, it's almost easier to list who's not closed.
Yes.
Chances are your school is closed on Monday.
Yeah, I can't imagine anybody going to school tomorrow.
Yeah, schools, activities. We even saw, shopping malls and stuff saying, hey, delayed start today, if not closures. And because we're talking about these conditions really deteriorating over the next 24 hours, anything that's closed now is certainly going to be closed in the days to come.
Right.
Honestly, I think even a lot of churches are not even going to have service tomorrow.
So our church, for example, let's just go ahead and use that since that's something I have intimate knowledge of. Back on Friday, they said, no, we're going to do a service, but it's going to be online only. That is the beauty of the world that we live in now, right? That you can do stuff like that. So you can choose to then just jump online, and there will be, again, a service of some sort, but I think that's going to be a common occurrence as far as any kind of Sunday activity.
Yeah, if there's
it's not smart to get out in these conditions.
If there's one gift that COVID gave us, it's everything's online.
Absolutely.
We can zoom in on
Yep.
it. All right, we appreciate you. Go get some rest.
I am going to go get some rest.
It's been a long day, friend.
I'll
Okay.
recharge, be ready for tomorrow.
All righty, we'll see you then. We're counting on it. We do want to shift gears now to talk about public transportation. Aaron Myers with DART is with us. We appreciate you taking time out for us today. I know things are busy for you folks. How are things looking for the transit agency?
Good morning.
Good morning.
We are out there today getting people where they need to go as safely as possible. There are delays on rail, on bus. So we're just asking for folks, if you're taking the train or you're taking the bus today with us, just be patient, leave a little extra time in your travel, but we'll get you where you need to go.
At this point, is everything that usually runs running, or are there some closures altogether?
There's no outright closures.
Okay.
We're running rail, we're running bus, paratransit is moving, GoLink is moving. We'll find pockets of the system where, for example, we need to do a bus bridge between train stations because the track is frozen, or we have some other issues for light rail, but everything along the system is running. We will get you any point in the system where we would on a normal day.
It's interesting for you folks. I mean, you might say that your job is even harder than some of these other organizations because it's a multi-pronged approach here. You've got rail, you've got paratransit, you've got buses, you've got all sorts of different communities that you really need to serve quite safely. How do you guys go about navigating that challenge?
Yeah, so safety is the ultimate priority. Safety for our riders and safety for our operators is number one. But we also have a responsibility to get North Texans around to the places that they need to be during winter weather. So we're going to keep running service until the weather elements absolutely thwart our efforts. We're not near that point right now. So, again, just keeping things as safe as possible, but also making sure that we're moving people where they need to be.
For folks that are riders and users of the DART system, if they want the latest up-to-date information, perhaps on delays or even some cancellations, if that becomes a thing, what's their best bet as far as getting the most accurate information?
Yeah, downloading the GoPass app is the best place to get real-time information on any of those delays or cancellations. You can also find that information at dart.org/service alerts that will have up-to-date information on what is canceled or what is changed or what is delayed.
I'm going to ask you the same question we asked TxDOT earlier today. Are you folks, obviously you've got a great robust system, the DART system itself serves, just a ton of folks here across North Texas. Is there a mechanism for people to contact you if perhaps they're, at a DART station and there's an iced over staircase, or they feel like they need to report an issue? Is that something that they do through the app, or is there some sort of hotline that they contact?
Yeah, all that information you can find directly on the app. Again, that's the GoPass app. You can also find that information very easily on the website. And any of the station platforms have the direct call-in numbers that you can use to report any unsafe conditions. We have our maintenance teams out there all day since, honestly, Thursday, prepping our system, prepping our platforms, our bus stations, et cetera, to make sure that people are as safe as possible. And that will continue as long as the weather is an issue.
All right, perfect. And are there push notifications on that app? I mean, if there is a cancellation or a delay, are people proactively alerted?
Yes, you can sign up for push notifications. I personally get mine on text message because that's easiest for me. Yeah. So a bunch of different ways that you can get that information. It can be emailed to you, or you can just access it directly in the app.
All right, Aaron Myers from DART, we certainly appreciate you taking time out for us today. Please stay safe and stay indoors if you can. One local family not staying indoors at all. They're taking advantage of this unusual Texas weather to do something that they absolutely love, playing ice hockey. On the street, though, this is in Plano, producer Melinda Thomas, who you've probably heard me talk about before, who books our guests for the 10 and for Good Day. This is her family out there playing street hockey, ice hockey, in fact, although no skates needed for this particular round. I want to go check it. You know what? Listen, you do what you can here in North Texas. When the opportunity presents itself, you go ahead and you take advantage of it. I do want to check in with what's being called our Oak Cliff Bureau today. The woman on the job is our friend Megan Boyd, who you generally see sitting in this room here on the Post. Megan, we're switching spots today, but the information is no less important. You've got a baby at home. How's that going?
It's good. I was just thinking I better turn down the monitor in case he
I have a very soothing voice for children. Don't worry. Don't worry. All right. What can you tell me? What's going on?
We've got crews all over the Metroplex as people have been seeing, but I wanted to come on, Steve. We've had quite a few just in the last few hours fires be reported in. One of the key ones out of Colleyville. Unfortunately, this was a fatal fire on Sweetbriar Lane. They're saying it happened around 10 o'clock this morning. They were called out there and told there were 2 people inside of a home that was actively on fire. 2 people got out and were okay, and they're the ones that told the firefighters there were still 2 people inside. And tragically, it was after quite some time, the fire department worked to get that fire put out and eventually found 2 people dead in that home. So a tragic update there. And since that's come out, again, that happened around 10 this morning, we know of a 2-alarm fire out of Fort Worth at Eagle Parkway and American Way. And then also got an alert of a fire in Duncanville. This one's just a 1-alarm fire, but it's at someone's house with smoke coming from the attic. So we know that so many people are running their heaters and just running space heaters and maybe taking some different means to get heat at this time. But just a reminder to be as safe as you possibly can while you try to stay warm.
Yeah, we were talking earlier with one of the county judges out in Denton, whose family member works with the fire department there. They were saying, "Gosh, we want you to keep the first responders board today and throughout the stretch of the winter storm." Here in the news business, we know that the cold and the ice, the fires follow. So best practices at this point for folks at home. If you are needing to stay warm, we want to make sure that you remember to keep space heaters away from anything that's flammable. Try first with blankets and body heat and go from there. If you do have a heating system in your home, it's much easier to run a system like that and certainly much safer than it is some sort of space heater. Luckily, Megan, we've been talking with Chip today. We haven't seen the number. I mean, I think watching Good Day, I see more massive wrecks on the road some days than we have this morning. That's been pretty quiet on the scanner, huh?
That's been great news. We've been seeing our crews driving around all day and they're really not running into many people. It really feels like everyone I've been checking in with, all the different officials are all confirming that people are staying home. And that's the good news. We don't have a lot of wrecks that people are tending to. A lot more, like you said, during the Good Day hours, there were a few that we were chasing down. Stephen Dial out there checking it out. But that's the good news. Not a lot of people out on the roads, but we got some reports from the fire department as well that people are falling. They're getting fall calls. So they're staying home, but then they step outside to, let the dog out or take it all in, take a photo or something, and they're falling on their front porch. So you have to be careful, even if you just step right outside your front door.
Yeah, that's the tricky thing about this weather, because when you go outside and you look, it has the appearance of raindrops, but it's actually ice. Those are solid pieces of clear ice that are on your front steps. So while it may be something you can generally walk through when temperatures are warmer and the ice is more liquid, this morning it's absolutely not. All right, Megan, we appreciate your help today. Stay safe and keep us informed of what's happening over there in West Dallas. We do want to remind you that our team coverage of this winter storm will continue throughout the day. We're here live on our digital channels until 6 o'clock this evening, when then coverage will resume on KDFI and KDFW. Again, this is Fox 4's live team coverage of the winter storm blanketing North Texas, right here on Fox Local and streaming across all digital television platforms. We're back right after this. Whether on your phone, your tablet, your laptop, or your TV, you're watching Fox 4's live extended coverage here on Fox Local of the winter storm blanketing North Texas. We are putting our meteorologist to work today. Berkeley Taylor is joining us once again. We saw in the early hours of this, things were kind of changing quickly.
Yes.
Have we kind of committed to a plan at this point?
Yes. So right now, it's been at a steady light sleet for most of us, and temperatures, as we expected, are falling. And that's just kind of what we're going to be dealing with for the next couple of hours. The change starts to happen tonight, late tonight, then things start to pick up again. But models are kind of on the same page now, which is always good for forecasters.
Yeah, sure.
And we just expect this to really continue through about noon tomorrow. Precip lets up, the cold continues through Tuesday morning, and then we will likely freeze again Wednesday morning. But we'll climb out of the freezer into the 40s Tuesday afternoon.
Okay.
So that will help a lot.
And then freeze again Wednesday?
Freeze again, yeah, Wednesday. Actually, I can show you our morning lows and wind chills that I have forecast through Wednesday. So this is the picture. We've got temperatures right now are at about 20. Feels like temperatures are at 5. We'll go to teens tomorrow morning. We'll go to single digits Monday. Tuesday, we kind of work back in the right direction. Tuesday afternoon, forecast highs 39, but then we'll drop back down Wednesday morning to 25.
Okay.
But Tuesday features a lot of sunshine.
I was going to say, so we're going to be in the 40s, hopefully
Yes.
long enough to dry out.
To dry
what's
out,
over on the
melt
ground.
some things out, yes.
Okay.
So I'm hoping we'll be back to school. Every business will be back open by
You and me
Wednesday.
both.
But
Okay, I do want to point out for folks, because I think this is so interesting. You know, years ago, early in my career, I worked in Vermont, and it wasn't unusual to see actuals that were less than 0. But even the numbers on the top, those aren't wind chills. I mean,
Right,
it's going
yeah.
to be 8 degrees,
8 degrees,
on Monday.
yes,
That's
actual
unusual
temperature.
here.
Yes, that is. These are records potentially. So we have potential to break 2 different records as of our current forecast. So our Sunday forecast high, so tomorrow, is 19 degrees. The record low maximum temperature for January 25th is 23 degrees. That's what dates back to 1940. So we will likely break a very old
for
record.
sure.
Same story Monday morning, 8 degrees. Our record low minimum for the 26th is 12 degrees. And that goes back to 1904.
Okay, that's a big delta between the two. And the chances of us
Right.
breaking that record are pretty
pretty high.
I mean, that's more than 100. It hasn't been this cold in more than 100 years.
This is why it's like very substantial Arctic air that is lingering for so long, which is not typical for Texas.
These are not the records we want to break.
No, these are not the records we want to break. No, and we'll have to look at snowfall records too, which a lot of our snowfall records are 0.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
those are easy to break.
Those are easy to break.
So we'll check.
Okay, I do want to. Speaking of snowfall, I did kind of look ahead on the apps.
Mm-hmm.
Am I seeing snow on Friday of next week?
Okay, so there are some signals that we could find some more winter weather next weekend. This is one of those situations where it's too early to tell you exactly what's going to happen. But
not like a massive weather event like
right now, there are not indications that it will be even as severe as what we've seen this weekend. So it looks like lesser extent. A lot of it actually looks like it's going to move across South and Central Texas potentially, so skirting to our south this time. But there are a lot of variables that we'll have to watch over the next week.
This particular storm as well is not just blanketing Texas.
Right.
It's blanketing the country.
Yes.
I mean, the conditions across the country, and even my folks in the Northeast, they're in New York, they're saying, wow, this is significant.
Yes, it is. And so right now, this is live satellite and radar, and you can see that it's covering a good portion of the country already, and this is kind of the start of the event. So it's all because of a low pressure system that moved in from the coast of California, that brought rain to the West Coast, and then it started with snow across the Four Corners. Now it's working across Texas, and you can see that we've already seen bands of snow move into the Southern Plains, the Midwest, and now all of this working toward the north and east. So they're bracing for this winter storm as well.
Looking at the Houston area for folks that are maybe up here or watching from down there, the green is rain.
Right.
Or
Yes.
do we expect that we're going to see a dip far enough that that's going to change over?
I do think that we could see, as far as the Brazos Valley down to Houston, Southeast Texas, this changeover late tonight to freezing rain and sleet, but I don't expect accumulations anything like what we've had here. But there is a potential that we see some winter weather move all the way down to Southeast Texas, which is even more unusual.
All right. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Again, best place for up-to-date information, obviously the weather app.
Yes.
You guys are updating that constantly.
Yes, weather app, fox4news.com. Also, all of our socials, we are always trying to update the forecast there. So pretty much anywhere that you can find us, there will be updated forecasts all day today, all weekend long.
All right, appreciate you. All right, let's shift gears and talk about where we can find Fox 4's Stephen Dial. He's got our drive cam live. Let's go ahead and punch it up. Hello, friend. Where are you?
Hello, Steve Noviello. On this Saturday, we are in Denton on 35 North. We just passed the UNT campus. I want you to take a look at what we see. Now, Steve, you're accustomed to snow and ice and the like. I used to work in Kansas City, so that prepared me for here. What you see right now is it's packed in some snow, but all that sleet, ice, all of that is packed in right now on the road on 35, heading further north in Denton, Steve. And, from my home in Northeast Dallas to here, we took 635, saw a truck kind of spin out. Conditions were a little on and off from 75 to 635. And then 35, you see what we see now. Now, moments before you came to us, a plow truck was going the opposite direction, going south towards the Buc-ee's. And so it looks like they are re-clearing the lane heading south. But right now, you can see the conditions aren't as great, but it is packed in. So it's not black ice that will be slick. Now, there are still slick spots on what we're driving on, but what you see right now is a lot of packed in ice, snow, sleet all together.
How's the volume out there? I mean, we've been looking at these images from our crews across North Texas. They kind of are interchangeable at this point. It's an empty road. It's a lot of white. It's some pavement, kind of in the middle. It looks like people are really kind of heeding the warning to stay inside and do not travel if you don't have to.
For the most part, yes. People are staying at home. A lot of people that I know have been texting me saying that they're staying at home. But depending on where you go and what pockets you're passing, there are still a good bit of drivers out. We've been seeing businesses that are still open. We just drove past a Home Depot that was open, a Sam's Club that was open. We've even seen an Olive Garden that was open. Now, granted, I don't know how many of those cars are just employees and how many are actual customers. When we went to Buc-ee's, it was about like a dozen or so cars there, people getting gas, people cleaning ice off of their windshield. And so, yeah, you were correct. It depends on where we're going. And you see those pockets. We're heading further north on 35, so highly unlikely a ton of cars will be heading this way, but we are seeing traffic heading the opposite way on 35, heading south.
All right, and while I appreciate the reports of Stephen Dow, when we were discussing the other day that we should hang out more on the weekends, this is not what I had in mind. Perhaps not this.
This is not.
We'll make another date sometime. I saw you went to Albernays with Steve Eager. I don't know if I've got that kind of scratch, but
Hey.
we'll go somewhere nice. All right, we'll see you soon.
Hey,
friend.
I'll take Chick-fil-A.
Done. Hey, listen, I'll take the minestrone and never-ending salad at Olive Garden if you can find an open one. No problem. All right, we'll check in with you a little later. Stay safe for us. We do want to check back in with our question of the day here. We talked to you about, speaking of soup, what is your favorite food to have when the weather is cold? 44% of you saying it's chili. It was 51 a minute ago, so soup and stew are catching up. Baked goods still hovering toward the bottom of the list at 4%. Frankly, at this point, it's whatever someone will deliver or perhaps whatever I've got in the pantry. Speaking of what you're up to, we've been asking you all day as well to share your viewer video and pictures as long as you can do so safely. I posted on my socials to show us what's outside your window. This is Lisa. She shared this photo of her backyard in Cedar Hill and said, I should probably go and check to make sure that the pool is okay and still running. Another viewer who does not have that problem, when we say you can watch us from anywhere in the world, we mean it. Take a look at this picture sent into us from Debbie, who says, I'm on a cruise. I'm tracking what you guys are doing. This is today, but tomorrow tomorrow's going to be a different story. We want to remind you tomorrow's going to be a different story for us as well. While we're having a little bit of a break in some areas as far as falling precipitation, the temperatures are continuing to fall. We do expect more precipitation and a really deep freeze overnight, adding to the treacherous road conditions that are out there. We want to remind you to please stay indoors and stay safe. That way you don't have to worry about getting out on the roads, and we can continue to really kind of bring you the news of things are okay at the moment, which is the best possible news that we could share. You're watching Fox 4's live streaming coverage of the winter storm blanketing North Texas right here on Fox Local and streaming across all digital television platforms. We are right back after this. Welcome back to Fox 4's live team coverage of the winter storm blanketing North Texas. We've been bringing you live coverage both on our linear and digital channels, and we'll do so throughout the day. Right now, a lot of you watching basketball on Fox 4. We're here on Fox Local and across all of our digital platforms to make sure that you're staying safe. A lot of you heeding the warning to really stay indoors and stay off the roads. We've been pleased to be able to bring you reports of while conditions are very treacherous and very slow going, they're not very crowded because of so many people who have said, you know what, it's Saturday, I'm going to stay home, I'm going to stay safe. That's also giving you an opportunity to become part of our coverage and sending us in photos, which we encourage you to do. Photos and pictures, as long as you're able to safely get them. Let's take a look at some of them that are coming in. QR code there, by the way, if you want to upload your photos to us, or you can visit fox4news.com/pictures. Pics. All right, first up, Bernadette Howard. This is in North Fort Worth. The pictures we're seeing are very telling, right? It looks like it's just a nice dusting of snow. What this is a deep frozen snowy coating on everything out there. From Springtown to Decatur to Fort Worth to Dallas, we're seeing the same photos over and over again. Again, this one out of North Fort Worth, of what are actually very treacherous conditions. This is Britt in Fort Worth. I can guarantee you that those doors have a little bit of a stick to them because they're frozen shut. Here in Trophy Club, Chris Hauser sending us this photo. Daniel in Springtown sending us this one. What I like to see in that one is that there are no tire tracks on the road, meaning that people are really taking the advice that we've been giving you for the last couple of days, which was get out, get what you need early, and then get home, because we are not even halfway done with this storm. I know a lot of you looking outside right now thinking, well, gosh, it's barely raining. Maybe it's not sleeting quite yet where you are. But trust me, we have a vast viewing area and weather conditions are deteriorating across it. And the storm, again, is moving across the area. So just because it's a bit of an intermission at your home right now does not mean that things won't start up again. Plus, we're talking about very cold, sub-freezing temperatures. We were talking with Berkeley in the last segment, talking about high temperatures of 8 degrees on Monday. That is a very deep freeze. We've also got our crews across North Texas driving out on the roads. Yes, while we're telling you to stay inside, we are out there driving to try and keep you even safer, making sure that we're taking the proper precautions as we do so. TxDOT has said they are now back out treating roads. We're talking about a second, third, and even fourth round of treatment for a lot of these roads. It started very early in the week with a brine mixture that, believe it or not, actually requires some sort of precipitation to make it work even better. For any of you wondering, well, gosh, they spent all that time treating the roads with brine and then it rained for a day. Did that wash everything away? Really, it didn't. But now the offensive here really comes to traction as opposed to treatment. You'll see sand trucks out there. You'll see salt trucks out there, all of them trying to create more traction between the rubber and the road. Again, what looks like a dusting of snow is actually a very hard coating that's covering ice on the roadways. You might not realize it, but I can guarantee you when you tap the brakes, it will become very apparent that the road conditions are very slick out there. We've been looking at our TxDOT cameras as well today, courtesy of Chip Wagner. Some pretty significant accidents there. Fortunately, they're significant in the respect of the roadways that they're closing down, not significant in the respect of how much damage they're doing. This is a great example. I-20 at 310. You're talking about all of these folks that are now being asked to exit the highway because of an accident. I-20 is now closed in this direction. All lanes are closed. You can see those 18-wheelers that are underneath that overpass. There was an incident there that has now caused a complete closure of the roadway. Folks are out driving around. We're not going to say nobody's out, but if you look at the lineup of vehicles there right now, you can see that most of them are work trucks. Most of them are 18-wheelers. These are people transporting things. These are not folks, running to the store to grab something last minute. This is really only travel that is absolutely necessary. Again, we are inviting you to please stay home, stay off the roads, stay inside. If you haven't gotten your home prepared for the winter weather, now's not the time to run out to Home Depot. In fact, we were talking earlier this week on the 10 about kind of some of the things that you can do around your home and whether or not the stuff you're hearing on TikTok and reading on the internet is really true when it comes to keeping you winter ready. Take a look.
All right, we're going to get ready to play some winter weather prep, fact or fiction. So, you live in an apartment building.
That's right.
So, all you have to do is
drip my faucets.
That's it. Open some doors, maybe.
They want us to put our thermostat down to 60.
60?
Seems cold, doesn't it?
60?
60. I saw a sign for it yesterday.
No way.
Yeah.
Maybe like if you're leaving.
I'll have to investigate later on today, but
you should read the rest of that sign. That's all I'm saying.
Don't set it to 60. No, yeah.
Well, you're going to be in Denton in a hotel all weekend doing live shots.
So whose problem, really?
I guess Miller. Bundle up, buddy.
Exactly.
Okay, so here's how it's going to work. We're going to read a statement, and then we will guess if it's something that you should do to prepare for winter weather, or if it's something maybe you should avoid doing. Okay. I really hope that these are super obvious.
I do too, because we may look a little dumb.
Okay, here we go.
Let's see it.
You should let air out of your tires to improve traction. That's a good question, because I feel like we hear these things and you think, that's kind of plausible, right? I'm going to say no.
I'm going to say yes. And here's the thing. The root of this game is there are so many myths
like TikTok
out there,
videos,
or even generational things that your parents told you that their parents told them that just over time became facts in your mind that we want to break those myths. So this may be
like don't swim after eating. How do you even take air out of your tire?
Well, you put the air thing in, and then it will...
In the reverse thing?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm saying no. Paige is saying yes. Go ahead and reveal.
Yes. Oh.
That fiction means false.
Oh, I heard the ding, ding, ding. I was like, wait, it's a ding, ding, ding for me. Letting air out of your tire, not an effective way to improve traction.
There we go.
Okay.
Evan famously always says, because I was like, well, I have four-wheel drive, and he says, but do you have four-wheel stop?
Oh, that's
a good point, Evan.
It is a good point.
All right, next up. You should not thaw your pipes with a flame. I'm going to say yes, you should not do that.
I'm going to say you should not do that,
especially if it's like a mistakenly gas pipe.
Well, right, and it's anything that has to do with a flame. I'm kind of like, yeah, let's not advise people to play with fire.
Yeah, no. So we're both locking it in fiction.
It's a fact. What? Rapid expansion can cause a fire.
Oh, yes.
Even...
Yes, you should not. It's a double negative. We're like, wait a minute.
It's important to thaw the pipes from the tap end and then work your way back, allowing the melted water to escape through the tap and reducing any pressure buildup in the pipe. Okay, so we're right. You're 1 for 1, or you're 2 for 2.
Yes, you should not do it. It's a fact.
Right.
All right. Fact or fiction?
Pipes can still freeze even if your heating system runs efficiently.
Fact.
Fact.
Yeah, like pipes under the house, especially here in North Texas. I mean, you've got all these homes on raised foundations. Absolutely fact.
Yeah.
Improper insulation, drafts, significant temperature drops can all affect how well your heating system safeguards them. Best practice during the colder months is to insulate your pipes and reduce exposure to cold air.
Okay, what's up next?
Next up. Fact or fiction? Running hot water will prevent your pipes from freezing.
Fiction. Right?
I think it's fiction also. I think it's dripping water, period.
Yeah,
and
to keep it going, flowing.
Right. It's more the motion than the temperature. So I'm going to say fiction as well.
All right. Hey, we're doing all right.
Look at us.
Running hot water may temporarily help. But it fails to address the root cause, exposure to freezing temps. Focus on more effective methods like insulating pipes and maintaining consistent heat throughout your home.
Okay. Next up. A dripping tap will help prevent your pipes from freezing. I'm going to say yes,
it's to be a
fact because we constantly tell people to do it.
Well, I really hope it's a fact here because we tell people all the time to do
No, I think it is.
It has to be.
I think it is, yes.
Okay, it's a fact.
Yeah, keeps the water moving. Water is harder to freeze. I mean, I think back to, you were not here when we had that massive
I was here. I was
during
in
that massive storm
in 2021.
Okay, but not in Dallas, right?
No, I was
in Texas.
Yeah, small town.
The video that we have from that storm of I remember this exterior shot of an apartment building and water was just cascading down the outside of it because of all the busted pipes. The fire alarms were going off.
That's how my apartment building
was. It was insane.
It was so tragic too.
Okay, next up.
watering plants right before a freeze prevents frost damage. I'm gonna have to go fiction for this, because if you water plants, the soil and roots are now wet, and if the temperature of the soil is below freezing, the entire thing would freeze into a block.
Yeah, I'm going to say
right?
like things are dormant. Like let's.
Right,
So,
but if you did it before, it would all pull up into the bottom where the roots are, and then that's all freezing over if it's low enough temperatures.
I don't know. I mean, it's a guess
Watering
for me.
plants before freeze prevents frost
I'm from the walls in. Doug is from the walls out. That's his department. So I don't know. Hopefully
I
he
have
does.
no idea.
Okay, so let's say fact.
Let's say fact. Okay, sure.
Yes. It's fiction.
Okay, see, several days prior to the freeze allow soil to absorb moisture gradually. See, I was on the right track, enabling the plant to regulate its water content and fortify its cells against freezing. Yes, I was on the right track.
But then it's fact, though. It says deep watering several days prior allows...
Right before. They're playing a word game with us. Yeah, we have to be
We're that smart that they're like, we need to make these trick questions.
We need to make them even harder. That's right.
All right.
Next
so
up.
Several days, but not the day before.
We really have to break down these questions. Plastic or frost blankets completely protect plants.
Well, now
from
the word
freezing.
completely is throwing
and
me
now
off.
I'm like, protect plants? What type of plant are we talking? Flower beds?
I mean,
bushes?
completely?
That's what I know.
Is anything in life guaranteed?
Right. Plastic or no, it's fiction.
I'm going to say it's
not
fiction
guaranteed.
because it's
It
not
is
completely
guaranteed.
protecting
You
you.
can't guarantee anything around here.
They can trap moisture, leading to freeze damage if not used correctly.
Okay, so there we go. See, we're on to you.
We're on to you
Cassie.
now.
We're on to you. Up next.
Cold hardy plants benefit from extra protection during severe winter weather.
What's a cold hardy plant? Like a bush?
Right, like a, like
something that can go through the cold and then regrow.
Right.
In the spring.
Like a,
yeah,
like a Yupon holly.
Yeah,
like that's a hardy, or an evergreen, or I feel like you know what? I think anybody could benefit from a little blanket. So I'm going to say it's fact.
Like what? Yeah, why not?
I'm going to say fact. Yeah.
I'll go with it.
Yeah, even cold hardy plants need a little extra protection.
I feel that. I know.
Listen,
why not?
Right.
Even your toughest friends need
a hug.
consolation.
Right. Everybody needs a little extra love
Isn't that
sometimes.
right? All right, one more.
Okay, fact or fiction? Is this a myth? Wet soil can help plants weather freezing temperatures.
I mean, I just talked myself out of that, so.
I'm going to say this is.
That's a.
Well, wait a minute.
Wet soil
So I think it's a fact that it's a myth.
Right. I think wet soil can help
brain.
plants. Right, yeah, it's a fact that it's a myth.
Fact that it's a myth.
Fact that it is a myth.
Boom. Wet soil acts as whatever that graphic said before they took it off the screen.
Little typo. So they,
horticulturalists we are not, but hopefully you're a little bit better prepared
We give it
for
our
the
best
winter
shot.
weather. By the way, I know a lot of people with their pools in North Texas as well. That was a big concern last time around. The wisdom there is just leave the pump running if
Leave
you
it
can.
running.
But let that water move.
Yep.
Let that water. All right, we're going to get ready to play some winter.
All right, let it move. Okay, somebody who's not moving, my friend Kelly Raspberry, who's held up in her house. You and your husband. Look at you, you're full face for us, right? You're like, hey, man, I'm off. It's Saturday and snowing, and she took a
got out of my
shower.
pajamas just to join you here.
Okay, remind me which part of North Texas where do you live?
We're in West Plano. We're
Okay.
right off the tollway in Windhaven.
Okay, so what's out your window? What are we looking at here? How are the conditions?
Oh, okay. Let me see. This is my backyard. I just heard y'all talking about swimming pools. So our pump is running overtime right now, but this is what's going on in my backyard. Just a lot of, ice. It was sleeting a few minutes ago, but it seems to have stopped. But yeah, this is my backyard.
Well-
We actually bought this house. We love this backyard so much.
Okay, so what's the plan for the weekend? I mean, are the two of you just kind of hunkered down and making soup, or what are we doing?
Yep. I'm going to go back inside real quick while I answer that question. Actually, I made a big pot of spaghetti sauce last night, so we have enough of that to last us for a little while. My husband Alan asked if we could snuggle up tonight and watch a movie I've never seen before. It's one of his favorites called Unforgiven. So we're going to do that. And that's really it. We're just going to stay home. I mean, I'm kind of like loving it. I love being snowed in, having an excuse to stay home, right?
So were you hey, I'm running to the grocery store and getting the milk and the eggs and the bread, or were you like, you know what, we're good with what we have?
We typically have enough, but that didn't stop me from going to the grocery store because you kind of want to be part of it, right? Part of the movement, this panic movement, I guess. But I mean, I went on Tuesday and everything was stocked really well. The lines weren't that bad. And then yesterday, my parents went and gassed up the car and went and made one more Kroger run. I said, okay, I'm going to do it too. But I mean, we pretty much have everything we need. I mean, how long is this possibly going to last?
Well, you know what? We were just talking about that. So it could now last until like Tuesday. They're talking about, the deep freeze is going to freeze again, and the extreme cold extreme cold warning is extended until 9 a.m. Tuesday morning. So hopefully, if things freeze again, it won't be too bad. And then on Tuesday, we'll get into the 40s to kind of melt a lot of this stuff. So let me ask you this: of the folks on the show, so you, Big Al, or JC, who do you think goes stir crazy the first in this kind of lockdown situation?
I think, well, I would have said JC, but he's because he is such an outdoor person. But I guarantee you, he'll be the one with a trash can lid hooked to the back of a truck flying in the streets. So I think he'll be fine. Big Al he just has his granddaughter living with him. So for the first time, he has a little kid to enjoy this weather with. So I guess out of the stir crazy, I guess I would have to say to be my husband.
Listen, he gets to snuggle up with you and watch a movie. That's not a bad deal on a snow day.
Better than that. I'm looking forward to seeing Unforgiven. I've never seen that. Like I said, it's one of his favorite movies. So I'm looking forward to that.
All right. Hey, I appreciate you taking time out for me, friend. You're always so generous with your time for us. Stay safe, stay warm, stay indoors, stay tuned, all those good things. We'll see you soon, okay?
Thank you, Steve. I'll talk to you later.
All right. Bye. All right, we will invite you to stay tuned as well. Our continuing coverage of the Texas winter storm that's blanketing our area continues right after this. Welcome back to Fox 4's expanded digital coverage of the winter storm moving across North Texas. We're coming to you on Fox Local and streaming across all digital television platforms. Earlier in the show, we showed you some video of some kids in Plano playing ice hockey out there on the street. We're going to be joined by one of them in just a moment. But man, what a great way to make lemons out of lemonade, right? Or make lemonade out of lemons. But I do have to say that for kids in North Texas, it's so unusual to have this type of weather that perhaps, it's you do everything you can to get out there and enjoy it. This is probably about a once a year event at this point, unlike some other parts
Very
of the country.
friendly.
The guy right there that you're seeing, there he is Cole Thomas, son of one of our producers, Melinda Thomas. Cole, talk to me about how is ice hockey on the street versus on the rink? Oh, is he frozen? Okay. All right. We're going to stand by. I do like whoever made the graphic for him that says Cole Thomas, son of amazing producer. Okay, I think we have you again. So it's frozen, you're frozen, but we're good. Talk to me.
Hello, how are y'all?
We're good. We're good. How is it as cold as you look right now? It's pretty cold out there.
It's not as bad once you got some layers on, so it's feeling good.
Okay, so usually you've got some skates on to play ice hockey. This is just in the street. We see a lot of kids sledding. We don't see a lot of kids playing ice hockey. How are the conditions?
It's not that bad once you push away the top layer of all this sleet and you got a little bit of ice, just enough to maybe stick handle past the puck, but definitely not enough to get the skates on, or you might break the ice.
Yeah, for sure. So it looks like you've got quite a few people out there. Who's joining you?
My brother and my dad are playing right now.
Nice. How do your skills compare? I mean, you're an excellent ice hockey player in a traditional sense. This has got to be a little bit more difficult, or no?
Not as much as you would think. I think it's pretty similar. So I think they transfer pretty well over.
That's right. Okay. The conditions around there, there's few enough people in the street that you're able to play in the street there. What are most of your friends doing today? I mean, is everybody kind of hunkered down at home? I'm assuming people are not out and about and being social.
Yeah, there's been only one car that's driven by. Most of my friends are probably just relaxing at home. I think a couple of them adventured out to go work out, but other than that, yeah, they're not. I wouldn't say they're making the most of it like we are.
Yeah, for sure. It looks like you're going to have a few days to make the most of it. You guys are in Plano, so school's canceled on Monday. Any plans for Monday, or maybe some more ice hockey in the street?
Yeah, try and get as much ice hockey as we can.
All right. Hey, we appreciate you joining us. Please say hi to your mom for us, producer Melinda Thomas, who, of course, works on Good Day and on the 10. We appreciate your time today, friend. Talk to you soon.
Will do. Thank you. Bye.
All right. Where are we headed next? All right. So we want to check in on our question of the day. Pictures. Okay, here we go. Rick Sparks in Decatur sending us this photo. The water is still moving, so that's a good thing. That means, yes, it's a bit cold out there, but they likely still have power because those pool pumps are working, and they seem to be working hard. 14-inch of snow. Wow. This is Moss Ranch, located off of Highway 59 between Bowie and Jacksboro. Danny Moss sending us this photo. 14 inches. Wow, that's incredible. Also out of Boyd, Gilbert Liebrook, the back deck, snow accumulating there as well. So really, it's interesting, when we talk about the conditions that are out there. This is out in Keller. This is Golden Triangle Boulevard, and you see the wintry mix that's out there. This is a very large viewing area. This is a very large storm as well. And you can see how moving in any direction, 10, 15 miles really changes the game. I mean, we've got 14 inches of snow in one part of our viewing area, and we've got what looks like just kind of slick sidewalks in another. This video coming to us from Brittany in Anna, Texas, who's driving, who I'm assuming that one windshield wiper has a bunch of ice on it. Brittany, if you're watching, I hope you pulled over, clean the ice off of the windshield wiper. It looks like it's doing an okay job, but there's definitely a bunch of ice on that windshield. We want to remind folks, listen, don't be in a rush to get anywhere. Go out, start your car, let it heat up, try and get as much melted as you can so that your vehicle can perform in a way that keeps you safe. Speaking of performing, he doesn't even know he's on TV right now. This is Fox 4 photojournalist Paul Beam. You may have remembered during the live shot we had with him earlier, you heard what sounded like a bullfrog in distress. That was actually the sound of his windshield wipers, which probably had seen better days. So I'm assuming this is an AutoZone or a Pep Boys or wherever he is. But this is how you do it. You pull over, you give yourself a new set of wiper blades, and you get back out there. Well done, Paul Beam, staying safe on the road. Hey, we want you to stay safe and stay indoors. But if you can, send us your pictures and your videos out a window, standing on the dry side of a door. It all works for us. You can upload them to fox4news.com/pics or just scan that QR code on your screen and send us some information. Let us know where you are, what you're doing today, and how the conditions are so that you can be a part of our extended digital coverage of the 2026 winter storm blanketing North Texas. We're back in a moment.
and temperatures just cool down from here. If we look ahead to tomorrow morning, most of us going to start the day in the teens, if not even in the single digits. A look out at 7 o'clock tomorrow. Graham waking up to 9 degrees. Wichita Falls at 8. 15 degrees is what I've got forecast here in the Metroplex. And even when the precipitation lets up, the cold does not. That's going to stay put through the start of next week, which is why the National Weather Service has extended that extreme cold warning now in effect through 9 a.m. Tuesday. The winter storm warning, that That is set to expire tomorrow at noon when we anticipate the precipitation moves off to our east. A look at our afternoon highs forecast for the next 5 days, 19 degrees. That's our high forecast for tomorrow. We stair-step up slowly but surely to the mid and upper 20s on Monday, cracking above freezing on Tuesday afternoon, and then we're back into the 40s by Wednesday, but the morning lows nice and chilly out there. In fact, we're talking record cold temperatures. With that forecast high tomorrow of 19, if that verifies, that will break a 1940 record of 23. Our forecast low on Monday of 8. If that verifies, that will break our record low minimum set back in 1904 of 12 degrees. So this is record cold temperatures that stick with us again as we head into the start of the next work week. As low as -4 on that wind chill. Everything you see here in gray, that's our forecast lows. Everything you see in pink, those are our wind chills. So feels as cold as -4 both Sunday and Monday. Feels as cold as 2 degrees on Tuesday again. So prolonged freezing temperatures anywhere from 75 to 80 hours is what we expect to sit at or below 32 degrees. I know that we oftentimes compare winter weather to 2021. Just for a frame of reference, we spent 139 hours straight below freezing. So not to that severity, but of course we are watching this closely as we move through the next several days. Quick check of your 7-day forecast. Again, we will slowly but surely warm things up, climbing out of the freezer by the time we get to Tuesday afternoon at the latest. Until then, though, it is going to be frigid cold, and we expect precipitation to increase as we head to bed tonight. That clears out by tomorrow afternoon, and the cold sticks around into next week. For more extended live coverage, join us.
Welcome back to our live extended digital coverage of the winter storm blanketing North Texas. As we've been mentioning all day, not only is this storm huge news here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, but of all of Texas and really all across the country. A majority of the nation right now, particularly in the Northeast and through the Ohio River Valley, is seeing a huge amount of winter precipitation and some pretty treacherous conditions. We want to take you now live to our colleagues over at Fox Weather to check in with how things are looking across the nation.
We're now starting to get that mixed precip. We've had it overnight, mostly sleet and then likely some mixed and frozen rain or frozen rain as well. So freezing rain, excuse me. But now in the past hour, it seems to be we have switched over to mostly freezing rain once again. If you guys were watching live with us an hour ago, it was just coming down heavily. And so we're starting to see that ice accumulation happen. Just by an example, of course, trees, that was one spot you said you could take a look at to really see that happen. Take a look at the glaze that is now starting to surround all of the branches on this tree. The National Weather Service, they did note now if you are south of I-40 and east of I-55, we're starting to see that strong transition into freezing rain, and that's going to persist. And now this is when we can start to transition into those crippling impacts from the freezing rain. And just to show you a little bit more, I have an ice scraper. Ice is accumulating. So this right here, that's all ice. It's starting to harden as well, but it takes a little bit of effort to get that off. So you can see it's starting to harden even where we're walking. On the streets and such. Again, this was very slushy-like, and it still is in places, but I'm noticing it's starting to get pretty hard. So this is just the beginning, guys. Temperatures are in the 20s here, so if it's not falling as freezing rain and freezing on contact, it's going to freeze because the temperatures are also so cold in this area. And I've also been in contact with the PIO for the county here, Lafayette County, excuse me, and he told me so far they've had some cars sliding off the road. All of their roads are open for now, and so far they've had one fiber line to come down so far. No power lines just yet. Outages across the state are well under 2,000, so there's that, but we're expecting that could be a big issue with widespread power outages. Now, earlier today, I also spoke with the mayor here in Oxford, just getting her main concerns with the roads, especially here. Take a listen.
We put down 6,000 gallons of brine on Thursday and Friday, and it really paid off. So, you know, the danger is that people are getting a real false security with the success that we're having clearing the roads. And after dark tonight, they're going to become treacherous. And honestly, when that freeze is over tonight, tomorrow, there just may not be much we can do.
Exactly. So, of course, the main message that I am seeing across the board is for people to stay off of the roads. Even, of course, with the state, Mississippi Department of Transportation, they've already sent out a press release today saying emergency travel only. But they are still out treating the roads as they can. But again, as you heard the mayor say, you know, especially overnight, they're expecting these roads to refreeze in the area. So the good news I can report is here in Oxford, it's been mostly quiet. I've seen a lot of people walking around, some people on ATVs, side-by-sides and such. But for the most part, as we turn around, you can see there's one truck. There's a car, not a lot of traffic. That's a city truck right there. It's been very quiet, so that's the good news. People do seem to be heeding the warnings about staying off of the roads. And, I mean, we have an example of why you should right in front of us. This is one of the road closures here because there's a big hill right over here. So, guys, we're going to send it back to you here from Oxford as we are now really in the freezing rain mode. Back to you.
Brandy, I mean, we still have hours of this to go through tonight, so hopefully it's not going to be as bad as we project it to be, but we've got you to tell us as you're out there on the ground through tonight. Thank you, Brandy. We'll be checking back in Oxford, Mississippi. All right, so a look at some of the totals there that's still to come. Oxford, I mean, we already have verified. I mean, this is still the forecast. Ice still to come, but verified, Nick, already over 3/4 of an inch of ice across parts of northern Louisiana. And now we're starting to see more of that ice secretion into Mississippi.
Yeah, such a chilling aspect of the storm is this specific area right here. And there's going to be a lot going on over the next, well, day and a half or so. And there are going to be many headlines. But I think overall, when the dust settles, that area that we'll see likely the most icing will probably be the sort of calling card, I think, of this entire storm system, right? And that's saying something because we're talking about the potential for the snow in the Northeast to be the biggest that we've seen in decades, maybe some tornadoes across the Gulf Coast. But that ice, nothing really cripples the city and creates issues with a power grid and infrastructure like ice, let alone that amount of ice that is possible.
Absolutely. And then the record cold that's going to settle in behind this, right? Austin upgraded to an ice storm warning as now round 2 is starting to take shape across Texas up through the Central Plains. We're seeing some power outage numbers grow. In fact, when we take a look at that power outage trend out of Louisiana, look at this. Over the course of this morning into the afternoon, a big spike there. And that's where we're seeing, of course, across northern Louisiana, that icing that has already amounted to, I think at this point now, over an inch. And then Texas, same deal here. I mean, I know out of Dallas, and then we continue up into northeastern Texas, the potential for more icing that's still to come. So it's a long duration event, but we're going to be with you every step of the way here on Fox Weather. We're not going anywhere. Folks traveling this weekend, Nick, forget about it, right? I mean, air travel, we're already seeing cancellations climb over 4,000 this weekend. Yes, today, tomorrow, through Monday. In fact, airport operations likely not to get back up and running until maybe the middle of next week. Right? Major airlines issuing travel alerts as parts of the U.S. continue to deal with the ice, the snow, and the frigid temperatures. We also have some severe weather on the board, so lots to cover here. A multifaceted storm system. Travelers encouraged to check in with your airlines, and of course, those on the roads, don't do it. Stay home, stay safe. More Fox Weather when we get back.
All right, you've been listening to expanded coverage from our friends over at Fox Weather, as our own expanded digital coverage of the winter storm here across North Texas continues here on Fox Local and across all of our digital platforms. I don't know if we can turn off Fox Weather in my ear, guys. Thank you very much. We've got our own local coverage that's continuing right now. As we mentioned, we've got live team coverage across our area. That means crews out in every corner of the Metroplex. Dan Godwin joining us now live from the roadways. Dan, where are you, friend?
Hello, Steve. Right now, we are heading west on I-20, just south of Dallas. Let me give you a shot of how the conditions look right now. Overall, it's been a pretty good drive. We've been on the road for about an hour now, started in East Dallas. We've been on a couple of freeways, and again, right now, this is I-20 heading west. That next off-ramp is Lancaster Road. One thing, of course, you really pay attention to is how well are your tires gripping the driving surface. And I gotta say, so far this afternoon, it's been pretty good. I mean, considering the amount of concern there was about this winter storm and what folks would encounter out on the roads, gotta say that it has felt pretty safe. We don't recall any moment where, say, the tires were leaving the pavement, so that's been a positive. We've also seen, thankfully, of course, very, very light traffic. The volume of vehicles out today, to no one's surprise, has been very light. I mean, there have been certain stretches where we have taken note of a surprising number of cars, again, given how much advance notice we've had to stay off the roads. But generally, the freeways that we've been on are well treated. There's plenty of material on the pavement, it would seem, to discourage the formation of ice. We have passed a couple of incidents, looks like accidents that occurred on the freeway, but nothing that appeared major to us. Some incidents that were being cleared, and they were removing a vehicle or maybe a big rig truck to get it off the driving surface. But overall, I'd say it's been pretty encouraging, again, to see the conditions of the roads and what we are experiencing this afternoon. Steve, back to you.
You know, one of the things we've been talking about today is just how well people have seemed to have heeded the warning about staying indoors. We talked about the idea that, listen, it is a weekend, so traffic is going to be slower to begin with, regardless of whether or not there was, severe weather happening out there. Many businesses have also closed for today. As far as you guys seem to be doing well, the other part of the equation is the behavior of the other drivers on the road. For folks that are out there, I mean, have you encountered anybody who either is or maybe is not kind of respecting the reality of the conditions?
It's sometimes, as you may know, Steve, you do get out in this kind of severe weather, and sometimes you are struck by the recklessness of some drivers. But certainly this afternoon, we would tend to give everybody pretty high marks. The drivers that we've encountered and seen, they seem to be exercising the correct amount of caution, which is reassuring. Generally, yes, freeway speeds have been on the low side, of course. And again, given the conditions of the roads, you'd think there might be some people who are tempted to push things a bit. But the overall impression we get certainly is that, as you mentioned, the message is out, and drivers understand if anybody has to be out today and driving in these conditions, there seems to be a widespread understanding that, yeah, okay, if you have to be out, then certainly take it very, very easy. Nobody can be in a hurry to reach their destination today, and that is generally what we have observed, Steve.
One of the things that I can't help but notice, and Dan, you've been here long enough to remember this, back in the day when we would have severe weather, particularly severe cold weather, it meant standing on the side of the road on the high five outdoors for 5 or 6 hours. But now, thanks to this drive cam technology, I mean, I got to say, even coming to work for us is not so bad, right? You get to be in the car.
Well, yeah. When they were handing out assignments this morning, Steve, they said, well, Dan, you're going to be in a vehicle with the drive cam. And yeah, there's a certain amount of relief. Although, as you know, we go wherever the story is, and certainly in conditions like these. But I would agree with you. The drive cam wasn't always around. It's a somewhat new form of technology. But having used this kind of camera in these conditions enough, I think it's pretty effective. Yeah. I mean, we can cover a lot of ground. We can observe a lot of different conditions, and we can let other drivers know what they'll be encountering, the kind of landscapes they will be observing if they have to go out and drive. So yeah, I have logged a few hours on top of the high five there in North Dallas. Very often an interesting assignment. You go where you have to, but I also feel we can we can provide some useful information by staying inside with the heater going. Sure.
Yeah, I think so, right? Not a bad deal. All right, drive safe out there for us. We appreciate you. I'm sure we'll be checking in again a little bit later on. We do want to bring you some new information. Okay. We just got a press release from the folks out in Denton County. You remember we had one of the county judges on earlier during our coverage. They have announced that all facilities will be closed on Monday. That's all facilities in Denton County will be closed due to the ongoing inclement weather. The National Weather Service again extending the extreme cold temperature warning through Tuesday morning. The press release says, in part, we're closing our offices on Monday for the safety of both our residents and employees, as many of our school districts have also announced intentions to close their campus. This from Denton County Judge Andy Eads. We had him on the show earlier today, and he did mention to us that they were working on some sort of communication or language for this. Road and bridge employees will continue to work 24/7, treating county roads as needed and partnering with TxDOT on major roadways. Of course, the sheriff's deputies, the sheriff's office, the deputies, the jailers, the dispatchers, all providing around-the-clock service. So essential folks, yes, certainly will continue to work, but again, all of the facilities in Denton County will be closed on Monday due to the ongoing inclement weather. And that weather is different depending on where you look. We've been looking at photos from you all morning long. This from Kimberly Thompson in Burleson. A bit of, at least the snow is fluffy enough. You can't build a snowman, but you certainly can make a snow angel, not an opportunity that kids here in North Texas get too often. And talk about having the right outfit for the occasion. This pup, no shoes, but a cozy set of pajamas. These kids having a good time out there, man. You know, the most difficult thing here is you're in sweatpants, and if you stay out there too long, they're going to get wet and they're going to get very cold very fast. We were in the Northeast not too long ago for the Christmas holiday, and I was absolutely the guy that was duct taping Ziploc bags to my kids' feet over their sneakers because we, of course, didn't have any sort of snowshoes and got caught in a winter snowstorm in the Northeast. We do want to remind you that you can continue to be part of our coverage, both here online and on air, by continuing to send in your photos and your video. Please do so safely, and please do leave us a couple of words about what's in it. Tell me the name of your kids. We would love to make sure that they get a shout out on the air if we're taking video of them out playing in the snow. You can do that easily by scanning the QR code on your screen to send us your photos, or you can head to fox4news.com/pics. Our live digital extended coverage of the 2026 winter storm blanketing North Texas continues here on Fox Local and across all of our digital and streaming platforms next. All right, welcome back to our live continuing coverage of the winter storm blanketing North Texas right here on Fox Local and streaming across all of our digital television platforms. You know, it's a big day for kids in North Texas when it's enough accumulation to get outside and go sledding. And the one place they all flock to is Flagpole Hill. We want to take you out there live for some pictures to show you some of the fun. Do we have them? There we go.
We did pretty well.
All right, hardest question I'll ask is, can I get your name and spelling? Because I'm the worst speller at the station.
Okay, Belinda, Belinda.
And last name?
Oh, Baldwin, Baldwin.
And?
Rita. My last name's really hard, Bilecki, so it's Rita Bilecki.
And how do you spell it?
Bielecki.
And you guys are out having fun.
We're trying.
What brought you to the park?
It was not me. Well, I actually like a city when it's people are home and you kind of feel like you have the city to yourself. Especially places in nature like Flagpole Hill.
And
beautiful.
So rarely do we have weather, especially this year. It hadn't been cold at all, hardly.
True. Yeah, this is our first winter storm, I think.
And are you enjoying it?
Yeah. It's fun for a weekend. I don't know if I'd want it for months and months and months at a time, but a weekend here and there, it's kind of a reset.
As long as you bundle up.
Yes, absolutely.
What brought you to the park?
Rita, what brought us to the park? She wanted to get out of the house. Cabin fever had set in after like 4 hours.
Cabin fever is a big problem on days like today.
Yeah.
What is your solution? When she dragged you, what would be your solution?
What would you have done if you
That's
weren't
a great
here?
question.
What do you do about cabin fever, Rita?
I don't know. I think it's. I think it is that what she said about it. It's nice to have a down weekend from time to time. So that part of it's nice. There's not many people out, so it's kind of nice too to have everything sort of to yourself. That's kind of a good thing.
And this is kind of a weird. I mean, it's not snow. It's a sleet event. Is that? I mean, snow's just picturesque and beautiful. Is this just as good?
Right. I don't know if it's as good as like it's not a winter wonderland.
It's getting there though. It's coming down now.
You know, it looks really good from the inside of your house. Looking through your front window with the fire burning. That's where it's just as good. But being in it, it's landing on me a little bit wet. Not like powdery snow.
Supposedly there's going to be snow later, so you guys are just enjoying all the different phases, right?
Absolutely, we're pioneers on this weekend.
What's your favorite snow memory? I'm turning the tables.
360, doing 360.
Yeah, breaking the fourth wall.
Coming back from Weatherford.
Ooh, that's a far way.
And we survived, so that's why it's a good memory.
Weatherford's cool. It's beautiful out there, actually.
Yeah, it's really
she's
pretty.
a real estate agent. She sold a home out there, and it's pretty out there.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a little treacherous because it's more ice than anything else. Have you guys had any? Have you had any experience with slipping yet?
No, we haven't. This is the first time getting out today. It's a little dicey, like in parking lots and whatnot. So you have to be careful. But we chose this location because the grass, mostly a grass situation. So it's you don't get that flat surface where things freeze on top of it so much. But yeah, but after this, we're probably going to go home, go get a coffee and go home. And thaw out and say we went out today, so we're good.
You guys are awesome. Thanks for
You're
coming.
welcome.
Thank you.
Have a great day. I hope you get some good interviews.
It'll be on Channel 4.
Okay. All right. I used to work for Channel 8.
Oh.
I worked for Velo with Velo.
Well, and this is why
All right, you're listening, and that was raw, unedited tape from our photojournalist, Bob Hallman, out there talking with folks who are kind of experiencing their first taste of winter weather here in North Texas. You know, with the number of people who move here all the time, it's not unusual for someone to be experiencing their first winter snowstorm here in North Texas. Okay, we've got we've got our interview coming up here. TxDOT, we want to get out there and talk to these folks about the roadways that are out there. We're a few rounds into treating here. Tila Grant is joining us from TxDOT. Hey, first up, I hope you're staying safe and staying warm. We appreciate you making us part of your day.
Yes, thank you for having me. I actually am at home right now, so I am staying
Perfect.
warm for sure.
Perfect. Okay, so this is a process that started for you guys many days ago. Obviously, the planning and then the pre-treating. How have we now kind of entered maybe a new phase of how you're combating the slick roadways?
Yeah, well, we're still adding more brine applications out to the road, in a treating phase, but we are also handling some other materials and some de-icing materials too to try to clear the roadways today. Our crews are on, 24/7 duty right now. Everyone's out working as much as they can to try to keep the roads clear right now.
Have you been surprised by one of the things we've been kind of noticing is just how clear the roads are? I mean, we say all the time, stay at home, don't go on the roads. I mean, people really seem to have taken it very seriously this time.
Yeah, I've been really happy to see that. I've been looking at some of our traffic cams, seeing just the amount of traffic on the road, and it doesn't seem to be much. So we are really thankful for that people are watching the forecast as well as listening to us say that. And we think that maybe some of those initial early brine applications could be, something that has really helped to get the roads a little bit clearer than they would be for sure.
Is that a double-edged sword at all? I mean, certainly we've got people, we want them to stay off the roads, but now we've got roads with no cars creating heat on them to melt whatever is there. So now we just have these really frozen solid surfaces. I would imagine empty roads are kind of the lesser of those two evils.
Yeah, definitely. No, we still preach to stay off the roads. That's still way better than having drivers out on the road trying to manage this. And it does just give our crews more space to work because, like I said, they are on call 24/7 out there rotating shifts, and they are continuing to add that de-icer. And that just gives them a lot of space to work and allow those applications and materials to do what they do.
Okay, so let's talk about that real quick here, because there's always that guy who's behind one of your trucks and thinking to himself, you know what? This guy's going slow. I'm getting stuff all over my car. I'm gonna do a quick maneuver and speed around him, and get in front of him. Not a great idea. I mean, these are big pieces of machinery that need the best thing we can do for them is give them room, I'm assuming.
Yeah, definitely. There's equipment. Yeah, you can see some of our social media. You can see the size of our crew standing next to some of these trucks. They are massive trucks. And then we have a lot of crew members that are working in them, and we want to keep them safe as well. They've been working really hard for us these last few days dealing with these elements. So we don't make sure that we don't do anything to distract them from being safe or being able to do the work that they do. Because these are some huge tools that they have on the road. And we definitely need that space. And we want everyone to be safe, our crews and drivers, if they choose to risk going out on the roads during this time.
Let's quantify that a little more for our viewers. How much space? So if I encounter one of these trucks on the road, I mean, am I a couple of car lengths behind them? I mean, what's ideal here?
Yeah, we say 200, 250 feet. Stay back 200, 250 feet, but from the trucks when you see them on the roads.
Because, I mean, frankly, I'm assuming not only for safety, but I probably don't want whatever they're spitting out onto the roadway to, land on my car instead of the road.
Yeah, definitely. Our salt and brine mixture is not as strong as some of the brine and salt mixtures that you might see up north, but I mean, they still could have the potential for damage. So you do want to stay back and not get that on your car as well.
So for the folks who are saying, gosh, you know what, my neighborhood, really needs treatment. When are they going to get to, the side streets around the shopping malls and so on and so forth? I would imagine at this point in the storm, the focus here is still highways and major arteries.
Yeah, for TxDOT, we do, large highways, interstates. We do the states and the highways. And then cities and counties take care of some of those side streets and roads.
All right, Tila Grant, we appreciate you. We want to thank you again for all the work. I know that it's a huge undertaking. Every time we have severe weather coming through North Texas, we can't be too prepared, and we appreciate you helping us do so. Take care.
Definitely, definitely. Thank you so much for having me. And everybody stay safe and stay warm and stay off the roads if you can.
All righty. Good advice. Good advice. All right. All day we've been asking folks to send in some photos, show us what's outside your window. We've also got some friends of the show that have been joining us. Hawkeye, who you, of course, know from morning radio, zooming in for us to show us what's going on where he is. Where are you, friend? Whoop, that's not Hawkeye. There he is.
Hey, there we are.
There you go. What's up, buddy? You have a friend with you.
Steve, this is my granddaughter, Rowan. She's over at our house right now.
Okay, how many kids are at the house? Just one?
Two. We have two grandkids over here. We have my daughters over here with my son-in-law, and we got a full house over here.
Okay.
Gigi and Guy are kind of hosting the family today.
Nice, nice. What's it looking like out there? How are the conditions? Remind folks who don't know which part of North Texas you're located in.
I live in East Dallas over by White Rock Lake, not far from Flagpole Hill. I saw the report there just a few moments ago. I'm thinking, wow, I'd love to go there. Here's kind of a look outside in our neighborhood right there. So you can kind of tell the streets are kind of icy, but like the lawn and stuff. It's not optimum play outside type of weather. We're hoping for like maybe some snow tomorrow.
Deep snow.
Deep snow.
That would be great, man. That would be great. It doesn't look like from the window behind you that there's really any active precipitation at all right now.
No, not really. It's just it's barely sleeting at all. And what you my granddaughter just loves being on TV.
Listen, I was going to say, man, here's the difference between TV and radio. We do pictures and sound. So not just sound like on the radio.
I wasn't prepared for that. I just wasn't prepared for that. I'm so sorry. I'm wrecking your broadcast.
Not at all. You're like, no, don't be silly. This is what makes it special. Listen, when Grandma and Grandpa decide they're going to host everybody at the house, this is what that looks like, right? Come on.
That's what it looks like. You don't have to apologize for it. It's okay. Just have it.
I love it. Okay,
I've wrecked Steve shows in the past.
Let me ask your granddaughter. This snow day has to be an unusual thing for you. Has to be an unusual thing for you. What kind of activities are you going to do? I mean, are you going outside to build a snow angel? Do you want to kind of slip around in your sneakers and see how slick it is out there?
All right, so we want to do that, and actually, I found something on Instagram. I'll repost it on my Instagram at Hawkeye Air, where you can make frozen bubbles. Like, you know, when you blow bubbles.
Yeah.
If you use like some corn syrup, there's a bit of a recipe for it, and the bubbles are supposed to freeze if it gets below 32. So we're gonna go outside and try that in a little bit.
Okay, what? I mean, that would have made a good segment. Come on, man, you couldn't have prepped that for us, and we could have made frozen bubbles together.
I wasn't ready. I'm sorry.
Hey, so no school Monday. So I don't know if you're on babysitting patrol as well. But yeah, it looks like things are going to be closed down for at least the next.
Is that official now? Is that official? Are schools canceling already?
Yeah. Oh no, for sure. So we've seen at this point, it's almost easier to tell you who's not closed. They've also extended the extreme cold warning until 9 o'clock Tuesday morning. So we expect another freeze Tuesday night of anything that's, or Monday night into Tuesday of anything that's left over. So you might even see some late starts on Tuesday, if not some cancellations. So I hope you've got a lot of corn syrup and a lot of stamina, friend, because frozen bubbles are going to be, they're going to need to keep you busy for a couple of days.
I'll shoot you a photo of the frozen bubble if it works.
Okay, so I would love to. You need to do a little video for us. Where can people find you on socials if they want to follow along the frozen bubble experiment?
At Hawkeye on Air on Instagram and Facebook. And what I'll do also is I'll repost the recipe up there so people can see where I got it.
You know, I was thinking about you because this weekend was supposed to be, I know you're a Cub Scout leader like I am, was supposed to be Pinewood Derby for us. It was supposed to be today, and here I am because, of course, it's being postponed.
We had the rocket launch in our pack today, too, got postponed. How funny is that?
Yeah. Listen, we got to keep the kiddos safe and keep the folks off the road, which has actually been really nice. I'm assuming it's the same. I know you're over in East Dallas in a neighborhood, but I'm assuming there's not too many cars driving down your street today.
I've seen very few. I was looking at my neighbors. Most of them are, kind of going outside for a little bit, checking it out, and just seeing what the street's like, then go back inside.
Yeah, sounds like a plan. All right. Hey, Hawkeye, we appreciate you. Thanks always for being so generous with your time when it comes to spending time with us.
All right, Steve. Thank you very much. Thank you for having my granddaughter on.
Of course. I'd love to see you again. I'm back here tomorrow, man. Just give me a call. All right.
Okay, we'll do. Okay.
Hey, we do want to remind you our digital coverage continues of the Winter storm that's blanketing North Texas right now. So we're coming up at about quarter till the top of the hour here. We'll continue here digitally until 6 o'clock and then transfer back to our television coverage, both on KDFI, followed by KDFW as well. For now, though, we want to take a quick break here as we continue to bring you live team coverage of the winter storm happening right now across Texas. You are watching Fox 4's live team coverage of the winter storm blanketing North Texas right here on Fox Local and streaming across all of our digital television platforms. You are looking at DFW Airport where, man, it is a bit of a mess. Total delays today, 15,630. The cancellations today at that airport, 4,267. So here's the situation here. If you are traveling today by air, you definitely want to call ahead. You definitely want to try and make some sort of plan because it is possible that you're either delayed or have been canceled altogether. Of course, American Airlines experiencing the most number of delays and cancellations, but that, of course, due mostly to the part that they're the largest carrier out of our area. Not quite as bad at Love Field. We're talking about just 20 delays at Love Field today. Cancellations there, about 100 191. So if you're flying Southwest, you want to make sure that your flight is getting to where it's going. Again, this is a national weather story. So a lot of these flights that are not getting, it's not just a question of getting out of DFW, it's a question of getting a plane from wherever it is into DFW to pick up a new crew and new passengers to then continue on their flight. One of the things we've been having a lot of fun with today is checking out what's happening outside your window. We've been asking some of our local friends and viewers to join us. We are joined now by Harper Navarre out in the Highland Park area of Dallas. Good morning, or good afternoon, I should say at this point. How are you?
Hi, good. How are you?
I'm good. Okay, so tell me, it is what are the conditions like outside of your house? Is it snowing at all, or is it just cold?
It is like it's like frost kind of, but it's like it's not really snow. It's more just sleet. And I really hope that because school is canceled for us on Monday, I really hope that we're gonna get some snow. And right now the roads are just kind of really icy, and that's it. So I haven't been going out. I haven't gone out yet. So hopefully there's snow and a lot of snow because my friend said that there's going to be 11 inches, which I don't believe.
11 inches? Your friend lied. Your friend is definitely not a credentialed meteorologist at all. But I know from your mom that you are studying to be an actress. In fact, you were just out in LA shooting a movie, and you were just taking your acting lesson online before we caught up with you. So I'm going to ask you to play the part of a meteorologist. Are you up for giving me a bit of a weather forecast? You could just do current conditions if you want. Maybe that's the easiest way to do it. You ready?
Okay, yeah.
All right, I'm going to toss to you. You ready? All right, we want to take you now live to Harper Navarre, our newest meteorologist here at Fox 4. She's live with a look at current conditions in Highland Park. Hey, Harper.
Hi. So right now it looks like it is 25 degrees about, and not much snow. It's really cold. Like there isn't anything falling down. There isn't any precipitation. But like whenever it came down, it was more just like pieces of ice, and they like plopped off the bushes and like they went like that. But there is not really much snow. There's a tiny little bit, but it's mostly just sleet and ice on the roads.
All right, we appreciate it. And by the way, that hand gesture like that is actually a meteorological term. So very well done. You alluded, by the way, round of applause. You alluded to school being closed on Monday. I got to tell you, if I were a betting man, I think that you might be delayed on Tuesday, if not canceled. Yeah. So what's the plan for Monday to make sure everybody in the Navarre house stays sane while you're all hunkered down in close quarters? What are you going to be up to all day?
So I think we're just going to probably chill and maybe go outside if it's really snowing. But I'm really hoping and praying that there isn't a power outage because that was terrible when there was in 2020 or 2021, but like there was nothing to do. Me and my brother were huddled up in a bed and like it was just terrible.
Yeah, I mean, listen, a power outage means, there's only so much juice in the tablet and the iPhone and there's no internet and we're worried about the pool pump not working, but it's also a fun time to kind of spend with family, right? So what did you guys do in 2021? Was it like board games and Uno by candlelight or how'd you make it through?
There was a fire in my parents' room, and me and my brother.
Oh, like a fireplace or like at a house fire?
No, a fireplace.
Oh, I was like, breaking news from the Navarre household. Okay. All right, so fireplace to stay warm. That's a good start.
Yeah, and me and my brother were watching a show on my iPad, and we were in we like had a bed set up for us to sleep in and we were all like huddled watching. And my dad says that it was fun and we were totally fine, but he does not remember it at all.
Listen, you know what? I can almost guarantee you this. You will remember it forever. That's going to be a core memory. Before I let you go, can you give us a sneak preview of the movie that you just shot in LA?
Wait, what do you mean?
What's it about?
Oh.
Are we allowed to wait? Are we allowed to know, or is there like an NDA? Like we can't spill the beans quite yet.
Mom.
So you're a wise girl.
Well, I'm gonna say it because my mom didn't say anything. So
All right. Well, I don't want to get you. I don't want to compromise your career before it truly gets started here. Hey, I appreciate you. Thank you. Anybody you want to say hi to? Any shout outs to friends?
Yeah.
Nobody by name? You don't have to.
No.
Okay. All right.
No.
Hey, say hi to your whole family for us. We appreciate you guys watching. And thank you for being our guest meteorologist today here on our expanded digital coverage. Well done. Big round of applause for Harper, everybody. All right. Stay safe and stay warm. We'll see you soon. Okay.
Stay safe and warm, everybody. Bye.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. Moving on. We want to talk about DoorDash. For those of you who are thinking, okay, you know what? I'm not going to go out in the cold or the snow or the rain or the sleet or the ice. I'm going to just have people bring me food. Well, guess again, DoorDash has activated severe weather protocols in Dallas-Fort Worth in response to the winter storm here. They have said that means they're expected, because of the expected heavy snow and ice to more than 230 million people across 34 states, they are suspending operations. So that's Dallas, Fort Worth, and the surrounding area. Operations will remain suspended until at least the morning of Sunday, January 25th, depending on conditions on the ground. I can tell you again from all of the things that our meteorologists here have been telling us, if the conditions now are not conducive to DoorDash, things are probably only going to get worse from here. So if you were thinking someone's going to bring you a pizza during the storm, that might not happen. Also, over to Fort Worth we go due to deteriorating weather road conditions across the Trinity Metro service area. The TRE link from Centerpoint to DFW Airport is going to be suspended. That's going to happen at 4 p.m. And Trinity Metro bus service will be suspended beginning at 7 p.m. That's tonight for the remainder of the night. The following service areas will continue operating on a previously published schedule. Those are TexRail, Trinity Railways Express, on-demand paratransit. Trinity Metro will continue to monitor weather and roadway conditions as planning continues for a delayed start of service on Sunday, and will notify customers and the public as circumstances change. So again, we do want to remind folks, Trinity Metro service TRE link from Centerport to DFW Airport being suspended at 4 p.m. tonight. Trinity Metro bus service being suspended beginning at 7 p.m. For the remainder of the evening. They will keep some of their other services open. Speaking of folks who are helping folks, one group is on a mission to make sure no one goes hungry or freezes in the storm out there. Texas on a mission, cooking around 3,600 meals a day for those staying at the emergency shelter in Fair Park. The group is also providing mobile shower units for people at the shelter. It's really all part of this initiative to make sure that no Texan is without food, without water, without shelter, or access to basic hygiene needs, even despite the freezing temperatures.
We've got some very caring and generous donors that make this happen. Unfortunately, you can't do disaster relief without the funds to make it happen. And they care about the people here, Texas, around the world, and they help us make it happen. So we couldn't do it without them.
Somebody who might be thinking, wow, that sounds like something I would be interested in doing, either by volunteering or donating. How do they do that?
Well, the best thing to do is go to our website. It's TexansOnMission.org. All Texans on Mission is all one word, .org. And you can find out how to donate. You can find out how to volunteer. You can sign up. We train all of our volunteers. We background check everybody, and so everybody is prepared for what they're doing.
This isn't just like a lot of shelters. If you go in, you're given some dry meals and maybe for breakfast you have cornflakes and a little bit of milk. And, for dinner you're given a sandwich or something.
No, this is not that. We're like today's menu is a grilled chicken breast with scalloped potatoes and corn and a roll. So it's a complete meal. We want to make sure they're have a balanced diet, nutrition, and it's a complete meal. And breakfast is either breakfast tacos or scrambled eggs and sausage and biscuits. And so we, we work hard to, we take pride in the food that comes out of this kitchen, and we want it to taste good.
Housing forward, people, around 3,700 people in Dallas are experiencing homelessness as of 2024. Several warming centers have opened up across the Metroplex in response to the extreme cold. We do have a running list for you, resources on our website. That's fox4news.com. We're back right after this. Welcome back. You are watching our live team coverage of the winter storm blanketing North Texas right here on Fox Local and streaming across all of our digital platforms. Meteorologist Berkeley Taylor back with us again. So we need to clear something up because we've asked viewers to send in photos. A lot of them are just a dusting of sleet that people are making snow angels in. But one guy sent in what he described as 14 inches of snow in Bowie. Are we talking wind or?
That's what I would guess. So we haven't gotten official totals since noon from the National Weather Service, but I'll show you what we had at noon.
Okay.
Because a lot of these are from along the Red River. Whitesboro, Denison, 2.5, 3.5 inches already early in the day, and we've continued to add precipitation. So I would not be surprised to see some totals closer to 6 or even 7 inches. 14 does seem like a stretch to me.
But that's a lot.
That is a lot, but I'll show you radar right now over Bowie. But I would imagine because it is so windy out there that you're likely getting a little bit of a snow drift. So
Okay.
you're starting to see it collect in one area, which, that is still a substantial amount of snow. But in terms of official totals, I'm going to guess that it is likely not
Gotcha.
up to 14 inches.
Okay, so that might not have been a record, but we are going to break some records
Yes.
pretty comfortably.
Yes.
Okay, so here we go. 14
Okay.
inches of snow in Bowie, Texas, Moss Ranch. So,
That's
actually, you know
impressive.
what? You can see the drifts.
Yeah, you can
actually
see-
see the drifts. Because
yeah.
I will say, look at the posts that are holding up his cedar pergola.
Right. Yeah, you can see a much
You can see
lighter
it- it
coating.
really is.
Yeah. So it's
It
probably
really is
blowing
piled up.
in toward his porch and then collecting
Yeah.
on top of each other. But still a substantial
I'm not-
amount of
I'm not
snow.
calling you a liar.
No, and also you're probably at the higher end of the
Yeah.
range anyway. So
Yeah. Okay, so that might not be a record,
Right.
but the temperatures,
Yes.
they're going to, we will comfortably break records that have stood for more than 100 years. this
Yes,
week.
yes. So it starts with tomorrow's afternoon high, which is forecast to be 19 degrees. The record low, this is always a confusing phrase, the record low high temperature, so meaning the record low maximum heat we've seen for January 25th, 23 degrees, which was 1940. So an old record. And then this one's even older. Monday morning low, 9 degrees. Record low, 1904 of 12 degrees. So we should comfortably break at least 2 of those temperature records.
So for folks that are, hopefully not that anyone's going to be out and about,
Right.
When that happens, because it'll be, I'm assuming, in the pre-dawn hours
Yes.
of Monday morning. But I do think that it bears a conversation about just how dangerous that kind of cold
Right.
is. Yes, we joke around, it's 9 degrees when we go to the Gaylord and you get the parka and you walk through ice.
Right.
But this is it is 9 degrees outside.
Right.
Talk to me about what that means for pipes and pets and people and, right?
Yeah, at this point, hopefully everybody has already dripped the pipes, opened up the cabinets. Sure, hopefully furry friends have a place inside, checking on their neighbors. All the things we talk about those things when it gets to 32 degrees.
Mhm.
So 9, obviously substantially colder, especially in an area that we don't ever really see this kind of cold. Our bodies aren't acclimated to that kind of weather, so it's even harder on us. And spending any amount of time, any prolonged period outside where you're not bundled up, and even if you are, after half an hour,
Yeah,
so
no, there's a point where it doesn't matter.
right.
Yeah.
It's that cold, and that's before you factor in the wind chill, which will be a factor all weekend. We've got breezy winds out of the north between 10 and 20, gusts upwards of 25. Makes it feel like -5 when it's actually 9 degrees. So it is when we say dangerously cold, we mean it. It is dangerous.
Let's talk timeline here
Mhm.
because, again, we've been looking at a lot of photos and stuff. We've been talking to people live from their homes. And while they're showing us a coating on the ground, very
Mhm.
few people are showing us precipitation at this point.
Right. So we will add pretty much everywhere, all across North Texas, you will see accumulations increase tonight. The heaviest of the bands come through after sunset tonight. So about 8 o'clock, it starts from the west. It will build across the Metroplex and then push out to East Texas. We're talking mostly sleet, but snow also a possibility, especially for, again, the Red River. So if you've already seen snow, you might get some more. In terms of the timeline, we're looking at Sunday by about lunchtime. I think most of it lightens up. And then the cold sticks around. You can see here, forecast low again, Monday morning is 9 degrees, wind chills -5. By Monday afternoon, updated model data has us staying in the 20s. So 28 is now our forecast high on Monday, so we will stay below freezing across all of North Texas all the way through Monday, and then we'll drop back into the teens Tuesday. So again, we've been talking about keeping eyes on closures for Tuesday as well, which, that is out of my jurisdiction, but but I would not be surprised because of the accumulations we expect to add on through the evening tonight. It's not going to go anywhere until we can get the sun up and we can get temperatures above 32.
Yeah, I wouldn't burn through all of the craft projects with the kids
Right,
on
yeah.
Monday.
Yeah, space those out for Tuesday.
A couple of them,
Yeah.
right, just in case.
Yes.
But on Tuesday, we are going to get up into
Yes.
what, the 40s?
Yeah, upper 30s, low 40s. Yes, well above 32.
And sunshine, so enough to
sunshine.
dry the surfaces.
Yes, hopefully we'll get quite a bit of melting. The other part of this forecast, though, is that Wednesday night looks like we're going to be back in the 20s. So we'll be keeping eyes on all of the melting, the progression as we go through how roadways are looking by Monday afternoon, and then again Tuesday afternoon.
And this trend is continuing, obviously, across the country.
Yes. Oh, yeah. We can look at the current satellite and radar picture across the country right now because it's a pretty impressive system. You can see. I mean, it spans. Almost half the country right now is covered in some sort of winter weather, and then we've got thunderstorms, heavy rain along the Gulf Coast. That is expected to change at least as far south as Houston as that Arctic air continues to push down to the south. But as far as the Midwest, the Northeast goes, they are bracing for a lot of snow and some frigid cold temperatures through the start of next week at least. So.
Yeah, we were talking in the last hour. I was asking about what looks like rain in South Texas, and now you can see just a little bit of the northern part of that is really turning pink.
It is turning pink, and we got some reports out of Austin that they're starting to see some of that change over as well to more of a freezing rain or sleet situation. Another thing that's interesting is we have gotten reports of thunder sleet, which is same kind of idea as a thunderstorm. It's when you get convection going, but it's instead of seeing rainfall, it's sleet. One viewer actually sent in the National Weather Service chat out of Gatesville, saw some thunder sleet, and I think we actually you can see on radar, if we can flip back to that, you can see the little lightning bolts now moving toward 35 there in Hillsboro. Little convection. So don't be surprised if you hear rumbles of thunder as sleet falls. I know a lot of times we don't associate thunderstorms with winter weather, but it's the same kind of process. It's just you're adding a lot more cold air into that. But you can still get convection, and we're seeing thunderstorms now move into parts of Hill County, which is, as a meteorologist, it's a little bit of like a nerd out moment where thunder sleet is cool. So yeah, if anybody has any reports of any of that thunder going on, let me know. Send it my way. I'd love to see it.
So we've been talking about this kind of on again, off again as far as the precipitation goes. I know that we're talking about more accumulation overnight. Is this a situation where once it starts again, it's going to be continuous, or are we going to see these dips?
We will see more continuous precipitation through the overnight hours than we have it so far through the entire system. So we've been fortunate to get some lulls to where maybe you can go outside and take your dogs out and do your thing, But as we look ahead, I'll show you into tonight. So, I mean, widespread, I would say after 8 o'clock, it becomes pretty much all night, overnight until we can get to Sunday around sunrise. So tomorrow around 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning. Then we get some breaks and we'll try to round it out with snow. Another thing that's changing a little bit is now models are trying to keep some flurries going through the afternoon tomorrow. So not substantial accumulations, but we could still see some snow flying around by the afternoon tomorrow as well.
All right, really, all of it is at the end of the day, stay indoors. Keep doing what you're doing. Stay off the road.
Stay off the roads for sure. Yeah, and be careful if you go outside. Please, please, please have like 20 layers on, okay? Because it is so cold, and like you said, it can be dangerous, especially for the extremities, the hands, the toes, the head. Bundle up. That's my advice. Or stay inside.
Listen, we obviously are updating our website. We're updating the WAP, but you guys do a great job updating through social media as well.
Thank you.
You're relatively new to us, so people might not know where to find you on social. So where do they?
I am Berkeley Taylor WX, I think, on every platform. I should probably know that, but I think if you search Berkeley Taylor or meteorologist Berkeley Taylor, you should be able to find me. But I'm on X, Facebook, Instagram, pretty much anywhere.
All right. I mean, you jumped right in. You're doing
here.
A good
we are.
job.
Thank you so much.
Yes, absolutely. We're thrilled to have you here. All right. We want to get out onto the roads over in Tarrant County now. We've got Officer Buddy Calzada, the Public Information Officer, out there for the Fort Worth PD. How you doing, friend?
A little chilly, but we're doing good.
It looks a little cold out there, man. I hope you guys are keeping warm. One of the things that we were talking with first responders about was this is a great day to try and keep them as bored as possible. I'm hoping that's the case for you guys in Fort Worth.
As first responders, we're always going to stay busy, but I will tell you this, all the media outlets have been putting out that people just need to stay home, essential travel only. And because of that, our number of major accidents and minor accidents is reduced. So we're doing really good out there. I'm looking at our call sheets right now. We're currently working 3 major accidents, and it looks like 4 minor accidents at this moment right now.
When we're talking about major accidents on the roadways in Fort Worth, are we talking about like closures of highways because of them, or how bad are they?
So looking over these accidents right now, the major accidents is going to be involved in any vehicle that may be stalled out, can't get out of the roadway, and will need protection by the emergency lights and a wrecker. I can look at all these, and I can tell you right now, it's going really good. We're in the best spot we can be. No fatalities, no major injuries reported. People are just listening to our warnings and spending time with their families, and it's just great. It's good.
You know, unfortunately, one of the places where we have heard about fatalities today is in house fires, people dusting off the space heater, trying to keep warm, and unfortunately, it has tragic consequences to it. For folks in your area in Tarrant County, have you guys had any issue with that at all that you know of?
I believe we spoke with fire earlier. They've had a couple of incidents they've been working on, probably speak with them directly. But it's so great to be in a community where, we're in connection with Encore. We're in connection with TxDOT. We have our emergency operations center where we're there with fire. We're open right now around the clock to be able to know of any emergencies that may pop up and put all of our resources to that. So anytime fire has an incident, they're definitely putting all their resources to it. Haven't seen anything major other than just a few fires.
Yeah, that's really good news, quite honestly. For folks that do want to reach out, we always say, okay, call non-emergency. Listen, the number of people are going to pick up the phone and call instinctively is 911. If they don't have something that's a life-threatening emergency, but do need somebody like the Fort Worth PD to show up, what's the best way to contact you?
Right. Keep in mind, we're all looking at weather, but we're still, as the patrol officers are out there, they're still answering regular calls for service, anything that may be a robbery or a suspicious person or anything like that. So anytime there's a life-threatening incident, please call 911. If you need to inform the police of something that's not an emergency, we want you to reach out to our non-emergency number, and that's real easy. It's 817-392-4222. And for the simple fact that we don't tie up any 911 lines should we have an emergency come up.
I'm assuming you've been out on the roads today. I know our crews have been out there driving. Can you speak to me about, certainly conditions? It's nice that there's not a lot of people out there, but what's so striking is how quickly conditions can change even on the same roadway. We often say, oh, if you're going over a bridge, expect it's going to freeze. But really on the same stretch of highway on solid ground, I mean, there can be moments that really vary greatly in terms of driving conditions. So really kind of take it slow, even if it feels like it's going okay.
Right. We've conditioned the roads. TxDOT has done that, but they condition the roads for safe, slow travel. That doesn't mean you can go at regular highway speeds. And I think that's what we're seeing there. I give big props to the community in Fort Worth and everybody that's passing through. Everybody's going at a slower speed and respecting the drivers around them, not getting too close. And that way, when we do have an accident, when they do experience what you're talking about and the ice sneaks up on them or a slippery patch, because of the slower speeds and because of the distance that they've created between the other drivers, we're not seeing any major injuries as a result of these accidents. So big props to everyone passing through and our citizens here in Fort Worth.
Yeah, and frankly, big props to you folks as well. Listen, I know that you're putting your lives on the line every day. Now you're doing it in freezing temperatures. You've been gracious enough to give us your time, so we want to give you some of ours. Is there any messaging that you'd like to get out directly to folks that are in Tarrant County that may be watching?
Yes, remember, essential travel only. As predicted, as the police department, we don't have satellites, working up in space for us. But what we can tell, it's supposed to get colder and it's supposed to be coming. So all we can do is prepare. And I credit the city of Fort Worth. We've been prepared and meeting days in advance, warning or cautioning our unhoused individuals, letting them know where they can have shelters, where they can have warming stations. Again, we've been in contact with any first responders or emergency outlets here, and it's just great to know that we're in a safe city and at the safest condition we can be at right now. So continue to follow what we put out there. We're only doing it for your safety. Follow us on our social media channels with the city of Fort Worth, the police department, fire. We're all putting out unified messages so that everyone can be aware of what exactly to do during these conditions.
Do any of those locations come to top of mind? I don't want to put you on the spot, but you make a good point about warming centers. There are unfortunately people who are unhoused in the city. People may encounter them. Where should they direct them to go to? Any particularly larger centers that are always a good bet?
Absolutely. The easiest way to find these locations and the exact addresses is to go to our Fort Worth City website. You can find a link to that. I think our latest post on the social media with Fort Worth Police has a link directly to that. It'll give you the warming stations. It'll give you any updates that we're doing that we want the public to be aware of. So just stay informed. Don't get out and look what's going on. Just stay informed by what we're sharing with you and then the pictures that the media and video that media is sharing. That's the safest thing to do.
All right, Officer Calzada, we hope you stay safe and stay warm out there. We appreciate everything that you do to keep the rest of us safe as well. Appreciate your time.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, we will continue to keep you safe and informed. You are watching continuing live team coverage right here on Fox 4 of the winter storm that's blanketing North Texas. It's happening now on Fox Local and streaming across all digital television platforms, as well as our YouTube channel. We'll be back right after this. Welcome back to Fox 4's live team digital coverage of the winter storm blanketing North Texas right here on Fox Local and across all of our digital television platforms. We've got our crews out across North Texas, but before we check back in with them, I do want to check in on a little fun that we're having over the last couple hours, talking to you about how you are spending today in the winter weather, particularly how you are keeping yourself warm kind of from the inside out. We've got our question of the day today. Oh, well, no, we're going to start with some pictures of pets. Ravens, first time seeing snow. Michelle Ramirez in Cleburne sending us this photo. It looks like Raven's enjoying it, I got to say. Pup is having some fun out there. Buddy the chameleon enjoying the view under his heat lamp. Buddy's got the best seat in the house, man. It's cold outside, but he is nice and toasty warm. A heat wave out in Fort Worth Alliance. I'm assuming maybe because the temperatures climbed just a little bit out there. But again, we've been talking all day about how you can really expect temperatures to drop to the point of breaking records that have been around for more than 100 years. Dr. Benjamin Toast Malone, not a big fan of this cold. Cat's outside with the hat and scarf and sweater set on and still unhappy. Jennifer Hodges, thanks for sending that in from Louisville for us. All right, one more. Look at this pup. Everybody, I will say, people love having their dogs out in the cold. Lisa Rosas from Duncanville. The dog is thinking, do I jump in? Do I not? Do I not jump in? I'm going to say no. That water is pretty cold at this point. Just because it's frozen, don't mean it's not cold. You know who is probably a little cold? Our friend Peyton May, who didn't have to get up super early today, but does have to stand outside. She's joining us live. Good afternoon. I'm used to saying good morning to you.
I know, Steve, it's a different shift for me, but I gotta say it's just as cold as those early morning hours are. So it's a give or take. It's a give or take, but we're in South Fort Worth right now, and we have come upon a difficult situation here because so many homes, apartment complexes, and different businesses have actually lost power in this area. I've been constantly updating the Encore map, and it shows right now, just about the last 30 seconds, around 2,000 customers have lost power in this area, which is really horrible to see. I will say behind me there, you can see that there are some crews coming out here to start to restore some of that. It does say online that that's under review as of now, but there are tons of apartment complexes here. I actually spoke with a man who says he woke up and saw that his power was out. Just a very difficult situation, of course, to wake up to. He's been kind of making his rounds around places in this area because we're outside of a gas station. Some of the food stores here out of power. There's a barbecue restaurant outside, a donut shop. All of that is without power. So, this area it's very difficult. I will say for driving, there are power lines. I can't see anywhere near this area right now, but there are traffic issues here since you see those lights, they are completely out. So a lot of these cars, it's a big, slow, steady. Make sure you're treating it almost as a four-way stop when you head into these intersections if there aren't any lights working. We are seeing people kind of heeding that warning right now, which is good to see because it is very scary. It is very difficult when you're trying to navigate that and you don't have any lights working. So again, just when you're out and about, if you have to be, make sure that you are keeping a track of that, keeping an eye out for that because there's no power in a lot of areas. I want to say something too to update the Trinity Metro service just gave the TRE link to Centerpoint to DFW Airport. That's suspended starting at 4. So that's going to impact a lot of people in Fort Worth. The Trinity Metro bus service is suspended starting at 7 p.m. So those are things you really need to look out for. If you were, planning on taking that, you're going to need to find some alternate routes. Of course, the advice is to just stay home if you can because, it isn't safe to be out here. We have been seeing a little bit of snow come in, light snow. I want to say very, very light snow within the last maybe 10, 15 minutes. But we are standing on sheets of ice right now. So that snow is going to stick to the ground. If you have to be out and about, bundle up. We haven't seen that many people out, but there are some people, again, telling us that their power went out in their apartment complexes. So they are, of course, just patiently waiting for some of that service to be restored. Back to you.
All right. Listen, you're no stranger to bundling up. You're a girl who grew up in the Chicago area.
Of course.
And I think that sometimes folks say, oh, it's Texas. How cold could it get? How bad is it? I mean, it's cold out there.
It is. It is very cold out here. I do have to say I used to trudge to school in the snow, so I am definitely always geared up with those winter boots, those hand warmers, got tons of gloves, hats, scarves on deck. But if you don't have to be outside, don't. Really don't do it. It's not worth it, especially on the roadways. It's pretty dangerous.
How have the roadways been? I know that you guys obviously had to drive from here in Dallas over to Fort Worth to get to your location. We've been seeing that the highways are relatively okay as long as you kind of keep it slow. But the roadways behind you that I'm looking at on our monitor here kind of have that same look to them. There are these white blanketed sheets, which at first look like it could be a dusting of snow, but really are frozen ice underneath.
Yes, Steve, I kind of echoing off of what you're saying. It is a little bit of a mixed bag of what you're going to run into. I mean, tollways, we were able to be fine and safe on there. I will say we did run into some tech stock crews that were putting brine on the roadways, so that was really great to see. Of course, they are just working around the clock to make sure that those roadways are safe. But in your smaller neighborhood roads, that's definitely an issue. And of course, some of these intersections here, the lights are out behind us, so that's something you're really going to want to be careful. Even if, you think that it looks fine, what's underneath you, you don't see anything sticking, there could be black ice, and you're not going to be able to see that. I would say also your overpasses, your bridges, your ramps, those are where we saw some issues. You're going to want to just take it so slow. I know some people's initial reaction is to just pump the brakes or brake right away if you are kind of skidding. You don't want to do that. I will say, growing up in Chicago, I think that was probably the first lesson that we learned in driver's school. It wasn't parallel parking or probably even turn signals. It was do not just lock that brake up immediately. It is not going to help you. It's going to lock your brakes, and it's going to make it unable for you to move and put you in a very difficult situation. So I will say, in terms of the roadways, your main advice, heeding the warning of just driving so slow, because even if you think there's nothing out there, you can't see anything on the roadways, there probably is.
Yeah, for sure. All right, I'm going to let you go get warm up for at least a little bit before we see you again. Welcome to Dayside Reporting, friend. Glad you're here.
Hey, thanks, Steve.
All right, talk to you soon. Again, we've got Peyton May out in Tarrant County. We want to go now to Ellis County, where our friend Candace Lopez is standing by. Hey there, good to see you.
Hey, Steve.
Okay, so we've been doing a little what's out your window with some of our media friends across North Texas. What are you looking at out there? How are the conditions? Oh, I think you may have muted yourself in the process. Can you hear me?
There we go.
Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. I'm gonna ask you again.
So
No,
we
you're
just
good.
had like a steady stream of sleet, a wintry mix. You can obviously tell out here. This is my backyard, which is not enough to play in. Obviously, it's very icy, but it just seems like all day, just not enough to play in. But it's pretty.
That's a big backyard, Candace Lopez.
Yeah, we're out here. I mean, out here in the country, right? So we have a half acre. Unfortunately, no pool today or hot tub, which wouldn't work. But yeah, plenty of room for sledding.
So let's talk about kind of the plan here. I mean, we've been talking on the show today. The precipitation is going to start back up. It's going to be pretty constant. It's going to get pretty rough out there, certainly more rough than it's been previously. What's the plan for you guys? I mean, you got a bunch of Netflix to watch, or what are you going to do to pass the time?
Yeah, well, we plan to work out, which I'm here in my gym. We haven't done that. So I got my kiddo here. This is Enzo.
What's up, Enzo?
The good news is we have a little trampoline back here, which he's been jumping on. So we're trying to stay active inside and figure out how to stay warm. But yeah, just hanging out at home. We played Monopoly already. We're looking forward to the Mavs-Lakers game tonight. So this is not that different than what we normally do, but I thrive in stay-at-home life. So this is good for me.
So I'll tell you, you probably have the best plan that we've seen so far, which is get out the trampoline, tire out the kids. That way you make sure that the rest of the house can be pretty sane. That's a good plan.
Yeah, for sure. We're doing anything we can. My son wanted to go outside earlier and touch the ice barefoot. So he did that, quickly decided that was not the move. So he's back inside getting some exercise.
Yeah, school's going to be closed for you guys on Monday as well. We've been seeing closures, really across our area. We were saying it's easier at this point to just tell people what's open because everything has been pretty much canceled. Were you part of the grocery store culture beforehand, the last minute rush, or are you thinking, yeah, we got enough food?
Yeah, so I honestly hit the grocery store Tuesday, and then Thursday I said I'm done with this and realized we had salsa and no tortilla chips. So yesterday I hit up Kroger for tortilla chips. I was there pretty much every day. So we're pretty set.
I love it. It's funny that you say that because I was at Whole Foods the other day and I was walking down the aisle. The entire thing was empty and I was like, what was here that there is not one of them left? And I looked at the little tag and it was tortilla chips. I mean, that's how you know it's a snowstorm in Texas, right?
Yeah, popcorn and tortilla chips seem to be the popular items this year.
Hey, we appreciate you being so generous with your time. Stay safe, stay warm, stay indoors, and stay tuned. All right, we'll see you soon.
You too. Nice work today.
Take care. Take care. All right, I want to show you a piece of video that we have here. This is Runaway Bay, sleet and snow. This is just raw video coming into us right now, so you can really kind of hear, if you listen closely, the sound of this precipitation hitting the ground. So what you're hearing is kind of two things. One, how frozen it is coming down, and two, how frozen the ground is that it's hitting. You'll notice also on the right-hand side of your screen, the ice forming on that no parking sign there. Things are going to deteriorate. We've been saying it all day. Berkeley's been in here saying, listen, we're going to see a steady stream of precipitation. I know that it's just been cold, and we've gotten a nice break since the rain and snow overnight, but things are about to pick back up, and they certainly are. Is that a horse-drawn carriage? Listen, you got to get around however you can in the snow, and if it's by horse-drawn carriage, frankly, that may be one of the safer ways we've seen today of getting around town. Just stay home if you can. Again, we've heard closures. We've heard that DoorDash is suspending service. Find that can of whatever in your house and finally crack it open, because today is the day to do it. It's also the day to stay tuned. You're watching live team coverage here on Fox Local of our digital content, our extended team coverage of the winter storm blanketing North Texas. We will be back in just a moment. Welcome back to Fox 4's extended digital coverage of the winter storm moving across North Texas. We want to join now in progress a news conference being held by the city of Dallas. Let's listen in.
The overall idea that I think is
Dallas, and while conditions are remaining stable for us at this time, the most significant impacts may still be ahead, particularly tonight through the weekend. We at the city are prepared for continued deteriorating travel conditions, sustained freezing temperatures and any need for ongoing response operations over the next several days. Additionally, Dallas City Hall will be closed to the public on Monday, January 26th. Additional information and service updates will continue to be provided through the city's communication team and through official channels. I want to update everybody on what the city's doing right now. Transportation and Public Works crews are actively treating bridges, overpasses, and any identified trouble spots. We will continue those operations 24 hours a day. Our Dallas Police and Dallas Fire Rescue Departments are fully staffed under their severe weather protocols. They're responding to increased accident volume and supporting life safety operations City Hall. So we still encourage folks to stay off the roadways for any unnecessary or non-essential travel. Our temporary inclement weather shelter at Fair Park remains fully operational. We thank our partners at Austin Street and others that are supporting that. They supported over 800 guests last night, which is the fastest first day fill up our shelter has ever experienced. The Dallas Street Response and Crisis Intervention staff from my department are remaining active. We're providing transportation and welfare outreach for any of our vulnerable residents. And last, critical infrastructure partners, including Encore, all remain staged across Dallas. We have crews working around the clock, identifying issues and responding to any outages safely and as quickly as possible. As we continue through the storm, we have 4 objectives that we're operating off of here at the city. First is maintaining real-time situational awareness of critical infrastructure, life safety operations, and any citywide impacts. Second is to receive, triage, assess, and coordinate the response to any and all incidents and service requests received. Third is to provide support and sustainment to our shelters, warming centers, and life safety operations throughout the event. And then finally, providing timely and accurate public information to our city leadership, council, partners, and the public. In a moment, you'll hear directly from several department leads who will provide any specific or more specific updates on their operational areas. And then just in closing, for our residents, our message is still the same. Please avoid any unnecessary travel conditions as they deteriorate. Please prepare for dangerous cold tonight and tomorrow. Check on neighbors and any vulnerable populations and report those to 311 where we as a city can provide assistance. And then report any outages of power, water, or other critical infrastructure to your providers. Thank you, and I will first turn over to Director Gus Concarly, who is of the Transportation and Public Works Department.
Thank you, Director Odin. My name is Gus Concarly, Director of the Department of Transportation and Public Works. Just a brief summary of what we have been doing. As of 3 p.m., we have about 6 signals on flash and 18 signals with no communication, so that could be out. And this number may and will likely increase as precipitation increase this evening and temperature decrease, resulting in more power outages. So this number could go up. As far as the traffic street operation is concerned, we have been concentrating on bridges, overpasses, inclines, intersections, and trouble spots and critical facilities around the city. And we will continue to operate all 50 sanding trucks that are available at the moment with 8 snowplows to ensure that we can respond to any surge of in need, if you will, for resources to cover trouble spots. As we said before, and as Director Odin mentioned, is that for driver safety, always, people need to stay home if possible. Proceed through the intersections with caution. If a traffic signal is flashing or has no power, please treat the intersection as an always stop. And if you see fallen wires, poles, or other potentially dangerous debris, do not approach or attempt to move it. and then maintain extra distance between you and other vehicles, including our equipment that are treating the roadways to allow for safe braking. So with that, I'll turn it over to Kevin.
Thank you, Director Concarly. Next, we'll hear from Executive Assistant Chief Terrence Rhodes of Dallas Police Department. Following Chief Rhodes, we'll have Chief Justin Ball of Dallas Fire Rescue.
Good afternoon. Since midnight, we've responded to 57 accidents. So we're still encouraging to all the citizens to stay off the roadway unless they absolutely have to. We're providing security at the shelters. With our last numbers were around 815, and no major issues to report. And again, we ask you to continue to stay off the roadways unless you absolutely have to travel. And that's all I have.
All right, next is Chief Justin Ball from Dallas Fire Rescue.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, things are going pretty much as anticipated. City personnel have banded together to give the residents as best possible outcome. As far as our run volume, it's pretty much as we expected. Motor vehicles are accidents twice as many as usual. Welfare checks twice as many as usual, and structure fire reported as twice as many as usual. Basically, things are going to get a bit worse. The roads are getting more icy as we speak. So, when it's this icy, just a little mistake, whether driving or walking, can cause serious injury. So if you have to get out, go slow, take your time, but just remember that an errand should not cause serious injury or your life. So try to stay home. That's it.
Thank you, Chief Ball. We'll next hear from Patrick Clark from Dallas Love Field, and then we'll go to Cliff Gillespie from Sanitation.
Thank you very much. So it's all hands on deck right now at Dallas Love Field. As you can imagine, crews have moved in with our snow plows. We have treated the runways, the rest of the airfield, and we'll continue to monitor the conditions. But the big message today is for travelers who I'm certain are wondering what's going to happen with their flights. Well, check your flight status. As this weather system moves through the area, we will have some interruptions, of course. Check your flight status. Follow us on social media at Dallas Love Field. We'll have periodic updates. And of course, pack some patience, as we handle this enormous system. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll go to Cliff Gillespie, Director of Sanitation.
Good afternoon, Cliff Gillespie. Sanitation is evaluating conditions and will make a final call tomorrow, but most likely garbage, recycle, brush, and bulky item collections next week will occur on a delayed basis. Customers should put their carts at the designated collection point, whether that be at the curb or the alleyway, and leave it there until it's serviced. Regarding the potential for any vegetative debris as a result of this weather event, we're monitoring conditions and will make a determination on any special requirements for debris to be placed if it's determined necessary. So that's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Next, we will hear from Director Paul Ramon of Dallas Animal Services.
Good evening, everyone. Paul Ramon, Director of Dallas Animal Services. We've been monitoring our traffic for call volume since late evening yesterday. As of 2 p.m. today, we've received over 132 calls for service for animal lack of care. These calls would be calls that would be submitted through the 311 mobile app. Domestic animal left out in extreme temperatures. We encourage the community to make those conversations and phone calls. Our officers are responding to these calls 24 hours a day. We do have staff out responding as of now. However, road conditions do make it a little treacherous for them, so it may take them just a bit of time to get to the calls, but I would ask for patience and understanding. Our officers, as I said, work 24/7, and we will continue to respond to these calls. But I would encourage that if you have pets, if at all possible, give them a treat and allow them to come indoors. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Paul. Now we're going to go to our media questions. First, we're going to go to Alan Skyan for KRLD Radio. Alan Skya from KRLD. Okay, we're going to go to CBS 11. We have a couple of reporters from CBS 11. Who's from CBS 11?
Hi, can you hear me? This is Perseid Olguin with CBS 11.
Yes, go ahead with your question.
All right, so I just had some follow-up questions. What are some of the trouble spots, and have any of those accidents that the city has responded to, I believe you said 57 as of 3 p.m. earlier today, have any of those been severe, deadly, anything like that? And then I have a follow-up.
Her question was on the trouble spot.
Okay, so I'll take the first one. So trouble spots are generally bridges, inclines, intersections, and also they vary by the area. So primarily currently, from what we're seeing on the cameras and the weather conditions, is primarily focused more on the northern side of the city. But we're like I said, we've already treated most of the bridges and the intersections and so on. And then we're also treating entrances and driveways to the fire stations and Dallas Police divisions.
And to answer your question, ma'am, we have no fatality accidents so far.
My last question was, I know homeless shelters and homeless organizations or people who help those who are outside, they've been doing everything they can at this moment with just the freezing temperatures we did see overnight, and another round coming throughout the weekend. Have any people who have been outside been found unstable, unconscious, anything like that?
You want to answer that?
I can answer that. We have not found any on Dallas Fire Rescue. We've got 2 crews out there, 2 separate units, picking people up out the weather, bringing them to shelters. And we picked up 60 last night. We anticipate maybe there'll be some more tonight, but we'll put more units in if need be. But they don't even have to be called. They do get called, but they go and search for noted areas, and if they see someone, they'll go get them and bring them in.
And that's the same for our team at Emergency Management Crisis Response. We've not encountered anyone that needed additional medical treatment beyond transportation to the shelter.
All right, thank you. Now we'll go to KDFW Fox 4 News. All right, let's go to Carlos Cepeda. Carlos, you have your hand up.
Hello, good afternoon. Any chance that we can have sound in Spanish for Telemundo, please?
Yes, we will have Officer Matos from the Dallas Police Department available afterwards, and we'll be able to do some one-on-ones with you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Let's go to Ashley Martis. Okay, go to Spectrum News. Okay, I just got a note from Alan Skya from KRLD about the accident involving the fire vehicle. They're asking if any serious injuries or any injuries involving the firefighters, Chief.
So we did have one engine hit by a car. It wasn't colossal, and no firefighters were injured.
Okay. Mike Radoff. Okay, Marilyn Clark. Diane Ragsdale. Madison Alexander. Madison Alexander.
He said, I was just calling to listen. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Ms. Ragsdale. And Channel 4, did you ask your questions? Well, I think that's it. If Telemundo and Univision will stay on, we will get you teamed up with Officer. There's a from Katie Blakely asking a question about traffic in and around downtown for the Mavs game.
Thank you for that question. So we're monitoring all of our critical infrastructure, special events, and the entertainment districts around Dallas to ensure that Dallas is able to stay mobile. Again, we caution against driving. However, we want to make sure that all of our critical facilities that people are coming to and going from are safe and accessible. And so for all persons on the road, if you do have to be on the road, please take extra time, please take extra care. And our crews are out and providing service in those and many other areas ahead of any other events taking place.
Okay, and one other update. See a hand from James Hartley. James. James Hartley.
He lowered his hand, but in the chat, he said, Chief Ball said 2 times as many structure fires as normal. Is there any indication how much of that is the result of attempts to heat a space, like fireplace or space heater?
Chief Ball, there was a question about any fires relating to space heaters or internal fires inside the house, the heat for warming.
I'll eventually get that information, but all fires would be under investigation. The determination's not made that usually the day of the fire, so I'll get that information.
Okay, thank you, Chief. And we had one last update. Daisy Fast, who is our Director of Communications 311, with a quick update on 311.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I just wanted to take this opportunity to continue to encourage our residents and visitors here at the City of Dallas to contact 311 for any issues during this inclement weather. You can either call us. We're a 24/7 operation. Our call volume is very reasonable right now, and so you won't experience any hold times. And then we also have the free Dallas 311 mobile app where you can submit service requests to the City of Dallas. Thank you very much.
And Mr. Hartley, I saw you getting it on chat. You have your question, please. Okay, well, if that wraps up today's virtual briefing. We have another one scheduled at 4:30 tomorrow afternoon, and we'll send out an advisory like we did today. If the reporters from Telemundo and Univision will stay on the line, and we will team up with Luis Mata for the translation interviews. Thank you very much.
All right, you've been listening live to a press conference being held by the City of Dallas where they are warning that they do expect conditions to deteriorate out there. City Hall will be closed to the public on Monday, the 26th. Transportation and Public Works treating overpasses and trouble spots. Again, we've been talking about the next round of precipitation, which is really going to be the deciding factor in exactly how bad things get out there. We're expecting some wet weather, and the freezing temperatures that are already in place is going to mean that we'll have ice-covered roadways at the minimum. DPD and DFR fully staffed right now. Again, they're asking folks to please stay off the roadway and have no non-essential travel. As far as how the residents of Dallas are dealing with this storm, yes, many of you have the luxury of staying in your home, but there are many unhoused folks who live here in the city of Dallas. Austin Street Shelter had 800 guests last night. They said that was the fastest and largest single night occupancy that they've had. Of course, several objectives of the city as we move through the storm. Most of it is really about protecting the public and providing accurate information. As far as accidents go, there certainly have been a few. There are some traffic lights out. Again, we encourage you to, if you are on the roads, treat those as four-way stops. DFR are talking about welfare checks and structure fires, twice as many as usual, whether that's 6 or whether that's 60, they didn't extrapolate on. But one of the things that they did talk a lot about was travel. Again, the folks at Love Field urging people, do check your flight schedules. We're seeing a lot of cancellations and delays, certainly at Love Field, and massive amounts of them at DFW. And as far as sanitation goes, there is probably going to be a delayed pickup next week. While they haven't made any announcements or committed to a plan quite yet, the head of sanitation is reporting that most likely there will be a delay in collection next week. What that means for you, as somebody who brings your trash out to be picked up by the city, go ahead, bring out the recyclables, bring out your debris, take it to its designated spot, but understand that it might take a minute for it to get picked up. We want to move now to New York City. Yes? Okay, Vanya Castillo is there. I have to say, you were supposed to be here, but you got stuck in New York. We've been talking about how this storm is really a nationwide event, and the fact that you're snowed in New York really speaks to that. How are you doing?
I was a little stressed. I was really excited to be out there with you guys and making sure we were keeping everyone informed. But our flights were delayed yesterday. We got the notification that our flights were canceled by about 4 p.m. So that did give us enough time to try and scramble, make sure our hotel was able to extend our stay. There are a lot of people here. We were talking to the staff who were telling us that there are so many people who were not able to leave yesterday. So they're all here. I was talking to some of the cleaning staff this morning, and they were telling me that the hotel is actually having them stay at the hotel overnight, so they're not having to travel because of how bad they're expecting things to get here. I was looking at the flights, and it looks like all of the flights have been canceled except for mine. So I'm crossing my fingers and hoping that we are able to leave tomorrow, but all of the locals have been kind of laughing at my optimism. So we're hoping that we are able to get out because my dog is back home with some friends, and I'm sure she would like to have her family back, but we're all just trying to, my girlfriend's been working in the other room from home. We're all just trying to find some kind of way to get through this.
So having been in a similar situation just a few weeks ago during the Christmas holiday, I was in New York visiting family. Flights got canceled and then got canceled again and again. What's kind of been your best practice to figure out, okay, can I get on another plane? It sounds like you've got a flight that right now is going to take off. But how do you go about it? I mean, are you a call and wait for the, in line for the phone? Are you an app? What's best practices here?
So what we've been doing is we've just been calling everyone, the airline. We also have traveler's insurance, which I think has just been like the best thing. It really took off a lot of stress from us of not having to worry so much of like, how are we going to get back home? Everyone's been so kind. And all of the native New Yorkers here have been giving us tips on how to stay warm and just other little things that, if you want to go see the snow in Central Park, like go here, but we're really hoping that we get to miss out on that snow and get to head back to Dallas.
Yeah, certainly. I will say, unfortunately, you'll find some freezing weather when you get back here as well. I mean, not a terrible place to be stuck, right? New York City, you can certainly at least get outside and go grab yourself a bagel or a slice of pizza. On the fun side of things, what have you guys been doing in the city before all of the travel interruptions?
Yeah, well, we went to Times Square, which was really nice. We were here for a friend's surprise dinner, so that was really nice. I found a really beautiful little antique shop and found some Christmas ornaments that I was dying over. So it's just been a lot of just shopping around, trying to take it in when we can. It is very, very cold though. I have like 2 thermals on, 2 jackets, like 2 pairs of gloves, and I'm sure it's just as bad over there.
Yeah, it is rough, I will say, but there's something about the way that the wind whips down the avenues in Manhattan. It's kind of like walking in wind tunnels. We don't quite have that here in North Texas. Hey, listen, stay in touch, stay safe, stay indoors if you can. We will be here waiting for you when you get home, so keep us posted, okay?
Yeah, hope to see you guys soon.
All right, talk to you soon. All right. Hey, we want to make sure that you are continuing to watch our coverage. Again, we have extended digital content today, both here on Fox Local and across all of our digital streaming platforms for your smart TV or digital device. Fox 4's live team coverage of the 2026 winter storm continues right after this. All right, welcome back. You are watching our extended digital coverage of the winter storm moving across North Texas. And as the storm continues to move, it continues to change. We are expecting to see precipitation pick back up, especially as we head into the nighttime, evening, and then overnight hours. And of course, those freezing temperatures are going to make conditions deteriorate. We've been checking in across the Metroplex. I want to go now to Johnson County. Jamie Moore, Johnson County Emergency Management, standing by for us. We appreciate you giving us some of your time today. Nope, I think we got you muted, sir. Go ahead and push that button and give me a quick hello.
Y'all muted me back. Can you hear me now, Steve?
I can. No problem at all, sir.
Okay, good.
Hey, appreciate you taking time out for us. Let's kind of start with conditions. One of the things about this storm is because it's so large and the viewing area is so vast, we've really been seeing vastly different conditions depending which county we're talking about. How are things in Johnson County?
Significantly iced over. We've driven around the county for most of the day watching road conditions. They started out being passable And as the day has gone on, you have continued to see the roads get worse and worse and worse. And of course, that's prior to any of the additional moisture that's supposed to start sometime this evening and go into tomorrow. But we've put a lot of effort in place over the last few days to make sure that we're able to respond. Our warming centers and our shelters are open to make sure that we have the ability to, assist if there's water outages or power outages. So a lot of our planning has helped us now to where we're in a standby mode. Wait and see what happens next and be able to respond to it based on the plans that we put in place.
One of the things that has been pretty consistent across all areas and all counties is the number of people who are really heeding the advice to stay home, to stay off the roads. Is that the same for you guys in Johnson County?
It was. There was a small amount of time around between 10 and noon where we saw a lot of traffic out, and I was quite surprised. But it's fairly quickly diminished. There's not a lot of traffic out, which is good because the majority of the roads, in fact, there's not been one road that I've been on in Johnson County all day today that doesn't have a significant amount of ice already accumulated on it. And of course, you've already mentioned the deep cold that will come in overnight tonight is just really going to lock that ice in, and it's here to stay for a while. So we hope that people will continue to use caution. Of course, our public safety folks are always out there on the road and providing conditions, and we try to update our Facebook very often with what road conditions are to look like. But if you can stay home, it's absolutely the best idea at this point in time.
Yeah, honestly, it's been a rather difficult story to tell today because on the one hand, we've been reporting all day, hey, no one's out on the roads, things are looking good, there's no accidents, we have luckily no fatalities, on the roads. We had some unfortunate fire fatalities. It's not raining right now, there's no precipitation, and unfortunately, around the timeline that you mentioned, that's exactly when we kind of started to see people say, well, wait a second, if this is all over, let me run to the store, let me get back out there. This is by no means over. How are folks in your county preparing for what is going to be the next and really more difficult wave to get through?
I think that we have a lot of citizens that have really engaged with us, particularly on our social media and our Facebook page. And we have been able, really with the help of the National Weather Service in Fort Worth, to let them know. And I even posted last night on our Facebook, if you wake up this morning and you think, oh, it's not as bad, they missed it again, just wait until tonight. Wait until Saturday night. You're really going to see a lot of additional moisture coming in tonight. So the conditions, although they're poor right now, we really haven't seen anything yet. I think the addition of the sleet, inches and inches of sleet, it's going to freeze. It's going to make travel conditions tomorrow make today look like a sunshiny day, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think so as well. I appreciate that you give us your time. We want to give you some of ours as well. To any messaging you want to get out directly to folks that are watching in Johnson County?
The main thing that we've seen today, and I heard you mention it in other places, we've had 2 major structure fires today. In fact, we're just on a 3rd one right now in Alvarado. If you're using other sources of heat, whether it's indoor space heaters, whether you have your fireplace going, just really pay attention to where those are, what's around them, what's heating up around them. Having to lose your home in the middle of a winter storm because your space heater was too close to the curtains is a very difficult pill to swallow, and we would hate to see you in that situation. So just be cautious. If there's any questions, obviously reach out to us on social media. We're engaged there almost 24 hours a day, it seems like, and we're happy to answer any questions or give you any tips there.
All right, Jamie Moore, Johnson County Emergency Management. We appreciate your time. Please let us know if we can be helpful to you to get any messaging out to the residents up there. Take care. Stay safe. All right, Casey Stiegel joining me now.
Thanks, Steve.
Here. We have a big day of broadcasting today. So we've been, we started early in the day with a special edition of Good Day. Obviously, we've had our digital stuff happening all day. I know you folks in the evening will start at 6 o'clock on KDFI.
That's right. Gosh, the newsroom, Steve, it's so incredibly busy. We have so many people that are out there working. We've got people on the desk making calls. We've got reporters out all over the field. I know that you've been talking to those folks. We're going to have live reports from David Centendry, who is up in Collin County. We're going to have live reports from Stephen Dial, who is in Denton, who's actually telling us that quite a bit of people are out doing shopping, if you can believe that. And I don't know if that's what you were sort of talking about, Steve, is that people saw this first wave come through and it's kind of slowed down at the moment. So they think, it's in the clear, and they're trying to go in, get some last minute preparations done. So Stephen Dial's seeing a lot of folks up in Denton. We'll have a live report from him. Also, Dan Godwin is live in Dallas talking about the road conditions there. And we know we had that Dallas fire rescue truck that was involved in an accident. No injuries reported. And then we have Peyton May in Tarrant County. And that is where the bulk of the power outages are that we're seeing right now from Encore. At last check, more than 5,000 of the outages were in Tarrant County specifically. So we've got Peyton May over there, and also just all kinds of newsmakers. TxDOT keeping our eyes on the road. There you do see the Encore outage map. This is easy for folks to access at home as well. It has very detailed information. You can zoom in down by your neighborhood and your zip code and see what's being affected. The good news is, Steve, when we're talking about these power outages, I think this is important to point out, these are not due to issues with ERCOT. And that is what people are so afraid of. A lot of folks have PTSD from 2021. This is not ERCOT, this is not an ERCOT issue. This is just what we expected, which are regional outages. The tree falls down, there's an issue with the power substation, and it's more localized. So I did just check the ERCOT dashboard, and they still have plenty of reserves at this point. As we know, ahead of this event, Governor Abbott and other officials were saying that they were very confident the grid was going to hold, and there was going to be plenty of supply to meet all of the excess demand. But an action-packed show coming up pretty soon, 6 o'clock on our sister station, KDFI More 27. Then I'll be back here with Blake Hansen from 7 to 9. Doing extended coverage on Fox Local and across all of our digital platforms. And then we have our traditional Fox 4 News at 9, the 9 o'clock broadcast that will air from 9 to 10 o'clock this evening on Fox 4. So we're here, and we've got everything covered from A to Z.
You know, it's interesting because this is really kind of the first major event that spans across all of our different socioeconomic demographics of our viewers, where we have been able to have that digital presence, right? I mean, the facility to do so, the staffing to do so, to make sure that we're on your phone, your tablet, your laptop, wherever it is that you turn to for information. Luckily, we're in a position now where we can say, okay, we're there, go ahead and join us.
Yeah, the digital landscape clearly evolving rapidly, and Fox 4 is trying to stay on top of it and make this our priority. We're broadcasting from the digital studio here that's fairly new, where Lauren Prisbel does the post from, but this is totally separate from our main broadcast studios, Studio A, Studio B, where you do the 10 and the like, over on the KDFW and More 27 side of things. But it's interesting how this all kind of works in tandem. Yeah. We have different audiences at different times. And for example, when I'm anchoring tonight with Blake here, 7 to 9, I'm going to excuse myself at about 8:50 or so and go get myself ready to go to the other studio to then broadcast on Fox 4. So we're juggling a lot, but yes, the power of having the information here and also just listening to your guest that you just had. I mean, it is unreal to me how social media has just changed the landscape entirely, not just in terms of how we report the news to you, but also how first responders, how emergency management officials, city leaders are communicating directly with the public. You just heard him saying that they're getting chatter on Facebook. So it's really a interactive kind of situation, and it is pretty unprecedented for us old timers.
Yeah, for sure. Well, you know, and that goes for our viewers as well. I mean, the idea that we can be truly interactive with people at a time like this, you know, we can't be in every neighborhood across North Texas, but you know what, our viewers are, and having them be part of the interactive nature of the coverage that we provide for folks really does allow us to be everywhere that we possibly can.
Right, and I know we've been putting the call out to folks, and you guys have been doing a fantastic job, so please keep them coming. If you can safely shoot a picture, if something interesting is going on in your neighborhood, some video, shoot that and send it to us. Again, only if you can do it safely. There you go. You can scan the QR code on your screen or go to fox4news.com/pics. And you might see some of your products here on the air, because you're right. We have sort of our affiliates,
our
all
citizen
over,
journalists,
citizen journalists all over that are helping us cover it.
Okay, so we're obviously talking about prep on a larger scale. I'm interested to hear about prep for you. We've both left our homes for the weekend. We're holed up across the street here to make sure that we can get to work safely to bring people the coverage that they need. What kind of preps were you doing in your house?
So we lost power in 2021. I live in Arlington. We lost power for 3 days at our house. And I was at a hotel here in downtown Dallas working for Fox News Channel at the time, doing live coverage on the network. My partner at home was cuddled up with the dog. I think when the furnace came back on, it was 33 degrees inside of the house. However, our pool froze because the equipment stopped running. So everything busted and wasn't covered by insurance. And over the weekend, I'm actually going to do an interview with an insurance agent. I was kind of making some calls and talking to folks yesterday because I think it's important for people to know what are the most common types of homeowners claims, what is included, what is not included. But we've done that. We have a little water key, to go out to the main water supply to your house if, God forbid, a pipe breaks. It's real important that homeowners have those and you know where your shutoff is for your power or for your water supply to your house. So I've given Brent very strict instructions. He has tennis shoes by the door. We've got the water key in case he hears running water. I was like, can you do this in 30 seconds? We should have done like a little stopwatch. But, hopefully, again, the power outages are not widespread with this particular event. But, across the street with all the other fine Fox 4 folks so we can get here safely to bring you really round-the-clock coverage.
I do love that there's somebody who's just slightly more type A than I am in this building. So I will see you at the breakfast buffet tomorrow, friend. But I'll, of course, watch you tonight. I appreciate you giving us some time.
Thanks, Steve.
All right, speaking of citizen journalists, I want to go to my good friend Billy the Kid, who is joining us to show us what's outside his window. Do we have Billy? Whoa, see, now you are committing, friend. You are outdoors.
I'm committing right now, and my lips are numb, but the kids are having fun.
They look like they're having a ton of fun. Wait, are you pulling them with a golf cart? What's going on there?
Yeah, I don't advise you do this at home necessarily, but this is what my neighbors and I do. So we're having a good time, and yeah, a little shagging, we call it, I think.
So remind me which part of North Texas. Where do you live?
So I'm in Carrollton. I'm in North Carrollton.
Okay.
Right here. So here you go. Get a better shot at them now. Here they come.
Here we go. All right. Let's give a shout out to the kids. Give me some names here.
That is Parker, Preston, and Reagan.
Nice. Now, I'm going to assume here, based on those very fancy goggles that you have on, are you a cold weather aficionado? Are you a skier?
What? No, that's the funny part. I don't even know why I have these, but I found them and I was going to put them to use for the one time I actually had them. So yeah, I'm from the North originally, but I've been here for 25 years and my lips are numb right now.
Well, they look good, friend. I would have been, I'm sitting here thinking, I didn't know Billy the Kid was a snowboarder. I mean,
I can snowboard. I just haven't in so long that I don't know if, there they go again. I don't know if I still know how to do it.
Yeah. Okay, talk to me about conditions. Is anything coming down from the sky right now, or are you part of the crew that's got a lull at the moment?
It's a little bit. There's a little lull. It picked up for a minute, but it was just mostly sleet. I feel like we're going to get a second round here because it's slowly starting to progress a little bit more, at least. But yeah, it's starting to. I mean, there's a little accumulation, and it's slick underneath the snow, so it's really icy underneath this little layer of I guess you could call it snow. It's not much, but it's a little bit.
Yeah, it's kind of like pellets of sleet, kind of.
Yeah.
It's like little sleet,
Exactly.
little pellets of snow. Yes, I can guarantee you. In fact, Dan Henry's standing not 10 feet from me. You're absolutely getting another round of it. It's going to get rough. There's going to be a lot of precipitation that comes overnight. And of course, that coupled with the freezing temperatures that we've got. I know a lot of folks are thinking, gosh, this wasn't so bad. It kind of rained last night and then it kind of cleared up today. And while it was cold and things are frozen, what happened to the big issues? They are coming, friend. So I would keep the goggles handy. I would get some chains on that golf cart because you're going to need them.
I'll be ready. And thank you for all you guys are doing and keeping us informed. We appreciate that very much.
All right. I appreciate you, friend. Thank you for giving us your time. Take care. All right. I want to toss
Absolutely.
the break.
We'll see you later. Stay warm.
We're going to be back on the other side of the break. You are watching Fox 4's extended digital coverage of the 2026 winter storm. Dan Henry waiting in the wings. He's in next. Welcome back to Fox 4's extended digital coverage of the 2026 snowstorm. This is some drone video being sent to us out of Princeton. Gives you a nice vantage point of just how covered things are. Again, you can kind of tell what looks like a dusting of snow is actually a layer of sleet that is quite frozen. The ground is quite solid. Things are quite slick, and it's only going to get worse. Our chief meteorologist, Dan Henry, in with me now. You know, we've been talking all day about, while people have been very respectful of staying off the road, a lot of folks are thinking, what happened? There's no precipitation, but it's coming.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I did a post a few days ago saying, look, you know, we're going to get a lull in this, you know, Saturday afternoon. It'll be on and off again, but don't let your guard down, because the worst of the storm is actually coming tonight into early tomorrow morning. And that is when we're going to get the widespread sleet, and it will be just about all sleet, a little bit of snow too. And we've had rumbles of thunder and lightning strikes with some of the sleet showers that moved up from southern Hill County, the Hillsborough area. In fact, I'm looking at the radar right now, and I'm seeing a few cloud-to-ground lightning strikes around the Ennis area. Yeah, there you go. There's a Doppler radar. It is 20 right now at DFW, 21 Waxahachie. We're in the teens to our west and north. Now, the blue and white colors lean a little bit more towards snow. The purple colors are mainly sleet, and when you're seeing the dark purple colors, that's heavy sleet. So you notice some heavy bursts of sleet now going up through Denton, and in particular, look it off to the east of Waxahachie, eastern Ellis County, heading up towards the Terrell area. That is very heavy sleet. That's the little band that moved up from Hillsborough, and you're going to hear some thunder with that. We've had cloud-to-ground lightning strikes with that, so that gives you an idea. No doubt, if you're hearing thunder, it is going to be a very, very heavy sleet, and that will continue tonight into early tomorrow morning. That's what's going to lead to the bulk of the accumulations that we see. This is part 2 of the storm now that we're expecting tonight. And with temperatures this cold for this many hours now, those road surfaces that were kind of borderline earlier today, they are now cold, and everything that falls is going to stick. So we're going to see all of our roads covered over with a thick layer of sleet as we head through tonight into tomorrow morning. Tomorrow afternoon should be mainly dry. There might be some snow flurries out there, maybe even some lake effect snow showers over the lakes as those northerly winds blow across lakes. You can actually see that right now. If you live near a lake, we did that little Princeton video there. If you looked off in the distance, you saw that body of water. There's steam rising up from the water itself. There's a huge difference in temperature between the air and the water. And so heat and moisture is basically being exchanged into the air there, and that's producing that steam fog. And that's basically what happens in lake effect snow is you get the warmth and the moisture from the lake itself, and then it's deposited in the form of heavy snow showers, especially in the southern end of the lakes. We saw that early this morning, and it wouldn't doubt at all if we see a little bit more of that tonight and tomorrow again.
I want to talk about those cold temperatures, because while we are talking about cold, it really bears repeating that we're actually talking about historic cold. I mean, we were talking earlier, 1904 was the last time it was as cold as it's going to be on Monday, 8 degrees, and we're going to, I think it was 12 in 1904, and we're going to trample that.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to break perhaps 2 consecutive records. So tomorrow we're going to a high of 19, which would be a record low high temperature. And then Monday morning, we dip into the upper single digits, probably around 9 in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. The record is 12. So then we would break 2 consecutive records, and we don't get above freezing Monday. So it's probably going to be Tuesday early afternoon till we crack the freezing mark here. And really, all of next week, I think the warmest temperatures we've got are low 40s for highs, and then we take another little dip late in the week and for the upcoming weekend. So this is an extended, it's not February 2021 when we went to -2 and when we spent 139 consecutive hours below freezing, only to warm up for 2 hours and then another 100 hours below. So this is not 2021, but it is a very cold stretch of weather by our standards.
I don't mean to cut you off, but I got to get you back inside. You got
Okay.
a halftime game report to get to. I appreciate you,
Enjoy
friend.
the pizza, Steve.
Thank you. Dan brought me something to munch on. All right, let's go over to Arlington. We've got someone with Arlington PD here with us. Do we have his camera up? Tam Cisco is with us. Ciesco, I'm sorry for mispronouncing your name. Let's talk about, first of all, we've been discussing with what's going on out there in your neck of the woods. How are conditions right now for you folks?
Yeah, like what you're seeing everywhere, road conditions continue to remain treacherous. We've seen still a lot of icy coating over both our city streets and our highways. Fortunately, we haven't had very much traffic throughout the day today, and so our accident total has been low, but we do really want to stress again to folks that we're not seeing anything melt off the roads, and so if they can stay off the roads for today, through the weekend, and possibly early next week, that's what we encourage them to do.
How has that been for you guys? I know we've really been impressed, honestly, by the number of people who have said, you know what, I'm going to listen, I'm going to stay off the roads. While there have certainly been some accidents in all of the different counties that we've been talking to today, nothing has really been too catastrophic. How's it been for you folks?
Yeah, same here. So throughout the day today, since midnight through about 5 o'clock, we've responded to a total of 12 accidents. 6 of those what we would call major, just meaning that a car was undrivable or someone was injured or maybe property was damaged. But fortunately, none of those have resulted in any serious injuries. Then 6 what we would call minor accidents, which are just kind of fender benders. We also had about a dozen or so instances where drivers either became disabled or got stuck and needed some assistance getting out, but a relatively quiet day. And that's exactly what we were hoping for.
Yeah. By the way, just to put that in perspective for our viewers, how does 12 compare to a normal Saturday in January if there's not a winter weather event going on?
Oh, we regularly see a note north of 12, 20 in any given day.
Oh,
So
great.
yes,
Perfect.
that's
Yeah, so
less
we're
than
in-
what we would typically
Yeah,
see.
we're in good shape. One of the kind of the key phrases we've been using all day, keep first responders as bored as possible, meaning do your part to make sure that you're not putting anybody in a situation that you're going to regret later on. Communicating now directly with the folks out in Arlington, what's the messaging for the residents out there that you'd like to make sure that they hear?
Well, again, we encourage them to continue monitoring their local weather reports. We don't expect the roads to really become much better until Tuesday at the earliest. And so we encourage them to the extent that they can, please stay off them. If you do have to get off them, make sure you adjust to those driving conditions. And to your point, just know that as you're deciding whether or not it's worth it, if you get into an accident, first responders, they also have to navigate those exact same conditions that you are. So just know that they're going to have to adjust their conditions. It's probably going to take a little longer to get to you. And you certainly don't want to be in a situation where you have an emergency and it takes a little while for us to get there.
Yeah, one of the things we actually haven't been talking too much about today, for folks who are saying, you know what, I am going to go out on the road, I do have essential travel. How essential is it for them to have some sort of emergency kit in their vehicle, and what should that include?
Yeah, that's absolutely essential, just because in case you do become stranded, you don't want to be stuck without something. So we encourage folks to pack some bottled water, some non-perishable snacks as well. Again, just anticipating that for tow trucks, for first responders to get there, it may take some additional time. And again, if you do have to go out onto those roads, what we want you to do is slow down. It's posted speed limits. Tell you what the safe speed is when conditions are normal. These are not normal conditions, and so you need to drastically reduce those speeds. If you do have any traffic in front of you, make sure you leave some room in front of you. And again, to the extent that you can, try to avoid, when you're planning your route, avoid any inclined surfaces, elevated surfaces that are probably going to be more slick than some of those major roads.
All right, Tim Ciesco from Arlington PD, we certainly appreciate you spending so much time with us today. Stay safe for us, friend. We'll see you soon, okay?
Thank you. You too.
All right. Speaking of being prepared, I want to go now to a man who is always prepared, whether it's plaid pants for a golf tournament or a puffy shirt at a Renaissance festival. Dan Godwin, in a bit of a different costume today for us. He's got the signature turtleneck on,
Yeah.
keeping warm in a car. Not a bad assignment, friend.
Well, yes. I mean, considering the alternative, Steve, being out in the elements, I thought I would leave the puffy shirt at home just for today. Couldn't really incorporate it into the presentation here. Okay, we are on I-30, headed west through downtown Dallas. We've been on the road now for a couple of hours, driving around Dallas County, checking out the driving conditions. And overall today, it's been pretty good considering the weather and the conditions. The photographer I'm driving with, Mark, says that the tires have been able to maintain contact with the driving surface for almost the entire 2-3 hours that we've been out, and that is a huge consideration. The precipitation we've encountered has been very minimal to mild, so that's certainly been a positive. And I can say that, not surprisingly, the traffic has been very light. Yeah, we've been talking about how people are heeding the warnings to stay home, and that's certainly been a good thing to see. And the vehicles that have been out are taking safety seriously. I don't know that we've seen anybody driving at a reckless speed, which sometimes does happen in these very questionable conditions. But I think it's now generally understood that anyone who has to be out really needs to take precautions, and that is what we are observing. There are certainly some stretches of roadway where we have seen a fair amount of accumulated ice and snow, a white surface. But as you can see from our current route here, again, this is I-30 westbound. I guess we're about to head north on I-35. A lot of the water has melted, a lot of the ice that is. You can see this stretch of road has also been well treated, one of the major freeways through the Dallas area. So again, still a good idea to stay home if you possibly can, but driving out today has been, again, pretty good, all things considered, Steve.
Yeah, certainly. You know, and it's so interesting to me. We talk about this all the time, the difference between a road that's at grade level and then a road that's elevated. Even in the video that you were just showing us, the live pictures from your vehicle, when you folks left the grade road and got onto the ramp to go north on I-35, the difference between what that surface looked like was really incredible. I mean, you can see it got more slick. There's more, a frozen product on it. Whereas some of those other, roads that we'll call them, at grade, really looked like, hey, they're just kind of wet at this point. But the accumulation that still exists on these elevated roadways is really quite significant.
Yes, that is safe to say. But as you alluded to, especially these elevated ramps, do get treated quite a bit, more than once. And you get to see when you're out on a day like this, that treatment, that substance, the brine, the salt mixture, it is effective when you talk about preventing the formation of ice. And of course, it's those elevated roadways, those ramps, where things can go south very quickly if your tires lose contact with the driving surface.
Yeah, well, we're glad to see you guys are taking it slow and steady out there. We appreciate you really driving across the Metroplex for us today to check on road conditions and keep us updated in your live reports. Dan Godwin reporting for us just now probably a little bit north of downtown Dallas. We appreciate you. All right, we do want to remind you our digital extended coverage will continue till 6 o'clock. Then we'll switch over to our sister station, KDFI, where we'll do a special 6 o'clock newscast. And then, of course, we'll be on back here digital at 7 o'clock, 7 to 9. All of those you can watch one right after the other by staying tuned right here on Fox Local for your smart TV, your digital device, laptop, phone, tablet. It doesn't matter. We are wherever you look when it comes to important news coverage. Fox 4 News is back right after this. All right, I saw this guy's friend outside of our studios in downtown Dallas, and I will say, he just like that, he let me cross the street first. DoorDash may be suspending service today, but it looks like at least in downtown Dallas, these little robots are still going strong. I'm still not quite sure I get the whole way that they work, but man, they are certainly working today. You know who's out working? Nicole Nolan, working, taking video of her kids having fun, and boom! Texas children showing off to the rest of the world why they need just a little bit more practice outside in the snow. I mean, when you know it's a good snowstorm in Texas when you get the inner tube out off the lake and put your kids in it. Nobody was hurt, by the way, she reports. Good times. Also, some Texas sledding here. This video from Paige Ellenberger, and I think she's with Nuni Tarango. The sledding is great. On the left-hand side of the screen, though, did we miss it already? I don't know if you saw there we go. Sledding is good. Let's rewind and freeze. It's the pink shark for me. I think it's the pink shark is, I mean, that's when you don't have a winter coat in Texas, you do what you can. Sometimes it's an inflatable pink shark costume. Well done. What do we have here? Snowball fight? This is also in Denton. Okay. Snowball fight. We've got sledding. Listen, you use what you can. I think that guy's on a yoga mat about to go down that hill. A little snow football. Here's how you know this is not the Northeast. You see all those cotton pants people have on? Those are going to get real wet and real cold real fast. But hey, that's how we do it here in Texas. Do we have other video? Okay. I do want to point out one thing while we watch this video. We've been asking you to kind of chime in on our socials. You'll find me on Instagram at Steve Noviello and, of course, at facebook.com/Save Me Steve. That's a friend of the Pink Shark, I bet you. We've been asking people what's outside your window, kind of comment for us. Susan Watkins in Rowlett said, she said, I wasn't able to get a picture, but a very determined runner just went past my house in shorts, hoodie, gloves, but shorts. It's freezing here in Rowlett. But some days you just gotta train. All right, more pictures, more news, more information. Oh, there they are. I was about to toss to break, but I mean, they're having it's a parade, essentially. That's one way to get on the news, kids. Well done. You know what the real funny part is? I bet you that's Paige Ellenberger in the costume. I'll have to ask her when I see her next week on the 10. Make sure we mark that video so it's easy to find. Hey, our continuing coverage continues right after this. Welcome back to Fox 4's extended digital coverage of the winter storm passing through North Texas. A lot of folks getting out there today and trying to figure out how conditions really are. Our David Sintendry in Collin County today doing just that. Take a look.
Not really icy in the middle, just a little wet. Well, you can see one boot print right here. So I guess I'm the second person to walk along this sidewalk here. And obviously you see the accumulation on the ground. There is a bit of ice. I will say it's not too bad for me, however, because I did plan ahead and put these spikes on underneath my shoes. Never really get to use these because we live in Texas. I bought them in Utah a few years ago, but it's cold out here, some accumulation, some ice. It's doable if you want to walk around out here, get a little bit of fresh, cold air, but obviously people in this neighborhood are staying indoors right now. Here's just some of the accumulation on a vehicle out here in this Plano neighborhood, a bit of snow and ice, mild precipitation coming down right now, just past the 11 o'clock hour. But not everyone is staying in. You can see some fresh tire tracks right out here, leading to the main road up in front of me, which is going to be Legacy Drive. We're gonna check that out. This shopping center is bare. You got a grocery store that's open, a salon that's open, and a massage therapist, a barber, but out of maybe 2-3 dozen businesses, the rest are closed right now. This place, Lee's U.S. Taekwondo, you can see it appears they put these tarps up against the glass just to keep it more insulated inside with these freezing temperatures rolling through. I did just run into some salt solution being thrown down here on this ice to make it easier for people to get into the shopping center if they need to. All right, we are at the intersection of Legacy and Independence, and what I'm going to do is put my timer on and see how many vehicles go through this intersection in a span of 5 minutes, starting now. So 25 vehicles and a dart bus that just drove by in just over 5 minutes. So obviously, people are still getting out on these roads, not nearly as many as you would think for a Saturday afternoon, Saturday around lunchtime, but it's not completely bare, not vacant.
You got to be careful. It's a sticky slippery, not a slippery slippery. So if you can understand what that means.
A sticky slippery,
yeah,
but not a slippery.
Not a slippery where you're going to slide. It's you're going to have to kind of crawl your way through it, kind of, basically. It hadn't got to that point yet where it's like sliding slippery, but when you stop, you can tell that it's slick outside.
All right, that's David Sintendry reporting for us out in Collin County. We do want to talk about travel. We've been telling you to stay off of the roads today. All municipalities also heeding that warning, repeating rather that warning, telling people that only non-essential travel should be attempted at this point. If you do have to travel, if you do have to get into a vehicle, we want to remind you having some sort of provisions would be a very good idea in case you get stuck on the road. You'll want to have some snacks, maybe a flare, certainly some bottled water, warm blankets, that kind of thing, in case it does take first responders time to get to you. Those of you who are traveling by air, we were talking with our own Vanya Castillo earlier today. She is snowed in New York City, was going to be back here to be part of our winter storm coverage, but unfortunately could not quite get here because of delays and closures at airports. DFW, many cancellations there, 1,471 cancellations at DFW Airport, 114 delays at DFW Airport. So if you do have to travel by air today, if you have planned to, or really anytime this weekend, do make sure that you are calling ahead, you're checking websites and apps. Go ahead and turn on those push notifications. I know they can be a little annoying sometimes, but if it's going to save you a trip that ends up being unnecessary all the way out to DFW, it really is worth the interruption as part of your day. We do want to remind you that this storm is a national event. We're looking at maps all day today, seeing that this stretches from west of us all the way up into the northeast. We want to join now Fox Weather already in progress.
May even down across the mid-Atlantic see that change over to a period of rain. That doesn't happen in Boston, though, and with that, some big numbers expected up into ski country of the Northeast, too. Nice replenishing snow moving in. There's your forecast. Big numbers where we may see 1.5 in some spots. Boston Metro up into portions of New Hampshire, southern Maine, over into Vermont, Capital Region, down into some areas, northern parts of the lower Hudson. Ice makes it about as far north as northern part of the Delmarva Peninsula. There's the Boston Metro I mentioned. Lesser totals down on the south coast as you feel more of that marine influence coming off of the Atlantic, but just know that this is, even in those places, some totals up around a foot can be expected. Richmond, dealing with one of the most problematic Sundays along the I-95 corridor. A shot of snow through the overnight hours. 23 degrees you're waking up to first thing tomorrow morning. That's 6 a.m., but you're noticing the switchover to what appears to be a period of sleet and freezing rain for a while. This is going to be a place where we have to show you both the snow totals that we're expecting. That's right here. 3 to 5 inches of snow, northern parts of town, maybe on the higher side of that. But when that changeover happens, some areas may see about 1/2 inch of ice with some locally higher amounts. That is a huge problem. When you have ice on top of that snow, it's going to become crunchy and crusty, all that weight on people's roofs, the power lines, very difficult travel conditions. Be aware of that. We'll be taking you through it every step of the way. That's going to do it for this hour of Fox Weather Now, leaving you with a live picture from Brandon Coppin.
The poverty.
We are approaching the top of the hour. You've been watching Fox 4's expanded digital coverage of the winter storm event happening right now across North Texas. We do want to remind you things are going to deteriorate significantly over the next few hours and certainly into the overnight hours as well. You can expect precipitation to pick back up. And because things are so cold and have been for so long and will continue to be so cold, those road conditions will become even worse as we head into the overnight hours. Our coverage continues 6 to 7 on our sister station, KDFI More 27, and then we are back here on Fox Local during prime time from 7 to 9. Then for a wrap of all the day's news, weather, and sports, don't miss Fox 4 News at 9 p.m. You've been watching our extended coverage.
We've got 4 kids, 4 dogs, and a white sofa. I know. Bold move. It's HomeZone's Hero Fabric, spill and stain resistant. If it can survive my house, it can handle yours. Trust me, you'll thank yourself. HomeZone. We're different.
Right now at 6 o'clock, we got a little break from the winter precip this afternoon, but more is coming. Chief Meteorologist Dan Henry in tonight with the latest forecast. And even though some got a break from the precipitation, the road's still mighty slick. Multiple 18-wheelers crashed near I-20 and I-45 in Dallas. A fire truck was also hit. Thankfully, nobody was hurt. Some decent snow starting to fall northwest of the Metroplex. This is Bowie, about 70 miles from Fort Worth. And let's take a live look right now at the road conditions. This is from Fox 4 storm chaser Nick Busby up in Denton.
You're watching Fox 4 News.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us, everybody. I'm Casey Stiegel. Well, we are in for another busy night as we prepare for round 2 of winter weather. We have Team Fox 4 coverage tonight all across North Texas, making sure you and your family have the information you need to stay safe. We'll check in with our reporters out in the field here in just a minute. But first, take a look at some of the sleet we saw falling earlier today. This video taken by Fox 4 photographer Chris Hanks up in Frisco. You can see a pretty good layer of sleet formed on the roads there, and that made it perfect for sledding and playing out in the snow. Let's check in now with Fox 4 Chief Meteorologist Dan Henry for an update. Do you have all of your caffeine? Are you ready to go, Dan?
I think I need a little bit more to get through tonight, Casey. I tell you what, this really kind of sets the scene here. This was earlier in Lake Weatherford, Chad Casey, and that is all steam fog. The water temperatures are probably still in the 50s right now, so there's a big difference between the relatively warmer water and the bitterly cold air, and the heat and moisture from those lakes gets transferred into the air, and that's what fed some of the lake effect snow showers that we saw earlier today. Here's our Fox 4 views, looking like a winter wonderland there at Lake Ray Roberts. 17. It's 13 at Possum Kingdom Lake, and look, you can clearly see the steam on the water there as well. Our Richardson camera still frozen up, and 27 now down around Cedar Creek Lake. So weather on the roads conditions this afternoon have been manageable, we'll say, if you use a great deal of caution. That is going to change in a big way as we head through this evening, as the sleet will be picking up, road conditions will worsen, heavy sleet and even snow possible overnight tonight. Very hazardous conditions on all roads. They'll all be covered as we head into early tomorrow morning, and tomorrow afternoon just a few flurries, very cold and no melting. I think we're going to be a cloudy sky tomorrow with temperatures that will likely only top out right around 19 to 20 degrees. In fact, we are right now at 19 at DFW, 15 Gainesville and Bridgeport. It's 22 in Dallas, 22 at this hour in Hillsborough. So let's take a little radar tour here. The purple colors are primarily sleet. The blue and white primarily leaning more towards the snow. And this is moderate sleet now, heading up through the Farmers Branch area into Las Colinas, northeastward from there into Plano. That is quickly going to add probably another ½ inch or so of sleet accumulation as it moves northeastward. Snow falling across northern Wise County from Decatur up into Montague County. Pretty solid coverage there across much of Cook County right now. And then as you head east of there into Grayson County, it looks like it's more of a sleet with snow mixture, and it's coming down for sure, especially just east of Sherman right now. And that is a good batch of sleet around the Pilot Point area, southwestern Grayson County, moving off to the northeast. This is the band here that moved up from the Hillsborough area and Clifton in southern Bosque County. We were getting cloud-to-ground lightning strikes, still getting a few rumbles of thunder as it heads up through Wills Point, the Lake Tawakoni area. And if you look closely, you can see a few cloud-to-ground lightning strikes that briefly appear and then disappear. So don't be surprised at all if you're hearing rumbles of thunder in this area as that heavy sleet moves northeastward, and sleet, maybe even some snow mixed in down to our southwest. Let's take a broader view across the region right now. Out at Lubbock and into the Amarillo area, that is all snow falling with bitterly cold temperatures. Now, as we've been saying all along for the last few days, the worst part of the storm would come Saturday night into early Sunday morning. That's because we've got our main area of low pressure here, our disturbance just to the south and southwest of El Paso in northern Mexico. That is going to approach as we head through tonight, and we will see 100% coverage of heavy sleet and at times even some snow. You can see that here with Futurecast. This is the snow or the sleet really picking up in intensity as we head through at 9 o'clock tonight. Midnight, it is still going full tilt there. 4 o'clock in the morning, we still have moderate to heavy sleet, some snow especially off to our northwest. And I think this ends as snow across a good part of the area as we head into early Sunday morning. And in the afternoon, it tapers off. We still could see some lake effect snow showers Sunday afternoon, a few passing flurries, but conditions should improve, at least in terms of what is falling as we head through Sunday afternoon. We'll take a look at expected accumulations, take another look at the radar, your 7-day forecast, and the potential for record-breaking temperatures not only tomorrow, but again Monday as well. All those details coming up.
All right, a lot going on. Thank you, Dan. We'll check in after a while. School districts across the Metroplex have already made the decision to close on Monday. We've heard from Dallas, Allen, Fort Worth, Arlington, Mansfield, Duncanville, Keller, Northwest Birdville, Carroll, and Grapevine Colleyville ISDs. They've all canceled classes. TCU and UNT are closed for the weekend. Then SMU canceled on-campus activities. We have the full list over on our website, fox4news.com. You can also see those closures scrolling at the bottom of your screen. Check out this video from our drive cam along I-35 in Denton earlier this afternoon. Conditions there getting worse. Officials have also now announced all of its county offices will also be closed on Monday. Stephen Dial spoke with people who were still out getting supplies this afternoon. He is in Denton now. Stephen, how's it looking?
Casey, people are bracing for round two that Dan was just talking about. In the untreated parts of Denton, where we are near I-35 North, the untreated parts is definitely about 2 inches is snow, and under that is ice and some of that sleet that has been falling all day. As you mentioned, we caught up with people. They were actually flocking to Walmart, braving those untreated roads that are pretty dangerous to be on right now. Well, we know crews were cleaning the major highways and interstates, but those side roads aren't treated. And we saw dozens of people going to the Walmart in Denton. They were getting supplies that they didn't get earlier this week. Take a listen at what some of them had to say.
Just stuff to last us through the weekend. We're not too picky, so we just deal with what was left. There wasn't very much in there to choose from, but yeah, we got enough stuff to last us for the weekend.
Yep. And what items did you say y'all got?
Jell-O, popcorn, water, necessities, canned foods. We don't know what's going to happen.
So for most of the people that we spoke to, they said this was their one and only time that they are going to go out in these conditions, which is good advice because the forecast is going to get worse. The sleet and snow is going to come down more overnight, and those untreated roads are going to have even more packed snow and ice on them. Right now, back live here in Denton, we're starting to see some strong winds coming in and some precipitation falling. Nothing too heavy, but about 2 hours ago or so, we were getting pelted by some freezing rain and sleet. And so all of that is sitting on the ground. And as Dan mentioned, Casey, nothing is going to melt, for multiple days. And so we're going to urge everyone to stay inside and be safe.
Well, you look nice and warm, bundled up there. You and Jordan Bickerstaff, your photographer, you guys get in the car and warm up. Thank you for your reporting, Stephen. As the winter storm rolls through, we and everyone else keeping a very close eye on the power outages across North Texas. Let's give you a look at the numbers as we know them now. Collin County reporting about 119, Dallas County 849, in Denton County about 471, Johnson County less than 10, but the largest number we are seeing at the present time is in Tarrant County at a little more than 4,000. And Tarrant County is where we find Fox 4's Peyton May, continuing our team coverage now with that part of the story for us. Hi, Peyton.
Hi, good evening, Casey. Yes, I will say that there's definitely another round of precipitation that's just come through where we're at right now. Kind of getting pelted in the face a little bit by some of this sleet. But talking about power, I mean, there are around 2,000 customers without power, according to the Encore map, where we are in South Fort Worth. You could actually see kind of next to me here, there are tons of apartment complexes without power. This area has a lot of apartments, homes without power, and some businesses. Now, take a look at the video that we got a little earlier today. You could actually see the crews have been really working around the clock, making sure that they could restore power as quickly as possible. It has been difficult for a lot of residents, I will say, though. We spoke with a few who said that they woke up just feeling very cold and then realized instantly they did not have power. They've been checking in on neighbors, making sure that they're okay. Take a listen to one of the residents that we spoke to just a few hours ago as he was making his rounds around businesses here.
Well, the power been out since 12 o'clock. And when I woke up at 12 o'clock and seen the power was off, I just went back to sleep. I had prepared myself for if it did go out. So I said maybe if I go back to sleep and wake up, it'll be back on. But apparently it's not. I'm just praying and hoping to God that they restore power before it gets really, really cold.
Now, that power is still not restored to many of the residents in this area. Again, just around 2,000 customers. We did just speak with another woman who is a resident in one of these apartment complexes here, who said she was trying to make her way to Louisville to maybe stay with her sister for the night. But, you know, seeing these roadways, she decided that that was not the best idea. Back out here live, you could actually see the power, of course, impacting the traffic lights as well. These traffic lights are down. If that happens, the experts say, of course, you treat that as a four-way stop. You want to make sure you are as careful as possible approaching those intersections, looking all around you, because you never know if you're on top of black ice. Back to you.
We should point out that these are, of course, regional outages. At this hour, the ERCOT grid seems to be holding. There's plenty of supply, but these spotty outages we're going to see. Peyton, thanks to you, and photojournalist John Canan working with you guys over there. Be safe, and we'll see you in a little bit. Let's take you now over to far east Dallas. Some light sleet falling in the area earlier this afternoon, as you can see from this video. That, of course, is all expected to pick up, as we've been telling you, later tonight and into the early morning hours. Our team coverage continues now with Fox 4's Dan Godwin, who has been in Dallas County, and he joins us live with a look at conditions right now. Hi, Dan.
Hello, Casey, and right now we are driving around Victory Park, adjacent to downtown Dallas. Next to the American Airlines Center, where tonight the Mavericks will play the LA Lakers and Luka Doncic. I'll tell you, this is the most traffic we've seen all day. We've been driving around Dallas County, but obviously there are folks who are getting ready and trying to find a place to park for tonight's basketball game, which tips off at 7:30. We want to show you some video from a little earlier this afternoon. We were driving along 35E, close to where 35 meets the US 67. There was a gentleman there changing a tire along the side of the freeway, something you got to do when your tire goes. But certainly those conditions are about the worst you can imagine for trying to safely change a tire. There was no word that the gentleman had any problem completing that task, but yeah, not a situation anyone would like to be in. Coming back out here live, the streets here around American Airlines Center, we're seeing a lot of slush. There's a great deal of ice, it would appear, that is in the process of melting. But as Dan Henry has been talking about, driving conditions still very, very treacherous. A great deal of caution is called for. And that's what we've been observing generally from the drivers around Victory Park right now and earlier today in Dallas County. So hopefully everyone continues exercising a great deal of care out on the roads. Reporting live, Dan Godwin, back to Casey.
Hey, Dan, real quick before you go, who's your photographer? Who are you driving with?
Oh, I'm here with Mark. Yes, Goose, we affectionately call him, yeah.
All right, Goose and Dan, be safe out on the mean streets of Dallas. Thank you guys for your reporting. Trinity Metro says it will suspend bus service starting at 7 o'clock tonight. That will last through this evening. It's also ending its on-demand rideshare service, South Zone. Now, the TRE link from the Centerport station to DFW Airport also ended about 2 hours ago. Other TRE services and Tex Rail routes, though, are still operating for now. Trinity Metro says canceled services could return tomorrow. It's all up for debate, but that would be on a delayed schedule if it does. You can, of course, count on Fox 4 for constant updates on this weekend winter storm as it happens. A little bit of a tongue tie there. We'll also be updating any school closures or cancellations as we get them. Make sure you have our Fox Local app for access to live newscasts and any changes in the forecast. Coming up next on Fox 4 News at 6, a look at how some people try to enjoy this burst of winter weather. Looks fun. And take a look at this video from one of our drive cameras this afternoon. This was in Bridgeport, northwest of Fort Worth. Roads there covered in ice. More coverage of this Arctic blast next. Taking another live look right now at the Fox 4 radar, we will continue to track this winter storm as it moves through North Texas. We'll check back in with Chief Meteorologist Dan Henry in a couple of minutes for another update. Check out these pups in Bedford enjoying some of the winter weather this morning. Thanks to Erica Trevino for sending this to us. Looks like those dogs are having a good time out there in the snow. A reminder, as the storm continues, send us your pictures or video of what you're seeing. Go to fox4news.com/pics, or you can scan the QR code. You may see your video or picture here on Fox 4 News. The winter weather did give some kids and their families a chance to have a little bit of fun this afternoon. Families came out to Flagpole Hill near White Rock Lake to take advantage of the sleet and treat it like snow. Video shows kids racing down the hill with sleds. Parents tell us this keeps everybody from getting cabin fever.
I don't know. I think it is that what she said about it. It's nice to have a down weekend from time to time. So that part of it's nice. There's not many people out, so it's kind of nice too to have everything sort of to yourself. That's kind of a good thing.
Not exactly a winter wonderland, but parents say it is nice to get outside with their families, as you heard, for the time being.
And there will be a lot more of that sleet and even some snow to sled on tomorrow. Take a look at this. This is Nick Busby out on the roads up in Denton County. I was just communicating with him a little bit here. He said actually he's getting some pretty decent traction on the roadways with the sleet there, at least for now. I suspect that may change later on tonight. What I'm concerned about is roadways that don't get cleared off. It gets compact, and then we could be looking at some of that cobblestone ice developing on some roadways as it gets compacted and then frozen solid. So hopefully the crews will have time to get out there. I think we're fortunate in that this is taking place over a weekend and that there's not nearly as much traffic on the roadways as there would be on a Monday or Tuesday or a weekday for that matter. But great shot, live shot there from storm chaser Nick Busby. Let's take a look at the winter weather alerts here across Texas. We're under a winter storm warning through noon on Sunday. The extreme cold warning has been extended all the way until 9 a.m. Tuesday, and the ice storm warning continues off to our east and southeast. Although that said, I think even some of those areas, the temperatures are going to be cold enough to transition to more sleet. This was from Chad Casey in Weatherford, and yeah, folks having some fun out there. A little snowboarding on the streets. Just be really, really careful and cautious doing stuff like that because one wrong move and you could get hurt. But they are having fun, that's for sure. Thanks to Chad Casey for that. All right, here's our Fox 4 views. Ray Roberts, 17 degrees right now on the lake shores there. And look at it coming down there at Cedar Creek Lake, where they've got a temperature of 28 degrees. So that's solid. That is definitely not freezing rain down there. That is sleet that is falling there, it looks like. Maybe even a little bit of snow mixed in. And 13 at this hour at Possum Kingdom Lake. And if you look closely, you can see the steam rising off the relatively warmer lake waters. Yes, we had some lake effect snow showers earlier today and could see some more of those tomorrow. Winter storm timing, the sleet is going to pick up in intensity tonight with temperatures slowly falling through the teens down to 13 degrees early tomorrow morning. Some isolated flurries tomorrow afternoon. We top out at 19. That is it. Record-breaking cold. Single digits early Monday morning and cold and breezy Monday afternoon with high temperatures that won't even get to freezing. So here's a look at radar. We'll take you on a little tour here across the area. First stop into the Dallas-Fort Worth area. This is moderate sleet falling in northeast Fort Worth up towards the Colleyville area, Grapevine, Coppell, Farmers Branch. That continues up through Plano and on the east side of McKinney right now. Some snow mixed with sleet falling farther northwest into Wise County. This is predominantly snow now falling across Cook County, including Gainesville, Valley View, the Munster area. Bowie is seeing some snow showers as well. They've already got a very good covering on the ground. And this is the heavy sleet that was producing cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. It originated all the way down around the Gatesville area in southern Bosque County, and it continues to produce rumbles of thunder as it moves up through Emory towards Sulphur Springs, Seymour, and into the Cumbie vicinity. And finally down to our southwest, we've got more scattered activity, but it has been on and off again this afternoon. It is going to be all on as we head through this evening and overnight tonight. This is a look around the state right now. San Antonio now down below freezing. Look at Del Rio on the border. They are sitting at 28 degrees right now with some frozen precipitation, and 11 in Tulsa. So there's the area of low pressure in northern Mexico right now. This disturbance is going to approach tonight, and as it does, we will see sleet across the entire area, picking up in intensity. This is when we're going to see the bulk of our accumulations, and it likely will go over to snow in some areas as we head through the overnight into early tomorrow morning. Temperatures, it is bitterly cold, well below zero in Minnesota, Wisconsin, up in the Dakotas right now. Chicago is sitting at 5. You want to escape the cold, at least for right now. It's 79 degrees in Tampa, and it's in the low 60s at this stage in LA. So here's Futurecast. As we head through this evening, the sleet will pick up not only in coverage, but in intensity. These darker colors are moderate to heavy sleet. Boy, it comes down at a really good clip as we head through midnight tonight. Temperatures holding pretty steady from where they are right now. That will continue as we head through the overnight. That's 4 o'clock in the morning. Early tomorrow morning, I think we're going to see snow mixing in across more of the area with that sleet. It should taper off about mid-morning. But again, I wouldn't be surprised if we still see some scattered flurries in the afternoon and perhaps even some very concentrated lake effect snow showers with those north to south oriented lakes and the strong gusty north winds blowing over that relatively warm water. Still fully expect a good 3 to 5 inches of sleet and snow north and northwest of the Metroplex, a good 2 to 3 inches here across the Dallas-Fort Worth area, ending as snow, 1 to 2 inches to our south and to our east, and then up to an inch of sleet in far southern portions of the area. In addition to the wintry precipitation, we're looking at record-breaking cold possible. Our forecast high of 19 tomorrow would break a record. The record low high temperature for tomorrow is 23 degrees, set back in 1940. 1904, we had a record low of 12. This is Monday morning, and we're forecasting to break that one too, falling down to 9. There's your 7-day forecast. We don't get above freezing Monday afternoon. Tuesday is another bitterly cold morning at 13. That's when we will see melting with high temperatures in the upper 30s and some sunshine. 40 degrees Wednesday. 43, believe it or not, is our high water mark next week. We get another shot of colder air towards the end of the week, and there's a small chance of a mix of rain and snow on Friday, followed by temperatures topping out in the upper 30s on Saturday.
Bundle up. We are in it for the long haul. Dan Henry, thank you, sir. We still have a lot more coming your way tonight, including some other non-weather headlines, like a developing story we're watching out of Minneapolis after another person has been shot and killed by a federal agent. We'll be right back. To Minneapolis now, where today a federal immigration agent fatally shot a man, and once again it was caught on camera. We will show you the video, but we have frozen the clip at the very moment gunfire begins. Watch.
People, what is wrong with you? Honestly.
According to the Department of Homeland Security, the man was carrying a gun, though none of the bystander videos we have seen so far show him carrying it. DHS also has not claimed that he was holding the gun in any manner. Family identified him as 37-year-old Alex Preddy, an ICU nurse at the Department of Veteran Affairs. Records show he did have a legal permit to carry. He was an American citizen with no criminal record. The shooting has, of course, sparked a new round of protests there. We get the latest from Fox's Christina Coleman.
A chaotic scene unfolding between federal agents and protesters in Minneapolis after an immigration officer fatally shot a man in the city.
Based on the information that we have, which is very limited, this is a 37-year-old white male who is a Minneapolis resident, and we believe he is an American citizen.
The U.S. Border Patrol chief says a federal agent fired defensive shots.
The agents attempted to disarm the individual, but he violently resisted. You can see the gun here on the screen there that individual possessed. It appears to be a semi-automatic, high-capacity type, possibly a Sig Sauer 9mm.
The city's police chief says they believe the man was a lawful gun owner with no previous criminal record.
Officers arrived and found an adult male with multiple gunshot wounds when they arrived. Life-saving aid was being rendered.
We saw a video of more than 6 masked agents pummeling one of our constituents and shooting him to death.
Following the shooting, protesters could be heard screaming profanities and calling for ICE to get out of the city. This adding to the nationwide protests that have erupted since Renee Good was fatally shot by an ICE agent in Minneapolis earlier this month.
7 years old, angry.
Minnesota officials are calling for an immediate end to ICE operations in the state. Christina Coleman, Fox News.
Coming up next here on Fox 4 News, taking a live look right now at the Denton streets from our Fox 4 storm chaser Nick Busby. Our winter weather team coverage continues after a quick break.
For all North Texas, Fox 4 News continues.
Bottom of the hour, time for the top of the news. Good evening and thanks for joining us, everybody. I'm Casey Stiegel. The critical second phase of our winter storm is underway as we speak, and even more frozen precipitation is making its way into North Texas. Here's some video now from a few moments ago in Bowie up in Montague County, which is northwest of Fort Worth. This part of the region has been hit harder so far by frozen precip versus the Metroplex, and snow is continuing to fall there. Time to check in once again with Fox 4 Chief Meteorologist Dan Henry. Hi, Dan.
Hey there, Casey. We're taking a look at our weather stem cameras here. They're kind of on a rolling loop. The one at Texas Motor Speedway really caught my eye. Hopefully that'll come around again. But that was Fort Worth. That's Dallas right now, kind of the eerie neon lights with the light sleet falling down below in downtown. There's our frozen camera in Richardson. It's 19 right now at DFW, 21 Love Field, 17 at Alliance. But boy, those north winds blowing 15 to 20 miles an hour. That's our Las Colinas Irving camera there. Are driving wind chills down into the single digits, and it is going to continue to be very, very cold. That's a look at Denton right now. It looks like a winter wonderland. All the streets are sleet covered there. And there's another look at one of our cameras that's just frozen over. We'll have to wait probably for a few days for it to thaw out just a bit. All right, on the roads, if you must travel this evening, I urge you to use a tremendous amount of caution because it is really, really slick out there, and heavy sleet and even some snow are going to make conditions even worse as the night progresses. All roads will be covered by early tomorrow morning across the entire area as snow and sleet tapers off. A few flurries in the afternoon, but it's going to be very cold. It's going to remain cloudy, and so I don't think we're going to see any melting at all during the day on Sunday. Here's a look at what's going on Doppler radar. You can see air temperatures are in the mid-teens to low 20s, so it is cold enough now, and it's been several hours below freezing, so those road surfaces now have all cooled off. So literally everything that falls is going to stick and accumulate. We're getting a little bit of a break now here across the southern half at least of Tarrant and Dallas counties. Still some moderate sleet heading up through the Louisville area, up towards McKinney and Plano. This is primarily snow that you see here falling in Montague County, Wise County, into Cook County, and then we've got more sleet as you head east of there into the Sherman-Denison area. Heavy sleet falling up around Seymour, Sulphur Springs there in Hopkins County. That is heading northeastward. That has also produced some cloud-to-ground lightning strikes and rumbles of thunder. We're going to see more of that, I think, later on tonight as the sleet picks up in intensity and some scattered sleet and snow showers down around the Lake Whitney area into Meridian. Looking across the state right now, even down in Del Rio on the border, it is 28 degrees, 11 in Tulsa, and 29 presently in Tyler. And there's the area of low pressure in northern Mexico, the disturbance that will be spinning our way later tonight, and that's what's going to bring the widespread round of moderate to heavy sleet, even some snow. That's when we're going to see the bulk of our accumulations, is tonight into early tomorrow morning. Here's how it plays out. Teens for tonight, down to 13 degrees early tomorrow morning. We should see the precipitation taper off by mid-morning. Still some flurries, even a few lake effect snow showers, very concentrated across the lakes tomorrow afternoon, 19, and we're in for record-breaking cold, I think, Monday morning with the temperature dropping down to 9 degrees. We'll take another look at your forecast hour by hour with Futurecast, what we expect in terms of totals, and your 7-day forecast in just a few minutes.
You know, Dan, in the lead up to this, you were saying that it was going to be like a play, 2 acts. And
yes.
We already had Act 1, we had intermission, Act 2 is about to begin. So take your seats, everybody.
This is the main event, too, tonight.
All right, Dan, thanks. We know you'll keep us forewarned. Our team coverage does continue now. Fox 4 Stephen Dial is back with us. He is live at the Buc-ee's up in Denton. Stephen, I understand that you saw a lot of shoppers that were out getting some last-minute supplies today, huh?
Definitely, and like you mentioned, everyone waiting for that Act 2, round 2 of this. And so some people braving the road, still trying to get those last-minute items. Light snow is falling right now here in Denton at the Buc-ee's, but the wind is starting to whip. Now, earlier today, as we got up here, the roads were completely covered. You saw snow, sleet, freezing rain. We saw all of the weather motions on our way up here, and while we have been here in Denton, we met one woman. She works in Dallas. So she was in Dallas for work, but she lives in Oklahoma City. She was making the drive back north. Take a listen. How's the drive been so far?
Definitely slower. I was kind of surprised some of the highways were not cleaned or plowed, but I'm sure there's a lot of highway down here to clean and plow. So yeah, definitely it's taken probably twice as long, I figure. Have some water, ice scrapers, snacks, those types of things. Lots of gloves. I have another coat in there. Have some boots in case something happens.
So hopefully nothing happens, but she was very prepared, and that's what emergency officials say you need to have in your vehicle if you have to be in your car during conditions like this. Make sure that you have gloves, a blanket, hat, water, snacks, things like that, just in case your vehicle becomes disabled. Casey, back here live in Denton again. Like I said, light snow falling, and the situation is going to change. It's going to change soon, and so hopefully people will take heed the warning and stay home.
Stephen Dial, I think you have earned some beef jerky. Go inside Buc-ee's and go on a shopping spree. Good food there. Stay warm. Thank you, sir. So you can count on Fox 4, of course, for constant updates on this storm. That includes school closures and other cancellations. Make sure you have our free Fox Local app for access to live newscasts and changes in our forecast. Still ahead tonight, Fox 4's David Centendry will show us what his Plano neighborhood looked like this morning and how businesses responded to the snow. And the cold weather may be enjoyable for some pets. These two getting a case of the zoomies early this morning out in East Dallas. We've got more coverage back in a flash. Welcome back, everybody. Our winter storm coverage continues now on KDFI More 27. We want to show you some drone video that was shot this morning by Stuart Riley. Boy, look at this. A bird's eye view really gives us a different vantage point that we don't normally get to see in these situations. This was taken over an icy neighborhood in Princeton, which is in Collin County. Fox 4's David Centendry is braving the elements tonight for us in Collin County. David, how are things looking where you are, sir?
Hey, Casey. Well, we are at the intersection of Legacy and Independence. This is the central west area of Plano, and right now we are in a parking lot. I'll show you what's on the ground right now. This is the accumulation that we got. I have some spikes on the bottom of these shoes that I've been waiting to use for quite some time. They're certainly helping while I've been walking these streets throughout the afternoon. As far as the roads go, I think that's what everyone wants to talk about. That's what you see behind me, and you can see some cars are maybe crawling along this road. You are able to navigate these roads if you are trying to drive, but most people are not doing that. When I was out here earlier this afternoon, I think I waited for about 5 minutes and saw maybe 24 vehicles pass me in that span. So nothing significant, but there are some people who are out here. To give you an example, though, of how bare this area is compared to most nights, you can see this parking lot off to the side of me. Not only are there no cars here for the most part, all the businesses are dark. You can see there aren't even really any tire tracks in this parking lot. It just goes to show how people are really just staying home. There's a grocery store that's opened in front of me, and there's a Kroger off that way that is also open. That Kroger, however, is closing a bit early tonight at 8 o'clock, they tell me, and they're going to open late tomorrow at 10 a.m. just because we know, as y'all were talking about, what everyone is expecting is the conditions to worsen overnight, and they really just don't know what they're going to get. As far as City of Plano, I spoke with firefighters just a bit ago, and they tell me, thankfully, as far as their call list goes, they've responded to about 101 calls today, a little over 100 calls, and that's typical for even a non-weather day. So everyone is heeding the advice that they've been getting, and safe to say, everyone is, for the most part, doing as they've been told out here in Plano. Casey?
Need to get some of those spikes myself. Those look pretty cool. Thank you so much, David Sintendry, and photojournalist Chris Hanks up in Collin County for us tonight. Thanks, guys.
Sleet will be picking up as we head through the evening hours. We're going to see some heavy accumulations in many areas. I've got the details on the other side of the break. Take a look at this. This was Lake Weatherford earlier today. Chad Casey out there. Look at the steam rising off the water as you've got bitterly cold air in contact with the warmer waters, and that warmth and moisture easily gets transferred into the air above it, and that's the fuel for lake effect snow showers, which we indeed saw across parts of the area earlier today, and we may see a few more of those lake effect snow showers developing tomorrow. Let's take a look now at our camera views here. I guess the one bit of good news I can share with you is that from this point forward, all of our precipitation is going to take the form of either sleet or some snow. So it doesn't look like we're going to really see any more freezing rain. So at least no more ice accumulations on trees and power lines. It's just now a question of how much we're going to see on the roadways. That's in Irving there, and you can see everything is sleet covered. 19 at DFW, 20 at Love Field, 17 at Alliance, of course. Those winds averaging a good 15 to occasionally 20 miles an hour are driving wind chills down into the single digits. There's the camera view from Texas Motor Speedway as everything is covered in a pretty thick layer of sleet and perhaps some snow as well. So weather on the roads, needless to say, it is really, really treacherous out there right now, and conditions will only worsen as we head through the evening hours as the sleet picks up. Heavy sleet and even some snow overnight. Hazardous roads, snow and sleet will taper off, but everything will be covered up tomorrow morning. A few flurries, very cold and with cloudy skies and temperatures that barely make it to 20 degrees. We're not going to see any melting whatsoever on Sunday. Here is a look now at Doppler radar, and you can see the next batch here starting to push in from the south and west. Let's take a little tour around the area. First stop into the Dallas-Fort Worth area. We've got some moderate bursts of sleet now pushing up around the DFW airport vicinity. Also one there just east of North Richland Hills. Moderate sleet now falling in the north side of Louisville, Plano, McKinney, on up towards Leonard. We've got a heavy little band that's developed there between Ferris and Palmer on I-45. That's moving off to the northwest. Most of this is snow as you head into Cook County, back into Montague County. Grayson County, parts of the area there have seen upwards now of 3.5 inches of accumulation already, and they've got more heavy sleet and snow that's moving off to the northeast. This is the batch that came from down around the Gatesville area, south of Clifton and southern Bosque County. It's been producing several cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. Haven't seen any lightning strikes in the last 15 or 20 minutes, but that's not out of the question that we see more thunder sleet as we head through later this evening and the overnight. And it gets a little bit more scattered down around Bosque County and Hill County, although Hill County now it's starting to pick back up again. Big view across the entire region. This is all snow across Oklahoma and the Panhandle. We're likely looking at totals exceeding a foot in parts of the Sooner State, even as far south as Del Rio right now. They've got 28 degrees with wintry precipitation. Houston is now down to 38 degrees with a very cold rain. There's our disturbance in northern Mexico. As this thing pinwheels our way late tonight through the overnight, we're going to see widespread moderate to heavy sleet and even some snow moving in here as well during the overnight period. These are temperatures and wind chills, low temperatures here and wind chills during the morning hours of Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Yeah, that is 5 below zero. That's what it's going to feel like early Sunday and Monday mornings. That would be a record breaker, 9 above on Monday, 13 Tuesday with a wind chill of around 2, and 25 will kind of feel like a heat wave for an overnight low temperature by Wednesday morning. So notice Futurecast here, how the sleet picks up in coverage. The darker purple colors here are the heavier sleet showers that will be moving through. That'll continue through 4 o'clock in the morning, and as we head towards right around daybreak on Sunday, notice already starting to see the back edge of this sleet and snow across the Dallas-Fort Worth area and points north. Even some snow showers down around the Stephenville area and down around Comanche County. That moves out, and we should, for the most part, be pretty quiet through the afternoon hours on Sunday. Can't rule out a few scattered flurries at times and a few lake effect snow showers with those strong gusty north winds, especially the north-south oriented lakes. It's on the southern end of the lakes that we would see some localized lake effect snow showers. A good 3 to 5 inches of sleet and snow expected in northern and northwestern portions of the area. Some areas have already seen 3 inches up that way. 2 to 3 inches here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, 1 to 2 inches to our south and east, and then in far southern portions, accumulations will likely average around an inch or so. There's your forecast high tomorrow, 19. That would break a record. The record low high is 23, and the 9-degree low temperature Monday morning would also break a record, so we might break 2 consecutive records in less than 24 hours. Here's your 7-day forecast. Sunshine returns Monday, but we only get to 28 degrees. We'll have to wait until early Tuesday afternoon to crack the freezing mark. Wednesday, we get up to 40. 43 is the warm day next week. That's Thursday. And then another shot of chilly air brings us back into the 30s Friday. There'll be a weak system we're watching that's going to move down to our south. Got a 20% chance of a rain-snow mix there. We'll watch it closely as the week goes on. And Saturday, partly sunny with a high of 39.
All right, thank you for being with us here on KDFI. Join me and my colleague, Blake Hansen, who will be doing some continuing weather coverage from 7 until 9 across our digital platforms. We also want to remind you, as our weather coverage continues, please, if it's safe to do so, send us your photos and your video. You can scan that QR code or head on over to our website, fox4news.com, so we can see what you are seeing, of course, but be safe in doing so. Again, we appreciate you being here with us. We appreciate you trusting in Fox 4 during these times. We'll be continuing our coverage over from 7 until 9 across our digital platforms like Fox Local, the Fox 4 YouTube page, and our socials. And then we will see you later this evening on Fox 4.